My cheek was flat on a cold stone table. An open book about the properties of blood coagulation grass sat 2 inches from my nose, and I was 1 year and 10 months old. Nobody had done this to me. That is the part that stung. I had done it to myself, on purpose, with a plan. The plan worked perfectly. That is the single worst way for a plan to go wrong. Here is how you destroy your own childhood in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Get born somewhere else. I have no explanation for this part, and I have stopped asking for one. I went to sleep in a life with running water and novels and woke up as a red squalling thing in a bed hung with silk, in a city called Lee City, on a continent where people settle arguments by setting each other on fire. Step 2. Keep your mouth shut about it. I managed this for 1 entire year. 1 year of lying in a crib with an adult mind, listening to servants discuss the price of grain, being carried around like a bag of rice, and pretending I could not understand a single word. If you have never spent 12 months faking incompetence at something you are good at, I recommend against it. The feeling gets under your skin and stays there. Step 3, and this is where I ruined my life. Get bored, because I did get bored. One afternoon, a maid left a scroll open on a low table while she went to deal with something, and I crawled over and read it, and my father walked in. I could have stopped. I want that on the record. I could have drooled on it like a professional. Instead, I looked up at him, and I read the whole line out loud, and I watched his face do something I had never seen a face do before. Then I did it again the next day, with a different scroll, from memory, because apparently I wanted to be thorough. I had a plan. The plan was simple, and I was proud of it. Get labeled a genius, get the good rooms, get the good food, get left alone forever. Genius child, soft cushions, no responsibilities. Every family loves a prodigy, and nobody makes a prodigy do any actual work. That is not what happens in a house like mine. What happens in a house like mine is that your grandfather picks you up under both arms, carries you across 4 courtyards at a speed that makes your teeth click, and puts you down in front of an old man in a bamboo grove that nobody else in the family is permitted to enter. And your grandfather, who is a clan chief and a daozong and a man I had never once seen sit down without arranging his sleeves first, stands there in front of that old man and cries. Then they gave me the medical texts, all of them. So there I was, 22 months old, face down on a stone table, learning the 17 grades of a weed. I lifted my head about an inch and looked at the stack. It came up past my shoulder when I stood next to it, and I could not reliably stand next to things yet. I wished I could slap myself. Twice. Once for the reading, once for the encore. You had a perfectly good childhood available. You had a mother who wanted to feed you fruit. You had nothing to do all day, and you threw it away to impress a man who was already impressed. The city had opinions about me too, which did not help. The story going around Lee City was that the sun had gone dark on the day I was born. That every star in the sky had come out at noon and poured itself down into the middle of the city like water down a drain, and that this had happened because a god had chosen to be reborn here. I am told the sun part is actually true. I was busy being born and did not observe it personally. The rest of it had been improved considerably in the retelling. By the time it came back around to me through the kitchens, I had descended from the heavens on a cloud, and every servant in the manor looked at me sideways when they thought I could not see, and one of them had started bowing when she brought my food. I was not yet 2. I could not reach the food. The thing they were all so excited about was not a god. It was a family in trouble, and everybody in that family knew it, and none of them would say it out loud in front of a baby. The Lee family had been one of the 5 great clans of the Pill domain for a very long time. 5 families, 5 seats, 5 names that everyone on this half of the continent knew. Chen, Wang, Li, Zhou, Liu. We were the 3rd one, and we had been the 3rd one for generations, and the only reason nobody had come to take the seat away yet was a single old man sitting in a bamboo grove behind the manor. Li Ming, my great-great-grandfather, the old ancestor. Peak Dozong, peak 7th rank alchemist. One of the 8 elders of the Pill Tower, which on this continent is roughly the difference between owning a shop and sitting on the council that licenses every shop there is. Yang was also finished, and everybody knew that too. Yang had broken something in his own foundation when he was young, a long time before anyone alive had been born, and it had been quietly eating him ever since. Yang was not yet 200 years old. On this continent, a man at his level should have been looking forward to another century. Instead, he sat in a chair in a grove of bamboo with a blanket over his knees, and the first thing I ever heard him say, when he did not know a baby was listening properly, was this: "I will no longer be able to see the Lee family regain its glory." Yang said it the way you say the weather. That is the house I was born into. A great clan on a slow slide, 4 rivals watching the slide with interest, and 1 dying man holding the roof up with his shoulder. And the plan, the actual official plan of a 500-year-old alchemy family, was me. A toddler who could read. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. Are you sighing? I did not hear her come in. I never heard her come in. In 11 years, I never once heard her come in, and I have thought about this a great deal, and I believe she did it on purpose. My head came off the table about 6 inches on pure reflex and came back down on it with a sound like a dropped melon. My mother laughed so hard she had to hold the doorframe. Zhang Jia. She looked about 20. She was not about 20. She had the family's records and the family's respect and a 6th-rank alchemist's badge, and she was, and I say this with love, the least dignified adult in the entire pill domain. She crossed the room, picked me up off the bench with one arm the way you pick up a cat, and kissed me on the forehead, not because she wanted to, because she wanted to watch my face while she did it. There it is, she said happily. That look. Do it again. I am reading. You're 2. That has been established. She sat down on the bench with me in her lap, planted her chin on the top of my head so I could not turn it, and immediately started telling me about her plan to find my aunt a husband, names, rankings, which of the candidates had a promising cultivation base and which one had a promising jawline. My aunt is younger than my mother and had made her own opinion on this subject extremely clear at a family dinner the previous month, an opinion which my mother had received, considered, and completely ignored. I let out a breath through my nose. The breath of a man who has seen things. She let go of my head, took my ear between 2 fingers, and twisted it back and forth like she was steering a cart. You, she said, sigh like a 70-year-old. Ow. Say something else old, and I'll do it again. I did not say anything else old. I am not stupid. I am, at minimum, older than she thinks, and smart enough to know when I am outmatched. That is my mother. She is a mother, and she is also structurally a child, both at once, all the time, forever. She is also the reason the Li family had 2 6th-rank alchemists in the direct line instead of 1, and the reason a woman born to a minor house on the edge of nowhere ended up as the matriarch of a great clan. My father is a decent man and a mediocre alchemist, and everybody, including my father, knows which of my parents the family actually needed. She stayed until the light went orange. Then she put me down, told me not to strain my eyes, and left, and took most of the warmth in the room with her. I waited for the manor to go quiet. Then I climbed onto the windowsill, which took me longer than I am willing to describe, and I sat in the dark with the shutters open and let the starlight land on my face. And I went inside. Everybody in every story about this gets a cheat, a voice in the head, a shop, a system that dings at you. I got a sky. Behind my eyes there's a space with no floor and no ceiling and no walls, filled with stars, and almost every one of them is dark. Cold points of gray where a light ought to be, thousands of them, arranged in a pattern I could not yet see the shape of. That is the star diagram. The rules are simple. Sit in starlight and it comes into me as star essence, one thin trickle at a time. Spend star essence and one of those dead points lights up into a star soul, and when a star soul lights, something about me gets better. Body, energy, spirit, speed, strength. Control over fire, which in a family of alchemists is not a small thing. Control over my own soul, which is a bigger thing than it sounds. Connect lit points that share an attribute, and they give you a technique. Fill an entire region of the sky, and they give you something worse than a technique, and none of it costs energy to use. Not a drop. Whatever I can pay for in star essence, I can throw, regardless of whether my actual cultivation has any business throwing it. There is one more rule, and it is the important one. The sky is not finished. There is a shape waiting to be written across it, and to write it, I have to kill a demonic beast, take its soul and its bloodline, and let its image burn itself into my heavens. Whatever beast I catch becomes the map. A strong beast means a wide sky with a lot of stars in it, and abilities shaped like that beast, and a ceiling I cannot even see yet. A weak beast means a small sky and a small ceiling forever with no second attempt. So, a perfect cheat. Unlimited growth, free abilities, custom built to a world where alchemists rule because they can hold a flame steady. I sat on that windowsill and did the arithmetic, and I want to tell you exactly how the perfect cheat performed. At my rate of absorption, sitting out every clear night like a very small owl, I gained 1 point of star essence every 10 days, 30 in a year, give or take. The first star soul cost 10, the second cost 50. 3 years later, at 5 years old, having spent every single night of my life on this, I had 109.5 points total, of which 60 were already gone into those 2 lights, and 49.5 were sitting in my account. The third light cost 100. I sat there in the dark with my legs hanging off the sill and thought about a full star diagram. 60 stars, 80, 100, each one costing more than the last, hundreds of years, possibly thousands. The corner of my mouth twitched. I have a golden finger, I thought. It is a savings account. It pays interest annually. I will be a god in 900 years. There were 2 lights already burning up there before I ever spent a coin, and those 2 are the only reason any of this was worth anything at all. They lit themselves on the night I was born, when the sky emptied into the middle of the city and all of it went into me. They can only ever light at the very beginning, and mine caught the biggest single donation of star power the pill domain had seen in living memory. Primary attribute, fire. 10 points of essence, 10 of energy, 10 of spirit, all at once, before I could focus my eyes. And a flame. Secondary attribute, wood. Wood feeds fire. 5 more points of spirit, 15 points of soul, sitting in a newborn. That number is why I was on the stone table. That number is why an old man in a bamboo grove looked at a baby and started making plans. 15 points of soul at birth is not talent. It is a loaded weapon that has not been aimed yet, and in a world where every family in the pill domain is a family of alchemists, the soul is the whole game. The flame, at that point, was a silver thread the size of a candle wick that made the air around it colder instead of hotter, and I could hold it for about 4 seconds before it went out, and I had to sit down. I looked at the moon over the bamboo, and I asked myself 2 questions, and I have never told anyone I asked them. The first was whether Li Fenghua existed. In the story I remembered from the other life, the Li family had a legitimate daughter by that name. If she was still coming, she would be my little sister. The second was what year it was, and whether a boy named Wang Guang had been born yet. Because I knew this world, not the way you know a place you live in, the way you know a book. I knew that in the story I remembered, the Li family survives. Barely. Ruined, hollowed out, robbed, and saved at the last possible moment by a stranger from a small empire on the far edge of the map who had troubles of his own and stopped by out of decency. I did not want that. I did not want to be the family that gets rescued. I did not want a stranger's charity to be the reason my mother still had a house. I rolled off the windowsill, dragged the blanket over my head, and went to sleep on it. 3 years went by like a thrown stone. I do not mean I slept through them. I mean I did the same thing every day for 3 years, and it did not feel like anything until it was over. Mornings, medical texts. Afternoons, medical texts. Evenings, the window and the sky. By 5, I had 5 segments of Du Qi in my body, which sounds modest and is not. On this continent, you do not start cultivating properly as a small child, because a small child's body is not built to take it. Energy of that kind moves through you like hot water through a cracked cup. Even Wang Guang, who is the best natural talent this world produces in a generation, started at 4 and had 9 segments at 10. If everybody cultivated at my speed, they would all be Du practitioners within a year, and then they would all be crippled. My grandfather did not know any of that. What my grandfather knew was that his 5-year-old grandson was outpacing the family's official records, and his response was to give me a physical examination so thorough that I still think about it. Yang checked my meridians. Yang checked my bones. Yang checked my organs one at a time, with his eyes closed and 2 fingers on my wrist, for the better part of an afternoon. Yang essentially washed me and hung me out to dry, inside and out, and at the end of it he stood there frowning at a perfectly healthy child and could not find one single thing wrong. "Grandfather," I said. "Am I going to live?" "Don't be smart. I'm 5. You've never once been 5. Fair." "Young master." A maid's voice through the door, and I looked up from my scroll. "The family head asks you to come to the pill refining room." I frowned at the door. The pill refining room. What for? Did somebody want me to start refining now? Which was, on reflection, ridiculous. It does not matter how good your talent is. Making a pill means holding a real flame inside a cauldron for hours, and a flame costs energy the way a fire costs wood, and I had 5 segments of Du Qi. My starfire had grown by then to about the strength of a 3rd-tier demonic beast's flame, which is genuinely respectable, and with what I had in my body I could sustain it for less than 5 seconds. I was not going to refine anything. At most, I could put on a fireworks show. The Li family's alchemy chamber is a stone room dozens of meters across, sunk into the rock under the manor, with 4 cauldrons in it, the color of old iron. I got to the bottom of the stairs and discovered I was not the only one invited. There was a line, 24 of them, boys and girls, direct line and collateral line all mixed together, the youngest of them about 12, uncles standing behind nephews who were older than they were, which happens constantly in a family this size, and which I have never fully stopped enjoying. I was 5. I came up to most of their elbows. My grandfather was at the front of the room in formal gray, and when he saw me he gave me a nod with nothing in it at all and pointed at the back of the line. Fine by me. From the back of the line I could see everything, because the room was not just full of children, it was full of parents. They were packed against the walls 3 deep, and every one of them had the specific tight face of a person watching a door they are not allowed to walk through. I found my mother in about 4 seconds, because she was the only person in the room who was beaming. She spotted me looking and waved, enthusiastically, with both hands. I stared at her. Could she not see the atmosphere in here? There were grown men against that wall who had not blinked in a minute. What exactly was she trying to accomplish with that face? Everyone is here, my grandfather said. We will begin. Yang turned around. Behind him was something under a black cloth, waist height. Yang pulled the cloth off. A stone pillar. Plain, gray, unremarkable, with a band of clear jade running up the middle of it a finger wide, and a polished crystal sphere sitting on top like an egg in a cup. My eyebrows went up before I could stop them. That was not a chi-testing stele. I had seen a chi-testing stele. This was something else. My grandfather caught the look and answered the whole room without looking at me. I know you are all curious about what we test today. I will tell you. Today, we do not test chi. Yang let that sit for a beat. Yang is a stiff man, and he knows exactly how to use a pause. We test soul power. Half the room already knew. You could tell, because half the room leaned forward. Every one of you standing here is qualified to become an alchemist of the Li family. How far any of you goes after that depends on one thing and one thing only, and it is not your talent for fighting, and it is not your family name. Yang looked down the line at all of them. It is the strength of your own soul. Now, I will call names. Li Han. A girl in a green dress went up the steps like she was walking into cold water. 15, maybe 16. She put her hand on the crystal and stood very still. Li Han, soul value 32, level, advanced. My grandfather has a voice that carries to the back of a courtyard without ever being loud, and when he said it, something went through the room like a small wind. I craned my neck around the boy in front of me and got a look at her coming down the steps with her whole face on fire, and then she stopped bothering to be dignified and threw herself into her parents' arms. 32. The soul value scale comes from the pill tower, and everyone in the pill domain uses it, because when the pill tower measures a thing, that measurement is the thing. 50 is where a first-rank alchemist starts. She was 2-star due practitioner. She had the soul of an advanced apprentice in a body that had barely started. That is rare. By the family's own records, a girl like that turns into a real alchemist the moment she hits 5-star due practitioner, and her ceiling is at least 5th rank. 6th if the world is kind to her. Up front, my grandfather's face unlocked about 1/4 of an inch. Next, Li Bo, then Li Hua, then another, then another. They went up one at a time and came down either shining or gray, and I stood at the back with my chin barely above the shoulder in front of me and watched the number that mattered, which was not on the crystal, it was on my grandfather's face, because the results were good. That is the cruel part. 9 out of 10 of them cleared the alchemist standard, which is a genuinely excellent showing. Take any other family in the Central Plains, any sect, any city, and if they turn up a dozen potential alchemists in one generation, they hold a banquet, even if not one of them will ever pass 6th rank. Not one of these had a ceiling past 7th, not one. And for the Li family, that is not a good crop. That is a coming problem with a date on it. These people would be the floor of the house. They would keep the ledgers and refine the mid-grade stock and train the next generation, and every single one of them would be exactly the kind of person the family already had. The family did not need a floor. The family needed a pillar. By the last name on the list, my grandfather's face had gone back to the way I had found it, and worse. Yang took a long breath. Last, Li Kang. Every head in that room turned at once. I would like to report that I handled this with the composure of a grown man. What actually happened is that I had gone comfortably bored and 200 eyes hit me simultaneously, and for about a second and a half I understood exactly how a panda feels. I had no business being on that list. The youngest of the others was 12. The test is not meant for a body my age, and everyone standing in that room knew it, and my grandfather had put my name on the paper anyway because he had been waiting 5 years and he could not wait one more. So I moved my short legs as fast as they would go, got up the steps, and greeted my grandfather in the most shamelessly ingratiating voice a 5-year-old has ever produced. Yang looked down at me, something in his jaw let go. Yang put his hand on my head, and when he spoke, the courtyard voice was gone. Li Kang, put your hand on the crystal, try to feel it. That last part is a formality, and both of us knew it. Almost nobody can push their own soul power around on command. Even a 3rd-rank alchemist mostly cannot. The crystal does the work. It reaches into you and takes what it finds. I stretched out one fat little hand, went up on my toes, and pressed my palm flat against the sphere. Something behind my eyes turned over once, hard, like a boat in a wake. Then it was gone. Beep, beep, beep. Numbers came up inside the jade band. Blood red, climbing, and not stopping. They climbed for about 10 seconds while 200 people watched them, which is a very long time to watch a number. They stopped at 150. Nobody said anything. I want to be precise about this, because I have been in loud rooms and I have been in quiet rooms, and this was neither. This was a room where every person had turned to stone facing the same direction. Nobody breathed out, nobody looked away from the number. My grandfather's hand was still resting on my head, and it had stopped moving entirely. Then a Lee Klansman somewhere in his 20s said, out loud, to absolutely nobody, 150? That means he's already at the threshold of a third-rank alchemist. Yong's stronger than me. How am I ever going to face anyone again? That did it. The room came apart into noise, and through all of it, I felt my grandfather's hand start shaking on the top of my head. I looked up at him. Yong was not looking at me. Yong was looking at the number, and his eyes were wet, and what he said to himself, the Lee family is saved. I did not know, standing there at 5 years old with my palm on a crystal, exactly how much weight was in that sentence. I know now. Yong had run the arithmetic before the number finished climbing. A soul that starts at 150 means 7th rank before 30, and 7th rank before 30 means the Lee family passes the Pill Tower assessment, and passing the Pill Tower assessment means we keep the seat, the chair, the name, the thing 500 years of this family had been holding on to with both hands. Yong had been carrying that for years, and he put it down in a basement with 200 witnesses. Yong got hold of himself, announced the end of the testing, and then looked down at me and said, in the gentlest voice I had ever heard out of him, "All right, Li Kong, go and find your mother." "Yes, grandfather." I bowed properly. I turned around and looked for my parents, and what I found was my mother in the middle of a crowd, graciously accepting congratulations on my behalf. Graciously. Her chin was up, she was nodding at people. She had the exact posture of a woman receiving a prize she has personally won. My mouth twitched. I was not remotely surprised. We had been mother and son for 5 years by then, and I had a very complete understanding of her character. My father was worse. My father is the steady one. My father is the man who thinks about a sentence before he says it. My father spent the next month telling everybody in Lee City about his son, including people who had already been told, including people who did not live in Lee City and were just passing through, and by the end of it, he had the look of a man who was one drink away from carrying me up onto the city wall and announcing me to the fields. So my reputation, which was already stupid, doubled, and my life got very quiet. Because 2 days later they moved me out of my mother's wing and into the bamboo grove at the back of the manor, into the courtyard of the old ancestor, to be taught by him personally, with standing orders that nobody was to disturb us. Nobody included my mother. She had come to see me every single day of my life, up to that point. After that she went 1 month without seeing my face, then another. Nobody asked me. Nobody asked her either. That was the price of 150, and the family paid it out of somebody else's pocket, and did not consider that it had spent anything at all. The old ancestor's courtyard was 2 rooms and a stretch of gravel inside a stand of black bamboo, and after 5 days I understood why nobody was allowed in. It was not secrecy. It was that the man had no energy left to spend on anyone who was not useful. The schedule was this. Morning, I recited scriptures until I could say them backwards. Midday, I learned properties, which is not memorizing a list. It is learning that this root goes bitter if it is cut with iron, and that leaf turns useless the second week of autumn, and there are 400 of these and they contradict each other. Afternoon, I sat on a stool at his elbow and watched his hands. That last part was the actual education. Yong would take a stem of something and turn it in his fingers and strip it, and there would be a moment where the thing stopped being a plant and started being an ingredient, and my entire job was to see where that moment was. Evenings, 2 hours of cultivation in a medicinal bath he mixed himself, in a wooden tub, in the dark, while the bamboo knocked together outside. It should have been miserable. It was one of the happiest stretches of my life. Partly because I am not actually a child, and never have been. Mostly because in my previous life I worked 9 to 9, 6 days a week, until it stopped being a job and started being a personality. Set against that, this was a holiday with tonics. 3 meals a day, somebody else cooking them. Nowhere I was required to go. A man who answered every question I asked, immediately, correctly. My homebody attribute was already maxed out before I got here. This was simply the correct environment for it. A year in, at 7, I hit the 9th stage of Du Qi. The old ancestor checked it himself, 2 fingers on my wrist for a long time, and when he took them away, he could not get the smile off his face. His eyes had been going flat for years. That afternoon there was actually something in them. "Good child." Yong patted my head. His hand weighed almost nothing. "You are at the 9th stage now. Do not rush to form the vortex. Refine your Du Qi patiently. It will pay you back." I nodded. Yong was right, and he did not know I knew why. The family had a shelf of Qi gathering pills that would have snapped me over that line in an afternoon. It would have worked. It also would have been a different thing entirely. A breakthrough your body earns and a breakthrough you buy have the same name and they are not the same object, and at my age foundation was the whole point and cultivation speed was a vanity, so I stopped pushing that and pushed the sky instead. That year I pulled in 32.5 points of star essence, 2 more than the year before. I sat with that number for a while. The rate was not fixed. The rate could move. That was the first genuinely good news my golden finger had ever given me. 82 total, 100 to light the third, and I decided I wanted to start refining. The old ancestor's first reaction was to look at me the way you look at a dog that has asked for the keys. Fair enough. I was not a dough practitioner. I had no cultivation technique. I could not make fire, so I showed him. I held out my palm and let a silver flame stand up out of it, thin as a reed, and the air in that room got colder instead of hotter. Oh? Yang leaned forward for the first time in a week. This is starfire. It is something like an innate flame. Innate flame. Yang looked at me. Yang looked at the flame. Yang looked back at me and his face did something complicated. Do you think you are a demonic beast, born with an innate flame? I scratched my head and laughed and did not answer, which is what you do at 7. I do not know the specifics, I said. It has been in me as long as I can remember. When I first noticed it, it was tiny and it was cold. It drinks starlight. Every night, it has been getting bigger for years. Yang was quiet for a while. Starfire, he said to himself. Could it be the anomaly on the day he was born? And then, because he was who he was, he did not stop at wonder. Yang classified it. Starfire is a cold flame. The yang fire in the family altar is the hottest thing our clan owns. Cold and hot, yin and yang, opposite ends of the same rope. They complement each other and they cancel each other, and he worked all of that out in about 11 seconds sitting in a chair he could no longer get out of unassisted. Very well, he said. You may refine ingredients, simple ones, in front of me, where I can correct you the moment you go wrong. I agreed so fast I nearly bit my tongue. Yang reached into his storage ring and set a red cauldron on the floor, taller than I was, with a beast's face worked into the metal around the mouth. I had been reading about this for 5 years. Inside the cauldron, the silver flame moved along the walls like something with opinions. I was nervous. That is embarrassing to write down. I had the contents of a small library in my head and an old master standing at my shoulder, and I was still sweating. Do not rush. His voice, very gentle, right behind me. Take your time. First get to know this cauldron. The nerves went out of me like water out of a cracked pot. Step 1 is heat, and heat is where most people die. Most people cannot make fire out of nothing before do shi. They have to feed their own energy into the cauldron's mechanism and let the metal do the work, and the energy cost is monstrous, and that alone is why so many talented people never become alchemists at all. I just had fire. Control it. Do not let the temperature swing. Bring the inside up slowly. 2 points of fire control from a star I had lit years ago, and this is where they earned their keep. I flattened the flame out and walked it up degree by degree. There are 2 walls in front of every beginner. The first is holding the flame steady because ingredients have opinions about temperature down to a hair, and being slightly wrong is the same as being completely wrong. The second wall is holding your soul steady, and we would get to that. Yang handed me a gray scroll. First rank healing formula. 3 ingredients. Blood coagulation powder. 1 blood coagulation grass. 2 muscle growth grasses. 1 moon lotus flower. Every family makes blood coagulation powder, and every family's is different because the main ingredient is the same and the supporting ones are whatever you can afford. Ours uses muscle growth grass and moon lotus flower, which are both expensive and both excellent, which is why the live version is considered top of the market and also why it is harder to make than it has any right to be. I only had to extract. Fusion and pill formation were not my problem yet. I picked up the blood coagulation grass, a dark red thing like a dried artery, and dropped it in through the beast's mouth. The starfire went for it. I have never seen my own flame do that before or since. It flared and lunged like a starving dog, and I made a noise, and I slammed it flat with everything I had. The flame settled. I let out a breath I had been holding for some time. I had genuinely believed that was going to be over in 4 seconds. Not bad, the old ancestor said. Fast reaction. Your flame control is decent as well. Yang had known it would happen. Yang had let it happen on purpose, because a thing you are told is a fact, and a thing that jumps at you is a memory. Yang would tell me that later. Yang was pleased. I had done better than he had planned for. And I heard the praise, and for 1 second, exactly 1, I felt extremely good about myself. 1 second was plenty. By the time I looked back into the cauldron, the blood coagulation grass was black ash, and the mechanism in the base was already sweeping it out the bottom. My face went flat. Did that thing just humiliate me? Apparently the answer was yes. Apparently this work permits no slack of any kind at any point, including the moment somebody tells you are doing well. It is all right. Yang had not moved. It is your first time. Accidents happen. Try again. What he did not mention, and what I would not find out for another 2 months, was that he had laid in a supply of ingredients large enough to bury me. Not enough for a lesson, enough for a campaign. Yong intended to sit in that chair and let a small boy burn medicine until the boy could extract with his eyes shut, and only then would we begin discussing how to actually make a pill. If I had known that at the time, I would have run. I went again. 10 more tries, 4 successes, maybe 5, too hot mostly, sometimes too cold. Almost always because I let the temperature wander for half a heartbeat while I was thinking about something else. The temperature is too high, he said, in exactly the same voice as the first time, and the 5th time, and the 9th. When refining ingredients, impatience is the thing to avoid. A small difference in heat damages the material. By the 10th failure, I was getting hot in the face, and he saw it, and he did not push. Enough for today. Go and rest. I went. And after I was gone, my grandfather came out of the shadows at the back of the room, where he had apparently been standing the entire time. Yong was the clan chief. Yong had 400 people and a city to run. Yong had come to watch a child burn a weed. Back in my own room, I sat on the bed and sulked, which I would like to describe as reflection, but which was sulking. It was the simplest possible task. First rank, 3 ingredients. I had a golden finger. I was a grown man in a child's body who had read every book in the house, under 40%. Then I stopped sulking, because that is the one advantage of not actually being 6, and I went back through the failures one at a time and asked what had gone wrong in each. A few were fire control, fine, fixable. The rest were not. The rest were my soul being too slow. The moment when a stem gives up its essence lasts about as long as a blink, and knowing when it will come is not the same as being there when it does. My perception would arrive a fraction late every time, and by the time I closed on it, there was nothing left to close on. Flame control is adequate, I thought. I have 2 points in it. Soul control is the priority, and it is not close. And here is the ugly part. Soul control is not talent. Talent gets you a big soul. Control is repetitions and only repetitions, thousands of them, and nobody has ever found a shortcut. Well, I could buy some of it. The 3rd star was soul control if I wanted it. I was months short. Then I am not going to sit on my hands for months, I thought. I will practice. I cannot lean on the golden finger for everything, can I? I got off the bed, went out the door, and ran back across the courtyard. I nearly walked into my grandfather coming the other way. Oh, grandfather, what are you doing here? Yong did not answer that, which at the time I did not think about. Both of them looked at me. Li Kang, has something happened? You are in a hurry. No, I have rested enough. I want to keep practicing. They exchanged a look I did not like. Li Kang, the old ancestor smiling. That is enough refining for today. We will continue tomorrow. I frowned with my entire small face. I wanted to work, and I was being told no. It was not even noon. Was the whole day just going to evaporate? What a waste. And my grandfather looked at me standing there frowning, and something went through his eyes that I did not understand for years, because what he saw was a 6-year-old who had been given the future of a 500-year-old house to carry, who had not once complained, who had just been sent to rest and had come back at a run asking for more. Other boys that age were outside in a pack, throwing things at each other. His grandson had never asked to go outside once. Yong thought I was being crushed and hiding it well. If I had known what he was thinking, I would have told him the truth, and the truth is worse and also funnier. I was not being noble. There were no computers here. There were no phones. There was not one single novel in the entire manor that was not about medicine. If I did not find something to do with my hands, I was going to lie down on the floor and wait for death. Yong thought about it. Then he took a red scroll out of his sleeve. Then take this. I watched you refine this morning. Your flame control is still lacking. This is the flame control art. It is every method the Lee family has worked out for handling fire over a very long time. Read it. Get used to it. I had not expected that. Not because it was generous, though it was, but because that scroll is normally handed to a Lee disciple on the day they first condense a real flame, and I would not qualify for years. And it is not only control, there is a second half full of ways to attack with fire, which for an alchemist is the entire combat manual there is. Excellent, I said. Then I will go and practice. And I was gone across the gravel at a dead run. Behind me, both of them nodded. Then the old ancestor coughed. I heard it from the other side of the courtyard, and I did not turn around, because people cough. My grandfather told me the rest of it much later, in a different room, on a very bad night, and I am putting it here because this is where it belongs. The cough did not stop. When my grandfather turned, the old man's face had gone the color of paper, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It is nothing. Yong waved a hand. It was not nothing. His body had been empty for years. Not damaged. Empty. If I had not been born, he would have died 2 years before I was, and everyone in the family had made their peace with that. And then a baby had tested at 15 points of soul, and he had changed his mind. Yang had held on for 3 more years on purpose, not by resting, by enduring it. There is no pill that fixes a man in that condition. Anything that extends a life needs a life to work on. Yang took out a small scarlet pill, red as arterial blood, and swallowed it, and the color came back into his face within seconds. My grandfather watched him do it, and there was no relief in his face at all. The boiling blood pill is on every prescribed list in the pill domain. It does not heal anything. It forces life into a body that has none, and the body pays for it afterwards. It was designed to be taken once every 3 months. By that year, he was taking one every 3 days, and each one cost him the better part of the following day, alone, with the doors shut. The day it stopped working would be the day he died. There was no other possible ending, and both men in that room knew the arithmetic exactly. Yang got his breath back. Yang laughed, actually laughed, a dry little sound. This boiling blood pill seems to be losing its effect soon. Then, in a completely different voice, Li Lei, promise me, if I die, no matter the cost, even if it means sacrificing the entire Li family, you will raise Li Kang into a talent. Do you understand? My grandfather took a long breath and put everything on his face away. Old ancestor, rest assured, Li Lei will not let you down. Then he walked out with heavy steps because he knew what the rest of that day was going to be for the man in the chair, and because he could not do a single thing about it. I was 50 meters away, in a bamboo grove, holding a scroll about fire and grinning like an idiot. Here is what the flame control art turned me into over the following 6 months. I would stand in the middle of the gravel with my eyes shut and bring the starfire up until it stopped getting hotter, which took about a minute and left my hands white. Then I would pull it out long, into 2 thin lines, and set them circling me, one going left and one going right, stacking on themselves in rings, 10 layers, 11. Then my face would go gray and the whole thing would come apart with a bang, and I would be standing in a cloud of silver sparks in an empty courtyard, holding nothing. The technique is called a repelling fire ring, and at Doughmaster it closes properly and stays closed. I was not a Doughmaster. I was not anything. So it is time to break through, I thought, watching the sparks go out. I had been treating Du Qi as the thing I did with the hours I had left over. That stopped. I kept the mornings for refining and the afternoons for fire, and then I started cultivating at night for as long as I sat under the stars, and then I started getting up an hour earlier to do it again before the light came. Were those days tiring? They were exhausting. But there is an old saying about hardship and superiority, and I had arrived on a continent where a man who cannot fight is furniture, and I did not intend to live here confused and pushed around. If you do not want to be stepped on in this world, you get up early, 6 months, not one family pill, nothing borrowed, nothing forced. At the end of it, my 9-stage Do Qi hit perfection, which means the Dantian will not accept one more drop, and there is nowhere left to put anything, and every meridian in your body has been rinsed and rinsed until it is several times tougher than it started. It also means you grow. I went past 1.50 meters, more than 10 centimeters in 6 months. I went into that winter as a small child and came out of it as a lanky boy with wrists, and my mother, who saw me twice in that period, took one look and demanded to know who had done this and where her baby had gone. I took the decision to both of them. Li Kang. The old ancestor looked at me for a while. You are not like other boys. You have been steady and stubborn since you could talk. If this is your own idea, do it. We are behind you. And I stood there and looked at him and could not answer for a second. Because I had seen him 3 days ago and I saw him now, and half a year had put decades on him. His hands did not lie flat anymore. There was a blanket over his knees in a warm room. Yang had never once mentioned it, not to me. Yang never would. I got my voice back. Old ancestor. My eyes were hot and I let them be. Once I break through to Do Disciple, I will refine my first furnace. A real pill, all the way through. Yang was already smiling, and I will still need you to oversee it. The smile went all the way up into the rest of his face. Good, good. Then this old ancestor will wait. Yang reached under the blanket and brought out a white jade bottle and put it in my hand. Qi gathering powder. I refined it myself. Now is exactly the right time to give it to you. I closed my fingers on it and nodded once. Hard, because my throat was not going to produce a sentence. I will not disappoint you. I locked myself in my room and got my heart rate under control before I opened the bottle. The pill came out blue and green together, turning over each other on the surface. It smelled like cold water in a stone cup. I ate it. Cool for a second. Then a warm, clean weight came down my throat into a body that was already full to the brim, and my meridians started tearing. That is the correct word. When a vessel is at perfection and you pour more in, the walls stretch, and the only reason it does not end me is that I have spent half a year turning those walls into rope instead of paper. Everything in me went down and inward. My soul came out through the space between my brows and dived after it and started to spin it. This is where people are ruined. If the vortex fails to form, you drop to 8th stage and spend a year rebuilding what you had. It compressed to about the size of my palm and stopped. I was not finished. Press again. Bang. The mass was gone. In its place, something faint and slow was turning over on its own. It looked like a star. Do practitioner. There is a real line there, and most people do not know why. Before you form a vortex, your energy has no attribute at all, which is why almost nobody can learn alchemy before then. Refining needs fire attribute to make the flame and wood attribute to take the violence out of it. I did not need the fire half. I have never needed the fire half. I was born holding it. Then I put my palm on a silver white scroll, and the heavenly yang mysterious fire technique came apart into information and poured into my head. Earth rank elementary from our first ancestor, and with yang fire from the altar behind it, it performs like earth rank advanced. That combination is the entire reason this family is what it is. That technique plus that altar is how Li Ming became a grade 8 alchemist. And a grade 8 alchemist is how the Li family got a hereditary elder's chair inside the pill tower. 2 hours, and the milky energy in me went silver and began giving off threads of warm fire, and I sat in the dark, feeling like a man standing in winter sunlight. The technique has 2 phases. That one is for cultivating and refining, because it does what it is told. The other is midsummer at noon, and it is for hitting people. I learned the first one, age 7. Star Essence 2, because I had just spent 100 on the 3rd light. Essence 10, Chi 12, Spirit 15, Fire Control 2, and Soul Control 2, because I had diagnosed my own problem months earlier and then paid for the answer the day I could afford it. With this cheat, I thought, I will be inside the pill tower within 10 years, and I will be a core disciple when I get there. I gave myself one night, then I went to find the old ancestor. I want to be honest about why I did not wait to be better. I could have spent another year on the basics. I would have made a better pill. Every instinct I had said prepare more. Yang did not have another year. Yang had a chair he could not get out of, and a pill he took every 3 days. And a face that changed between one visit and the next. Yang was a candle in a doorway. So I wanted him to see it. Not a good pill. Any pill. I wanted the last thing that man watched to be the thing he had spent his final 3 years building, working correctly, in front of him. There were 3 people in the room. Him, in the chair. My grandfather, standing. Me. 7 ingredients laid out on cloth, and 1 first-rank fire attribute demonic core. My grandfather read the formula over my shoulder and his face tightened. Li Kang. This is his first time doing alchemy, and he is starting with the hardest first-rank pill there is. The fire essence pill. Is that not a bit much? The old voice tired all the way through. No need to worry. If Li Kang dares to do it, he is confident, and if he fails once or twice, it does not matter. The fire essence pill speeds up how fast a body absorbs fire attribute energy, and it sits at the very bottom of the auxiliary ladder, and that is exactly why it is a monster. Low rank means small margins. Small margins mean no room. Ask a 2-rank alchemist to make 100 of them, and he will give you fewer than 70. But I had spent half a year burning that old man's stockpile, and by then extraction was not thinking, it was walking. In they went, one at a time, and the starfire took them apart clean. His technique and his accuracy in extraction, the old ancestor said, to my grandfather, not to me, are not inferior to an ordinary 2-rank or a 3-rank. 3 hours for 7 ingredients. When I came off it, my hands were fine and my head was empty. Extraction does not cost you strength, it costs you attention, and I had spent all of mine. Rest, he said. Alchemy is not a thing done overnight. There is no need to hurry. My grandfather came over to the cauldron while I sat down, and picked up the first jade box and looked into it. A single bright red droplet, and inside the red, moving. Excellent. Yang actually said it out loud. Very good, that purity is close to perfect. Your soul control has come a long way, Li Kang. I sat cross-legged on the floor, putting my energy back, and grinned at the ceiling like a fool. Then came the part I could not walk. Fusion is the last step and the one that decides everything. Every material you have refined resists heat differently, which means the alchemist has to hold several different temperatures inside one cauldron at the same time, suppressing here and releasing there, moving between them, and it has to be exact and it has to be fast, because a second of delay anywhere ruins everything you have already done. There is no scroll that teaches you that. There is only being able to feel 8 things at once. I melted the demonic core down to a liquid mass, which was easy. My flame is hotter than that job needs. Then black granules of orchid heart grass in first before anything else, because the core is violent and the fire attribute herbs coming later would fight it, and the orchid heart takes the fight out. I licked my lips. They had gone dry. I put out one thread of perception, found the granules, and walked the heat up under them a hair at a time. They drifted down into the red and went under, and the red went darker. First step, clean. Behind me, my grandfather was watching a 7-year-old, and he told me long afterwards that what he was actually seeing was himself, at 14, the first time his own father let him near a cauldron. I put the rest in one at a time in the order the formula gave, held each of them at its own temperature, and folded all 7 into the droplet in a single pass without losing one. The 3 of us breathed out at the same moment. I did not stop. 9/10 of a job is not a job. Now the flame had to come down and stay down and turn liquid into solid slowly for as long as it took. Half an hour. Then a perfectly round red pill was sitting in my palm, still warm. Fire essence pill. Complete. And I would like to tell you that an adult mind received this news with dignity. I ran. Across the room, with the thing held up over my head in both hands, like a child bringing home a drawing. Old ancestor. Quickly, look, what quality is it? Yang took it out of my fingers. The same pill made by 2 different people is never the same pill. Better hands make better medicine. Yang turned it in the light and he could see all of it at once. Not the best possible grade. High. Higher than most men who had been first-grade alchemists for 20 years would manage. Yang looked past it, at me, standing there waiting. His face was full of something I did not have a word for at 7 and have not improved on since. Good, he said. Good, good. 3 of them, one after another. My whole face came open, and then the hand holding the pill in front of me dropped. Not thrown, not knocked. It simply stopped being held up and opened and went down onto the blanket. The pill hit the floor and rolled. It went a long way. Across the stone, past the leg of the cauldron, into the corner. Nobody looked at it. I stood there. I remember my hands were still up. Everything at the edges of the room went away, and there was nothing in my head at all. Not one word, and the old man was lying back in the chair with his eyes half open and his face turned slightly toward where I had been standing. My grandfather's eyes were red. His face did not move at all. Was this not expected? He said to himself. I understand it now, the way I did not then. Yang had waited, 8 years old, and a first-grade alchemist, the first one this family had produced in hundreds of years. Yang wanted to see it. Yang saw it. Yang said good 3 times. Then he stopped. My grandfather sent word out through the wall and the door opened almost immediately, and my parents came in fast and both of them stopped dead 2 steps inside. My father started to ask something and my grandfather lifted one hand and he did not finish it. Take Li Kang out first. My mother came across that room and did not say a word about anything. She just put her arms around me and said quietly near my ear, "Son, come with mother." I looked up at her. I nodded. I went. I was not as broken as they thought. I want to be truthful about that because it would be easy to be dramatic here and it would be a lie. I have buried people. In the other life, I buried a grandfather and a grandmother and others, and I learned early that people get old and then they are not there. And I had known for a year that this was coming, and I had built the whole last week around it, and it still went straight through me sideways, because for 3 years that old man had held absolutely nothing back, not one thing. I burned his ingredients by the crate, and he never once got angry. I made the same mistake 9 times in an afternoon, and the tone of his voice on the 9th was identical to the first. When I did something genuinely stupid, he covered for me in front of the family. That is also, and I am aware of how this sounds, the only reason I am not insufferable. A boy raised on that much patience with that much talent turns into a monster. I had an adult's breaks, and he had the sense to notice I had them, and he used every one of those 3 years accordingly. I got my mother to leave by smiling at her until she believed it. Then I sat alone in my room and looked out at a gray sky. Old ancestor, watch from up there. The Li family will come back to its peak in my hands, and then it will go past it. I, Li Kang, guarantee it. That was the first moment I ever felt the weight of the name I had been handed. Not the day I tested at 150. Not the day they moved me into the grove. That afternoon, at a window, at 8 years old, talking to a sky. And while I was sitting there, a meteor came across it, in broad daylight, in clear weather, burning, all the way to the horizon. The egg. Li family. The times had changed, the news went out fast, and nobody in the family tried to slow it down. Before, my grandfather would have sat on it for a month and released it carefully. Now there was no reason. Now there was me, and a family that has an answer does not need to hide the question. Li Ming had been a peak 7th rank alchemist and one of the elders of the Pill Tower, and the Li family had sat in the middle of the 5 great clans on the strength of exactly that. Behind the Chen family, behind the Wang family, comfortably ahead of the other two for a long time because of one man. The Liu family and the Zhou family sent people before the body was cold to offer condolences. That was the word used. Everybody knew what it meant. They were coming to walk through our house and look at the walls and find out what we had left. You do not send an elder 1,000 miles to be sad at somebody. 7 days later, the manor was hung with white, and my father stood at the front gate receiving guests, and every power within 1,000 miles of Li City had sent somebody, and half the sects in the pill domain that had ever done business with us came in person. There were dozun in our courtyards. Actual dozun, more than one, standing around drinking our tea. Young clan leader, a guard at my father's elbow, low. The Liu family and the Zhou family have arrived. Their elders are leading. My father was 30-something and steadier than I had ever seen him. Yang frowned once. Fetch the second elder. Tell him to receive them with me. Yang knew he was not enough on his own. That is not weakness, it is arithmetic. If Liu and Zhou were here, then Wang and Chen were coming, and the Pill Tower behind them, and a young clan leader alone at a gate in front of that lineup is an insult you deliver to yourself. While all of this was happening, my mother collapsed in a corridor. Nobody told me for 2 days. When they did, it was good news wearing a bad coat. She was pregnant. It had happened on the same day the old man died, or near enough that the family physicians could not separate them. I sat with that for a while. Li Fenghua, I thought. In the story I remembered, the Li family has a legitimate daughter, and her name is Li Fenghua. So she is real, and she is on her way, and she is going to be my little sister. And by the timing of it, that other boy has already been born somewhere in a small empire on the edge of the world, and he is not much younger than me. It was a bad week for me to be thinking about someone else's story, so I stopped and got dressed and went to the main hall, not in morning white, in an alchemist's formal robe with a rank 1 badge on the chest. The hall went quiet when I walked in. Not for me. Nobody in that room had any interest in an 8-year-old. They went quiet for the badge, which is a thing worth explaining. Every one of the 5 great clans runs its own assessment point, and a rank issued at a Li assessment point is recognized by the Pill Tower exactly as if the Pill Tower had issued it. That is the whole basis of our position. We are not powerful because we are rich. We are powerful because the Pill Tower delegated part of itself to us 500 years ago and never took it back. Which is also why the woman at the second seat on the left opened her mouth. Oh, Clan Chief Li, who is this young man? To come barging in like that in front of so many people, is that not a little rude? Liu Yue. Middle-aged, extremely well-preserved, dressed a shade too bright for a funeral, and having, I could see immediately, the best afternoon she had enjoyed in years. My grandfather was already up out of his chair with his jaw set. Yang had been sitting there absorbing that voice for an hour. I got there first. I turned to the room and bowed properly, all the way, and apologized before anybody had asked me to. The fault is mine. I heard that many senior alchemists had gathered in the family today, and in my excitement, I forgot my manners. I asked the seniors present not to take offense, which translated precisely as, I am a small child, and adults do not squabble with small children in public. Anyone who kept pushing after that would look petty in front of 4 clans in the Pill Tower, so nobody pushed. Liu Yue's mouth flattened. Her eyes went over me once and stopped. Clan Chief Li, who is this young man? My grandfather came around the table, put a hand between my shoulders and steered me forward. Ah. The child was thoughtless. Please do not mind him. My young grandson, Li Kang, 8 years old this year. Still a little fellow who understands nothing. 8? That went around the hall. They had all put me at 13 or 14. I was tall for my age, and I had spent 6 years around people who did not talk down to me, and the combination gives a boy a way of standing that does not match his face. At the head seat was a white-haired old man in Pill Tower colors, Elder Gu Qiang. Yang had been Li Ming's friend for longer than my grandfather had been alive, and he had not come as a representative of anything. Yang had come because his friend had died. Yang looked at me for a while. 8 years old. An 8-year-old first-rank alchemist. It seems the Li family has truly produced a peerless genius this time. And then quietly, to the room in general. That is good. When old Li Ming was alive, he wanted nothing except to raise one peerless talent for this family. His wish has finally come true. Now he can rest. I kept my face still. Liu Yu again. Elder Gu's words are all very well, but whether this little fellow is truly a genius is still uncertain. The Chen family representative frowned. So did the man from the Wang family. Neither of them said anything, because it was not their house and not their problem, and there was clearly going to be a show. Liu Yue, my grandfather's voice had gone very flat. What do you mean by that? Nothing at all. She examined a fingernail. I would only like to remind everyone that being lucky enough to refine one first-rank pill does not make a person an alchemist. Our 5 great clans hold assessment points in the pill domain on behalf of the pill tower, not so that we can hand out ranks to our own children. There it was. At his funeral, in his own house, in front of the pill tower, she had just accused us of forging the badge on my chest. My grandfather started forward, and an 8-year-old took hold of his sleeve and stopped him. Yang looked down at me. I looked up at him. Then I turned around to Liu Yue with nothing on my face at all. Is this senior of the Liu family doubting this junior's actual level of skill? Tsk, she laughed. You are 8 years old and a 1-star do master. What level could you possibly have? Do you even have the energy in your body to hold a flame for an hour, boy? Refining. Please. I let one corner of my mouth go up very slightly. Then how about a wager? The hall stopped moving. After today's business is finished, Senior Liu can assess me personally. You may set the subject, anything you like, as long as it is a first-rank pill. 3 attempts, I gave it a beat. If I cannot make it, then this junior will take off this alchemist's robe here in front of everyone and kowtow to you in apology. That went through the room like something breaking. My grandfather's hand landed on my shoulder to haul me back, and I turned my head and gave him a look, and I watched him decide. Yang hated it. Yang remembered every other time I had been calm about something, and he took his hand off. Liu Yue laughed out loud. She could not help it. Children. This is what children are like. Yang has walked out here and laid the Li family's face on the floor for her to step on in front of the pill tower and 4 great clans, all by himself. Good. She was almost gentle with delight. Then this elder will play with you. There was a great deal of teeth in it. Up until that point, she had only been trying to spoil my grandfather's day. Now she was going to take something, and an 8-year-old said, Then Senior Liu, if I win, should you not also kowtow and apologize to my Li family? The smile stopped on her face like a stopped clock. What did you say, you little brat? It came out several notes higher. You want this old woman to kowtow to your Li family? Dream on. Is that all? I thought. 2 sentences. How does a person like you become an elder of anything? Then it is not fair, is it? I opened both hands. My face, I am told, was a masterpiece of childish injury. If I win and get nothing. Somewhere above me, my grandfather made a small sound and had to look at the ceiling. And Liu Yue looked around a room containing the Pill Tower, the Chen family, the Wang family, and the Zhou family, all of whom were now watching her negotiate with a child she had personally challenged and discovered she had nowhere to stand. Fine. Through her teeth. If you win, I will give you a 6th-rank medicinal pill. Is that an apology? I rolled my eyes when I said it. You little wretch. This old woman apologized to a Li Kang? Shh. I said it quietly, mostly to myself, at a volume calculated for a room full of people who can hear a leaf land 2 courtyards away. It is only a 6th-rank pill. Is that supposed to be valuable? Her face went green, then red. Then it settled on black, and stayed there. The funeral itself took 3 days and was, by every measure anyone uses for these things, grand and solemn. I stood through all of it in white and looked at the hall. How many of these people, I thought, actually mind that he is gone? I counted. It did not take long. When it was over, the crowd thinned out, and what was left in our manor was the 4 other great clans and Elder Gu Qiang. Li Kang, that voice again, from across a quiet room. Let us begin. I would like to see what abilities a tiny little thing like you possesses. There was a red cauldron on a stone platform. Next to it, a purple scroll, and 3 complete sets of ingredients. 3 sets, 3 attempts. That was the deal I had written myself. I gave my grandfather a look that was meant to be reassuring and probably was not, and walked up. Chen and Wang had stayed to watch. Not out of friendship. They had heard the Li family had a genius, and they wanted to see whether that was true, because if it was, it went in a ledger somewhere in their own houses. The Zhou family were more polite about it than Liu Yue and thought exactly the same thing she did. With Li Ming gone, they did not have to be careful with us anymore, and they were extremely interested in confirming that. I knew all of that. That was why I had walked into that hall on purpose in a badge. There is a saying about the first bird to stick its head out getting shot. There is another one about crisis containing opportunity, and normally that is the sort of thing people say to make being in trouble feel better. Not here. Here we had a dead pillar, a rival on every side, and one asset, and the asset was young enough that everybody was going to spend 20 years pretending it did not exist, unless the asset stood up in front of all of them at once. I picked up the scroll. Foundation establishment pill, I read out, and then I said it again, quieter, because it is a ridiculous name, and if I had not been perfectly certain what continent I was standing on, I would have thought I had wandered into somebody else's story. Heh. Liu Yue was enjoying herself again. Li Kong, the Foundation Establishment Pill is a formula unique to my Liu family. Taken with soup, it strengthens the foundation and improves the physique. It is the most precious thing a child can be given before Daojia. There was real pride in it, and annoyingly, she had earned some of it. It is a first-rank pill, and its effect beats a lot of second- and third-rank medicine. More to the point, the younger a body is, the less medicine it can tolerate, and a slip damages a foundation permanently. So pills that a small child can safely swallow are genuinely rare and genuinely valuable. She had developed it herself. A 6-rank advanced alchemist does not become one by being stupid, whatever else she was. I read the formula through, and I frowned. Because it is a first-rank pill, and the refining process is more convoluted than most second-rank work I had studied. Not deeper, not more subtle. Just longer, with more steps, more transfers, more places to lose it. Flashy, I thought, and useless. You have made a first-rank pill that a second-rank alchemist cannot reliably produce. It does not matter how rare the effect is. Nobody can make it, so nobody will make it. Any competent 5-rank could sit down with this for an afternoon and cut the difficulty in half without touching the result. And this woman is standing over there pleased with herself about it. What a waste of a 6-rank advanced badge. I did not say any of that. I filed it. Years later, I took that formula apart and rebuilt it, and what came out of it is currently keeping several thousand people alive, and she has never been told. I was not worried about tampering, incidentally. There were 4 great clans and a pill tower elder in that room, all of whom could read a formula by smelling it. Rigging it in front of them would not have been thoughtless. It would have been suicidal. I put my palm on the fire port of the cauldron and pushed. A silver flame stood up inside the metal. A square curtain of light came up around the platform and sealed, and every sound in the world went away. My grandfather's arrangement. Nothing was going to reach me in there, which meant I did not hear any of what happened next, and had to be told. Elder Gu Qiang's eyes narrowed, so did the Chen families, so did the Wang families, all 3 at the same instant. Liu Yue said out loud, "That is impossible." And the Zhou family elder came half out of his chair with his arm up, pointing. A silver flame, a strange flame? Everyone in that room was an alchemy master, and that is exactly why they reacted like that. What was burning in my cauldron was not a first-rank alchemist's fire pulled out of the cauldron's mechanism with borrowed energy. It was mine. It had come out of my hand, and there is only one category of thing that does that. No. Gu Qiang, first, shaking his head slowly. That is not a strange flame. Yang could not tell them what it was. Yang was completely certain what it was not. And the room climbed down, because when you say it out loud, it is absurd. A 1-star Duji subduing a strange flame. Not one person sitting in that hall would have put money on themselves against a strange flame. Then the Chen family elder, a smooth, easy man named Kang Tao, went fishing with a smile on. I seem to recall the Yang fire the Li family inherited is a milky white flame. Family head Li, am I right? My grandfather nodded once and said nothing else. Everyone accepted that. Every one of the 5 great clans has a signature flame, and none of them explain it. Ours comes out of the altar. The Wang family's is called the Blood Demon Flame, and if you want to know what kind of house the Wang family is, that flame is condensed out of the blood of very nearly 1,000 fire attribute demonic beasts, fused together and shaped into fire. And the thing that gives the Blood Demon Flame its reputation is that it is not finished. Feed it better blood later, and it gets stronger. It grows. Which, and I noticed this at the time and did not enjoy it, is exactly what mine does. Mine eats starlight. Theirs eats something else. Same design. Liu Yue found her voice. That temperature is not even as good as a beast fire. Yang is showing off. She was not wrong yet. At that point, my starfire really was weaker than the flames the great clans keep in jars. Inside the curtain, I was not thinking about any of it. Ingredients went in at a steady rhythm, and the silver flame, which had lunged like a dog the first time it ever saw a stem of grass, lay down around each one and did precisely what it was told. Gu Qiang nodded slowly to himself, still visibly a beginner in his eyes. For the age, remarkable. But what actually moved that room was not the flame. The Chen family and the Wang family produce prodigies. They produce 1 or 2 a generation, reliably, and some of them are more talented than I was. Both of those men sat there and ran through every genius they had on the books, living and dead, and neither could find one who had that kind of soul control at 8 years old. Not one. Congratulations, Brother Li. Kang Tao, turning, and he meant it. It seems the Li family really has produced a terrifying child. My grandfather said something modest and was, inside, entirely undignified about it. The Wang family elder congratulated him too, in the correct words, with a look in his eyes that made my grandfather's stomach drop half an inch. Yang did not mention that to me for another 6 years. Yang should have. I came out the other end of fusion soaked. That formula's fusion step is where second-rank alchemists give up and go home, and I had been at it long enough to lose track of the room, and when the last of it folded together, I heard myself say, out loud, to nobody, "Damn, that is so much harder to run than the fire essence pill." Then the tumbling, and the smoothing, and the color coming up on the surface. I flicked the lid off with a gust and beckoned, and a brown pill came out of the cauldron in a low arc, and I caught it in a jade bottle out of the air. I put the bottle down. I looked up. The light curtain was gone. It had been gone for some time. There were 4 rows of people staring directly at me from about 6 feet away. I said, and I am quoting myself accurately, "Whoa." Then I got hold of my face. "Grandfather, elders, the Foundation Establishment pill is complete. Please inspect it." There was no need for anybody to inspect anything. Every alchemist in that hall had known the grade from the instant the pill formed, the way you know a note is in tune. Gu Qiang took it anyway because he was the witness, and there is a way these things are done. Yang looked at it, Yang smelled it, Yang nodded. Not the highest quality. It has reached middle grade. Yang raised his voice slightly. In that case, I announced that the winner of this wager is Li Kang of the Li family. Does anyone have an objection? Nobody had an objection. The humiliating of Liu Yue was pleasant, and it was not the point. The point was the other 4 people in that room, and what they carried home, which was this. The Li family is not finished. The Li family has something, and whatever the Li family has is 8 years old and already better than anything you have. I know it landed because before he left, Elder Gu Qiang took my grandfather aside for a long, quiet conversation that neither of them ever repeated to me. I got paid too. My grandfather put a purple jade box in my hands afterwards with an expression of enormous satisfaction. The 9 profound green spirit pill, 6th rank. It is not the best of its grade, but it raises a peak Du King's chance of breaking into Du Emperor by 10%, and it is very sought after on the market. Yang could not resist adding, just a little weaker than our own spirit royal pill, of course. 10% sounds like nothing. It is not nothing. Pills that raise strength outright are the most valuable things on this continent, and pills that break a bottleneck come immediately after, and for a man who has been stuck at the same wall for 40 years, 10% is worth more to him than his own life. That is the entire reason alchemists are treated the way we are treated here. We are the only people who sell time. I looked at it and felt nothing at all, not because I am jaded, because in a house like ours, a 6th rank pill is furniture. And because I had spent 3 years standing at that old man's elbow, and I had watched him refine 7th rank and above more than once, and one afternoon I had stood in that room and seen pill lightning come down out of a clear sky, which only ever happens for the very highest grade of 7th rank work. Yang managed exactly one of those in 3 years. It cost him a great deal. His body was already a bag of holes, and that one pill took something out of it that did not come back. Yang held on afterwards for a while until he had made sure the boy became an alchemist. Then he stopped. The sadness came up in me again, standing there in a corridor holding a purple box, and then it went away because it had to. Growing was the only thing that mattered now, and grief does not refine anything. 5 years. On this continent, 5 years is a blink. Somewhere in the Central Plains, empires were rising and burning down, and it did not make a ripple. Lee City stayed exactly as prosperous as it had always been. The family that owned Lee City did not. I spent almost all of it inside a bamboo grove. Age 13. 9-star peak Du Shi. Star essence 35. Star soul 4. 4. 5 years of every clear night, and I had lit one light, because the golden finger was still broken, and this is the shape of the break. Until the star diagram takes a form, there are no star domains. Without star domains, a lit star gives you the raw number and nothing else. No orbit skills, no region skills. Nothing connects to anything because there is no map for them to connect on. Half of what I owned was switched off, and the absorption rate stayed nailed to the floor, and the 4th light had cost me 150 points, which is 5 years of nights. The family had been looking for a beast for me the whole time, quietly, through channels, with money. They could not get one. That is not incompetence. A demonic beast with a bloodline strong enough to be worth riding across my sky is, by definition, strong enough that a declining alchemy clan cannot go and take it. So if the Li family cannot find me a demonic beast, I will go and find one myself. I did not regret the 5 years. I want to be clear about that, because it looks like waste from outside, and it was the opposite. I took nothing. No family pills, no forcing, no shortcuts. Morning cultivation, refining through the day, stars at night, over and over in the same courtyard for 5 years until my foundation was so clean you could have used it as a straight edge. There is a girl in this world called Wang Mingfu, daughter of the chief of an ancient clan, whose family can move resources that the strongest powers in the Central Plains cannot even see. She was sent away to a small family as a child and given everything, and her cultivation still went slowly, all the way through, because in that house foundation comes before speed and nobody argues about it. A flower in a greenhouse never becomes a tree. Fine. But the greenhouse was starting to feel small. I opened my palm and a black ring on my finger gave up a white jade bottle. The profound Yang-breaking realm pill, 4th rank, a Li family secret, formula restricted to the direct line, refined with our own technique in the Yang fire of our own altar, and it carries a peak Dao Shi over into Great Dao Master at 100%, not 90, 100. I did not make it. I was a 3-rank advanced alchemist by then, and 4th rank was still over my head. Li Ming made it. 5 years earlier, in the time he had left. And that is not the part that gets me. The part that gets me is that it was not one pill. There was a spirit ascension pill for due spirit behind it, a venerable king pill for due king behind that, and more after those. A dying man had built a staircase, labeled every step, and left it in a box for a child, and the top of the staircase was Dao Zong. I sat down and ate it. There was no pain, which is worth mentioning, because there normally is. The energy came down enormous and slow, and my meridians distended, and that was all. Yang fire medicine is like that. Milky white light came off my skin and thickened into the shape of armor, and on the table, an incense burner was pushing out a thread of white smoke, a meditation pill burning down, whose whole purpose is to hold your mind flat while your body tries to distract you. Then my vortex filled and would not take one drop more. That is the moment. If it bursts, the energy goes and does not come back, and you are not a cultivator anymore. I compressed it anyway. Gas becomes liquid. Liquid becomes something denser than liquid, and that last one is the actual secret of why a great Dao master can wear armor that turns a blade. The vortex boiled and spun, and a hum ran out through my meridians and my bones and my skin, and the armor closed over my chest with a pattern of flames on it. And in the middle of the light, a small rhomboid crystal the size of my thumb floated up and started drinking the rest. Dao crystal. You are not really a cultivator until you have one. It is not much to look at. Everything you have ever accumulated is inside it. Great Dao Master, complete, which does not make anybody important. In Li City, it is a rank a competent guard captain holds. In the Central Plains, it is nothing at all. It is still the first real door on the road, and I had come through it with a foundation nobody had ever forced. I opened my hand and let the starfire out. The temperature in the room went up so fast the air over the table bent. That was the actual news of those 5 years, not my cultivation. The flame. It had been eating starlight every night since I was an infant, and it now burned at about the level of a 5th-tier beast fire, which meant that as a 13-year-old Great Dao Master, I could comfortably kill a 3-star Great Dao Master and not work hard doing it. I had one flaw, and it was enormous, and it did not bother me at all at the time. In 5 years, I had not learned a single Dao technique, not one. Loose cultivators have to. A man on his own has nothing but himself, but I came out of an orthodox alchemy family, which means I walked the traditional road, and for a traditional alchemist, when exactly would I be rolling up my sleeves and fighting anybody? That is what I thought. In those words, I want it on the record because I'm going to keep saying it for years, and it is going to get funnier every time. There is a real observation underneath it though. Wen Lei and Wang Guang are both famous for personal combat power that makes no sense for what they are, and the reason is not talent. The reason is that neither of them was ever helped. Wen Lei came out of the medicine clan, and the medicine clan threw him out. Wang Guang's father is a clan chief of a family that cannot rank in a backwater empire. They fight like that because nobody was ever standing behind them. Somebody was standing behind me. 400 somebodies. And anyway, an alchemist does not fight the way other people fight. 6 years of the flame control art meant I could field 2 purchased beast fires at once, plus my own starfire on top of them. 3 flames from a Great Dao Master. Anybody who came at me expecting a 13-year-old was going to have a memorable afternoon. The gap in my hand was different, and I could name it exactly. I had no soul attack. My soul was worth more than my cultivation by an enormous margin, and a soul attack cannot be seen, blocked, or dodged. With one, I could have killed a Dao spirit without getting out of my chair. Nobody in the 5 great clans has one. I had checked every scroll in our library, every catalog of what the other 4 are known to hold. Nothing. That kind of legacy lives in exactly one place in the Central Plains, inside the pill tower. I put it away for later and went to find my grandfather because I had decided to leave home, and that is not a thing you announce over dinner. The family had shifted around me while I was not paying attention. My father was clan head now. My grandfather had handed it over and taken the title of Grand Elder and spent 5 years in seclusion doing nothing but pushing. Yang had gained real strength. Yang had also topped out at 7th rank advanced and stayed there, and everybody could see he was going to stay there, which was the whole problem in one sentence. A 7th rank advanced alchemist is not enough to hold a seat among the 5 great clans. I walked out of the grove and across the manor, and along the way I discovered that the servants had genuinely forgotten what I looked like. They stopped. They stared. One of them checked over her shoulder to see whether somebody was going to explain me. I had barely left that courtyard in 5 years. Some of these people had not seen my face in 12 months. That, I thought, walking past them, is what a real shut-in looks like. Good. I have committed to something. In the direct lines quarter, I started running into faces. Brother Kang. A girl in a moon-white dress, some distance off, bowing to me before I had even located her, in a voice like somebody apologizing for existing. I turned and looked at her, and my mind went completely blank for about 2 seconds while I searched for a name. Ah, Ning. Li Ning, my younger sister. My half-sister technically, though nobody on this continent uses that word. There is no such thing as a concubine here, and no legal distinction between one mother's children and another's, and for a family more bloodline is simply better, because quantity is the only reliable road to quality. The law says there is no difference. Talent makes one anyway, and it makes it early, and it makes it permanent. She was 11, and she had grown into a young woman while I was in a bamboo grove counting stars, and in my head she was still 3 years old and standing next to a chair. I have almost no memories of her. I was 2 when I started on the medicine texts. By 5 I lived somewhere else. Whole years of that girl's childhood happened 40 meters from my door, and I was not there for 1 hour of it. But she was in front of me, and she was my sister, so I did what you do. I did not expect Ning to have grown into such a young lady. How has your cultivation been going these past few years? I watched it land. She had come over shy and hopeful and standing very straight, and my one polite question went into her like a needle, and everything about her folded. Her shoulders, her face, even the way she was holding her sleeves. I said something else quickly that was not really words and got out of there, and walking away, I did the arithmetic I had been avoiding. The Li family's next generation was mediocre. All of it. My full sister, who had not been born yet, would be mediocre too, in the story I remembered. My half-sister was standing back there being mediocre in a white dress and knowing it. The decline was not bad luck. It was a house that had produced one extraordinary person in 300 years and organized itself entirely around him, twice. My future was going to be fine. A family is not a person. You cannot carry 400 people on one back, and unless I intended to reach due D and rewrite the bloodline of the entire clan, which even I was not arrogant enough to schedule, something else was going to have to be found. I filed that too. I have a great many things filed. Father. Yang was in the clan head's study with papers in front of him that he was not reading. Yang looked up and put a smile on, and it did not fit. Li Kang, you are here. I stopped in the doorway. What has happened? Yang let out a long breath and, for the first time in my life, my father looked his age. Something has happened to the Yang Fire Ancient Altar. I did not need it explained, and he explained it anyway because he needed to say it out loud to somebody. The Heavenly Yang Mysterious Fire technique is Earth Rank Elementary. With Yang Fire behind it, it performs like Earth Rank Advanced, which is the difference between our clansmen and everybody else's, and the entire line of Li's secret formulas, every pill on that staircase Li Ming built for me, can only be refined in that fire. The altar had gone quiet. The flame in the earth eye had guttered down and gone out. Where is grandfather? At the altar. Yang has been there 3 days. Yang stopped. Then, lower. The news has not spread. A thing this size cannot be kept. When it goes, the family will shake again. Yang was right, and he was underselling it. Li Ming's death was one man. This was every child born into this house for the next 100 years. What is the family's plan? Seal it. Reassure the clan internally. We have reserves. We can run on them for a few years. Which was the correct answer, and also not an answer. Reserves are not a plan, I said. Use the family's connections. Buy formulas, specifically 6th rank formulas for Dao King and Dao Emperor cultivators, as many as we can get to cover the gap where our own secret line used to be. My father nodded and did not say anything, and I understood why. We own thousands of formulas. We own more elementary formulas than anybody in the pill domain. What we do not own, and what nobody sells, is top-quality 6th rank strength formulas, because a formula like that is not a commodity. It is the foundation an alchemist family stands on. You do not buy those. You inherit them, or you invent them, or you go without. But it had to be tried, because if we could no longer make high-rank alchemists inside the family, then the family's raw strength had to go up instead, or the Lee family was going to become meat. I did not tell him that I knew what was wrong with the altar. I have known since I was old enough to understand what I remembered. There is nothing broken down there. Deep under the earth eye, in the passage the fire comes up through, an earth core pearl has formed and plugged it. An earth core pearl is not an obstruction. It is one of the rarest objects on this continent. It is the essence of the deep earth condensed over an unimaginable amount of time into a sphere, and there are 8th rank and 9th rank formulas that call for one, and most alchemists will go a whole life without seeing a picture of one. They are usually thrown up by volcanoes, which tells you how deep they sit. The thing that has cost my family everything is a treasure sitting in the wrong place, and I could not touch it. To pull an earth core pearl up out of the deep earth requires, at absolute minimum, 1500 points of soul power. 1500 is 7th rank peak. 1500 is, as near as anyone has measured, the ceiling of what a mortal soul can hold. Even with my sky, that was going to take years. So I said, the only useful thing available. Give me 3 years. In 3 years, I will be a 6th rank alchemist, or better. At my age, that is enough to get into the pill tower without difficulty, and once I am inside, a good deal of this stops being our problem alone. And my father smiled at me, bitterly. That is not what I am most worried about. I waited. The pill tower is about to run its assessment of the 5 great clans. Ah. Among our people under 30, he said, the highest ranked alchemist is the 4th elder's son, your clan uncle, Lee Jun. Yong passed 6th rank elementary this spring. That is a very long way from passing. I looked at the ceiling of my father's study and considered sighing at it. Our sacred altar had gone out and the examiners were already on the road. It was, I thought, genuinely impressive luck. To be this unlucky on purpose would take planning. Here is what the pill tower assessment actually is, since it decided the next 10 years of my life. Every so often, the pill tower looks at the 5 great clans and checks that we are still worth what we are being paid. Being one of the 5 is not an honor. It is a contract. We get assessment authority, priority on rare materials, standing in the pill domain that money cannot buy, and a hereditary seat on the Elder Council. In exchange, the pill tower expects each of the 5 families to keep producing alchemists at a certain level. Fail the assessment 3 times and the seat is taken away and given to some other alchemy family that has been waiting 100 years for the chance. The bar is a 6th rank alchemist under 30. To actually pass, you want 7th. The Chen family had a 7th rank under 30. So did the Wang family. So did Zhou. So did Liu. We had Li Jun, who had passed 6th rank elementary that spring, and who was 29. We will fail this one, my father said. Yong did not dress it up. There is no version of the next few months where we do not. Fine. Yong looked up. Then we have 2 chances left, I said. I will be 7th rank before the next one. Yong did not laugh. I want that noted, because everything I had said to him since I was 2 had turned out to be true, and he had stopped laughing years ago. Then I put a piece of paper on his desk. Yong read it. Yong stopped. Yong read it again from the top. Li Keng. Yes. Where did you get this? I made it. The Pei Yuan pill. 1st rank. Strengthens the foundation and improves the physique in a body too young for real medicine, exactly like the Liu family's foundation establishment pill, and it does it better, and it can be reliably refined by any competent 2nd rank alchemist instead of being a party trick for a 6th rank advanced who wanted applause. I took Liu Yue's formula apart. Then I borrowed the underlying logic from something else I remembered, a foundation establishment spirit liquid that a man named Wen Lei used to make for a boy he was raising, and I rebuilt the whole thing around it. 3 years of attempts, most of them were garbage. My father put the paper down very carefully, as if it might go off. You are 13. I am aware. You invented a formula. It is a 1st rank formula. It is a formula. Yong was up out of the chair now. Li Keng. Do you understand what you have? Half the families in the pill domain have children. All of them. Every one of them has the same problem, which is that you cannot give a small child medicine. And you have just fixed it in a way anybody can produce. Then he got hold of himself and his chest came out about 2 inches. Ha. Well, as expected. Of my son. I rolled my eyes so hard I hurt something. If I had inherited your talent, father, I would currently be running the family's accounts. I say that with affection. My father is a good man and a 5th rank alchemist, and he has been a 5th rank alchemist for 11 years, and everybody in this family knows which of my parents supplies the alchemy in the direct line. My mother is 6th rank. My mother is also a 5-star Dao Emperor. My mother came out of a minor house on the edge of the pill domain with no name and no backing and married into one of the 5 great clans, and the entire reason that was permitted is that she was better at this than the man she married. She got hold of me in the corridor about 4 minutes later. You, mother. 5 years. Not 5. I came out for meals. She took my ear. 400 meals in your own courtyard. The ear went left. 1 year. It went right. 1 entire year without your mother seeing your face, and when I do see it, it is on the way to your father's study, and you did not stop. Left. Your grandmother has forgotten what you look like. The kitchen thinks you are a rumor. Ow. Your sister does not know you. That one had a hook in it, and she knew it, and she used it. Then she let go of my ear and stepped back, and there was a small person attached to the side of her leg, 4 years old, peering around my mother's knee with the total, unembarrassed suspicion of somebody who has just found a stranger in her house. Li Fenghua. I had been in the same manner as my little sister for 4 years, and this was the first time she had ever looked directly at me. Xin Lan. My mother patted the top of her head. This is your brother. Fenghua considered this. She looked at me for a long moment, the way you check a sum. Then she let go of the leg, took 2 steps forward, and said, Brother. I would like to describe what happened to me at that point with some dignity. I am a grown man. I have been a grown man in this body since I could focus my eyes. I have watched a person die in front of me and stayed upright. I have negotiated in front of 4 great clans. A 4-year-old said one word to me, and something in the middle of my chest went flat. I crouched down and let her inspect my sleeve, which she did with great seriousness. And underneath, cold and quiet, I was already thinking about her, because in the story I remembered, Li Fenghua is not talented, not disastrously, just ordinarily, which in a house like ours is the same thing, and she was going to grow up in my shadow. That is not a metaphor. Every servant in the manor, every elder at every dinner, every visiting clan for the rest of her life was going to look at her and then look at her brother and do it out loud, and some of them would do it kindly, which is worse. That warps people. I have seen exactly what it does. So the plan formed right there in a corridor, on my heels, with a small hand on my cuff. I would build her up from the inside, quietly, with everything I had, and I would never once let it look like charity. And the day she was old enough, I would put her on the road to Jianan Academy, 5,000 miles from Li City, and every person in it who knew my name, not to get rid of her, to give her somewhere she could be measured against strangers. Grandfather, I want to go out. The Yang Fire altar chamber is at the base of the manor, down a long stair, and my grandfather had been sitting in front of it for 3 days without moving. The stone monument in the middle of the floor was dark. The light beams that should have been pouring down onto it were dull and slow, like a lamp with something in the oil. Yang did not turn around. You are 13. Yes. No. Grandfather. You are 13 years old, and you are the only thing this family has, and you want to go out into the pill domain, where there are men who would take a Li family heir apart to see what is inside him. No. I had one sentence for this, and I had been saving it for 2 years. Only by being tempered in blood and fire can one truly transform. His back went still. I watched a 4-star Daozong sit in the dark in front of a dead fire and lose an argument to a child, and I felt no satisfaction about it at all, because he lost it for the worst possible reason, which is that he agreed with me. 1 year, he said finally. 1. You do not leave the pill domain, and you take Sun Chang. Sun Chang is a half-step Daozong who wears purple and has the face of a man who has been disappointed by weather. 40 years ago, Li Ming saved his life. I do not know the details, and I have asked twice, and both times he changed the subject in a way that closed the door and locked it. What I know is what he concluded afterwards, which is that his life had been given to him by Li Ming and therefore belonged to Li Ming, and that he has been operating on that basis ever since without regarding it as remarkable. Yang was standing in that basement the night my soul value came back at 150. Yang is the only person outside the family who was, and he told me, once, years later, that he had watched his master's face come apart that night for the first time in 3 decades, and that the two of them had sat up talking until it got light. Yang never told me what was said. Yang did not have to. Yang decided that night that the debt had a new address. Yang is going to spend his life on me, and he does not consider it a sacrifice, and there is no way for me to give it back, and I have made my peace with owing it. The first forest was 2 days out of Li City. I killed a 3rd-tier Tusk's blood-mane beast in the first hour because it came out of the brush at me, and I had a great deal of curiosity about my own flame. I sent a silver snake of fire down its throat. My starfire burns at about the level of a 5th-tier beast flame. A 3rd-tier boar has no answer to a 5th-tier flame. It went over sideways and did not get up, and the heat coming off it flattened everything green for dozens of meters in a rough circle, and the sound went a very long way. I stood there feeling extremely capable for 4 seconds. Then Sun Chang took my shoulder and lifted me out of that forest, because in every direction things had started roaring, and a boy who can kill 1 3rd-tier beast in a wood containing 40 of them is not strong. Yang is loud. We came down in a clearing about a mile off. There were bodies in it, about a dozen. I will not describe them. I looked, and then I did not look, and Sun Chang let me get through that at my own speed and then walked me back into it, because he had not brought me out here to protect my feelings. Look again. I looked again. 5 of them, he said. What do you see? 5 of them had the same mark, same place, over the heart, same size. One person did those. Yes, a person, not a beast. 1 strike each. Yang did not need a second. And the rest? Look at the rest. The rest had nothing in common at all. Different weapons, different angles. Some of them had been fighting each other so recently that it was still obvious who had been standing where. They killed each other, I said. Yes. Yang straightened up. On this continent, the danger is never only the beasts. Remember that. I said I would. I meant it in the way that you mean a thing you have understood but not yet paid for. Half a month later, I was sitting by a stream with my shirt off, washing out cuts. Some of them were from beasts. More of them were from people. The bad one was under my ribs, and it had happened 4 nights earlier, and it had been a girl about my own age. I found her alone in a burned camp. She was the only one left out of a party of 9. She had a broken arm and a face like the end of the world, and she could not stop shaking. So I set the arm and gave her a healing pill out of my own bottle, which was a 6th rank pill and worth more than her entire party's gear, and I kept her fed and moving for 3 days while she got her strength back. On the 3rd night, she put a dagger into my abdomen while I was asleep. She was not the survivor of anything, she was the bait. Her people had been running that camp as a trap for a month, and the 9 bodies had been somebody else's party, and she had been waiting for whatever I was carrying to be worth the trouble of stopping. I did not die because a half-step dozong was 15 meters away in the dark, and got there before the 2nd thrust. Afterwards, sitting by that stream, I asked Sun Chang the question I had been holding for 4 days. You knew. Yang did not insult me by pretending otherwise. Within the 1st hour, young master. And you let me set her arm. Yes. And you let me feed her for 3 days. Yes. And you let her put a knife in me. I let her begin to, he said. You were never in danger of dying. You were in danger of learning nothing. I sat there with cold water running over my hands and thought about being angry and found that I was not, which frightened me more than the knife had. If I had told you, he said, you would have agreed with me and been careful for 2 weeks and then found somebody else on a road who looked like she needed help. Some things cannot be taught downward. They have to be taught from underneath. I have never hesitated since, not once. I do not entirely like what that says about me, but I am still here, and I have been in that same situation 11 more times, and 11 more times I have walked past. That is what the pill domain costs, and it charges up front, and it does not care that you are 13. Lianhua City is a small city on the western edge of the pill domain, and it is held by one woman, and the way she holds it is the most interesting thing I saw in my first year on the road. Zhou Lianhua. 4-star, Daozong. No sect behind her, no clan behind her, no allies worth the word. 7 husbands, each one from a different power, 1 child by each. I want to be careful here, because the arrangement is exactly as cold as it sounds, and it is not what people assume. She did not collect them. She recruited them, the way you recruit officers, and every single one of those marriages bought Lianhua City a line of protection from somebody who would otherwise have eaten it. 4 of those children are grown. Each of them is backed by their father's faction, and every one of those factions wants their child in the chair when she steps out of it. So she set them on each other and sat back to watch. There is one rule. Each heir may bring in exactly 1 outside protector, and that protector may not exceed the Dao Emperor level. Everything else they must recruit for themselves, out of the city, with their own money and their own charm, which is how the Fengyun Arena stopped being an arena. It was built to find talent for the city. The heirs took it over inside a year and turned it into a proxy battlefield, and now the fights in it are not fights. They are negotiations with the audience. Zhou Jinhai, the eldest, 3-star Dou Emperor. Behind him, the Black Fire Sect, 1,000 Li East, whose sect master is a Peak Dozong. I knew that name before I ever heard anybody in that city say it. In the story I remembered, the Black Fire Sect is the organization that eventually walks into Li City and takes it away from my family. Zhou Hao, the second, also 3-star, backed by the Lei family of Tianyuan City. Yang mostly stands at the back and watches his brothers hurt each other and smiles about it, and I disliked him instantly and correctly. Zhou Yue, the 4th and the weakest, 1-star, and better backed than any of them because his father is a personal disciple of a Grand Elder of the Myriad Sword Pavilion, and that Grand Elder is an 8-star Daozong. And then there is the daughter, Zhou Yuna, 6-star Dao Emperor, which makes her stronger than all 3 brothers put together, and then some, and she has nothing behind her at all. She has never met her father, not once. When she was small, somebody started a rumor that she was not the city lord's real child, and it went around Lianhua City for 2 years until her mother went out and put a stop to it personally, and the way she put a stop to it is not something anybody there will discuss with a stranger. So there are 4 candidates, and I had about 8 days to choose one, and I chose the girl. Not for the obvious reason. I did the elimination first, and Zhou Jinhai went out before I had even started. The Black Fire sect cultivates fire. My family owns a Yang Fire altar and every secret formula behind it. Putting the Li name behind that man would be walking a butcher into a pen and calling it a partnership. It would be feeding meat into a wolf's mouth and then being surprised. The difficulty was that I could not say any of that out loud, because the reason I know what the Black Fire sect becomes is not a reason. It is a memory of a book. Sun Qiang wanted to know why. Yang was entitled to know why. Yang had been carrying me across half a province, and he was not going to move against a Peak Daozong sect on a shrug, so I lied to him. I told him that the Black Fire sect's core technique requires special flames to advance past a certain level, and that a sect like that put next to an alchemy family with a fire altar is not an alliance, it is an appetite. Yang accepted it instantly, because it was extremely reasonable. I made it up on the spot. It is not in anything I have ever read. It is a guess, dressed as a fact, delivered to the one man on this continent who trusts me without conditions. I have never told him. The Fengyun arena was full to the walls the day I went, and the man in the ring was called Guo Feng, and they called him the Fist King. Earth attribute, body cultivator, 7-star Du Emperor, 5 straight wins, and a defense nobody at his level had cracked in 2 years. Also, quietly, in possession of a secret technique Zhou Yue had given him that bought him 1 extra star for the length of a fight. 7 becomes 8. A Du Emperor should not own a thing like that. That is the kind of item a sect keeps in a vault and issues to an elder for a war. Against him, Zhou Jinhai had sent a man named Deng Shan. Dark attribute, sent specifically to break the 4th brother's champion in public, in front of the entire city, and by extension to break the 4th brother. I could not read the fight. I want to be honest about that, because at that point I had killed a boar, and I was feeling extremely capable. 2 Dao Emperors were fighting 40 meters in front of me, and I was a great Dao Master, and what I could see was 2 men moving too fast to follow, and one of them being hit and not caring. So Sun Qiang read it for me, quietly, in my ear, and it is the best explanation of a fight I have ever received. Watch the strikes, not where they land. Watch what he leaves. Every single one of Deng Shan's blows was slipping a thread of dark energy through the earth armor, not breaking it, passing through it, and staying. His defense is not holding, Sun Qiang said. It is already full of holes. All of them are inside. The other man is waiting until there are enough. Then why is Guo Feng attacking harder? Because he thinks he is winning. It happened exactly that way. 2 minutes later, Deng Shan stopped moving backwards, and everything he had put inside that armor went off at once, and the Fist King came apart from the inside and did not get up. I did not enjoy watching it. The crowd did. And in the box across from me, Zhou Yue, who had spent the previous 30 seconds standing up and shouting about how it was over, sat down slowly and said, to nobody, "Who would have thought?" The clown was me. Then Zhou Hao sent his own. She came out onto the sand in a red robe, and the noise in that arena stopped like a cut string. They called her Blood Dance. Blood attribute, which is not a common thing and not a good one. She did not walk out. She arrived, the way a shadow arrives when a lamp moves. And then the whole building smelled like an abattoir, and nobody could work out where it was coming from. Half a year earlier, she had been a 5-star. She was a 7-star now. There is no technique on this continent that does that honestly. Zhou Hao had been taking people, not soldiers, not enemies, people, off the roads and out of the poor quarters, and feeding them into her cultivation as raw material, and that is the entire explanation, and I am not going to dress it up further than that. She put Deng Shan on the ground in 9 seconds and started to convert him where he lay. I am not a saint. I want to be clear that I was not sitting there full of righteousness. I have made cold decisions, and I was going to make a great many more, but I have no use whatsoever for people who cut up strangers to shorten a road. So I turned my head about an inch and said one word to the man. Standing behind my chair, the sky over the Fengyun arena split open. A bolt of lightning came down through the roof into the sand and took the secret art apart in the middle of the casting, and the thing she had been building recoiled into the woman who was building it. She screamed once, briefly, and then she was not on the sand anymore, and there was nothing there but a red smear on the air and the smell. 3 of Zhou Hao's people came over the rail at once. The first was a Dou Emperor with a sword, and he had the entire weight of a full charge behind it. Sun Qiang caught it, bare-handed, standing still, one arm out, exactly the way you catch a thrown apple. The 2 Dou Kings behind him stopped where they were and did not take another step. In 4 separate boxes, 4 heirs of Lianhua City looked at an old man in purple robes standing next to a 13-year-old, and every one of them arrived at the same conclusion at the same instant. 9-star Dao Emperor, peak, at least. Which was wrong, and which was the most useful mistake anybody has ever made about me. Within half a day, 4 separate intelligence networks had reconstructed every single thing I had done since I came down out of the mountains, where I had eaten, which inn, which streets, including the moment 3 days earlier when I had grabbed a bearded man in a wine shop and bought him 4 cups to make him tell me the gossip about the succession. They picked him up for it. I got him out. It cost me 2 6th-rank pills and a favor, and he still will not look at me in the street. Zhou Yuna came in person. That is the whole reason I ended up working for her, and it is not sentiment, it is arithmetic. Her eldest brother sent a subordinate with a chest of money. She walked into the courtyard herself, so I saw her, and I sent the other one away. I gave her a name, Zhang Kong. My mother's surname, which is not really an alias, which is why it works. Li City is close enough that the name Li travels, and a Li heir on the road with 1 bodyguard is a shopping list. She wanted to know why an alchemist would take a contract in a succession war at all. I wanted to know why she was in a succession war she had already made clear she despised, and she told me straight out, without softening it, which I did not expect. She does not want the city. Somewhere out there her father exists, and years ago he sent her one message through an old retainer called Jiang Yi, and the message was this: reach Dozong, and I will meet you. That is all. Not a gift, not a visit. A condition. She has been burning herself hollow at cultivation ever since, for one conversation with a man whose face she has never seen. 6-star Du Emperor before 30 is not talent. It is a person who does not stop. Her mother has 7 children and has never in her life paid attention to any of them. She joined the war because Zhang Yi pointed out that the heir's position unlocks the city's resources, and resources are speed, and speed is that meeting. Then she paid me in advance, which almost nobody does, a storage ring. Inside it, 1 6th-rank pill, 3 5th grade, an elementary earth-rank do technique called the heaven-shattering finger, an ice attribute technique, and a decent spread of materials. It was generous by the standards of what she thought she was hiring. I was carrying 7th-rank pills in my own ring at the time. I kept my face polite, and then I got to the bottom of it and found a stone. Plain black, fist-sized, dull, unremarkable, sitting under the good things like packing material. A meteorite. She had thrown it in as an afterthought. She told me so. She had seen that I was only a great do master, and she wanted the ring to feel heavier than it was, and metals are cheap. The special energy in a meteorite stone, which every cultivator in the pill domain can feel and none of them can use, is star power. 10 points of star essence. Out of 1 stone. 100 days. That rock was 100 days of sitting on a windowsill in the cold, and it had been included as filler. I did not move a muscle in my face. My eyes gave me away completely, and I know they did because Zhou Yuna saw it and relaxed. Having concluded that the strange child was more grateful than he had expected to be, I let her have that. And on the way out of that courtyard, I was already composing the letter home, which said, in effect, stop looking for demonic beasts, start buying meteorites, buy all of them, do not explain why, and do not let anybody find out it is us. The city lord announced the terms from a couch behind 3 layers of gauze, which is apparently how she does everything. 1 month to prepare, then 3 matches for each candidate. Win 2 and the city is yours, and 1 clause at the end, delivered in the same bored voice as the rest. The candidate must personally fight one of the 3. I watched 3 grown men work out what that meant in real time, and it was like watching 3 doors close in a row, because Zhou Yuna is a 6-star Du Emperor. Her brothers are 3, 3, and 1. Whatever any of them hires, at some point each of them has to walk out onto the sand himself, and she has to walk out onto the sand herself, and there is no version of that arithmetic that is not a gift to the daughter. Every one of them read it as their mother rigging the succession, out loud, before they were out of the hall. All 3 sent word to their father's factions that same night. Zhou Jinhai did not send word. Zhou Jinhai sent a demand, and what he demanded was the full assistance of the Black Fire sect. 2 days later, Jiang Yi came in looking like a man carrying a dead animal. Everyone has mobilized, he said. The Black Fire sect's people are already inside the city. They are not staying. In 3 days, they leave for the Fire Dragon Mountain Range. Why? To encircle and kill a demonic beast emperor. I put down what I was holding. With what? 5 Dao emperors. More than 10 advanced Dao kings. The Fire Dragon Mountain Range is 500 li west of Lianhua City. It is an active volcanic chain, and it is full of fire attribute beasts, and nobody with any sense goes into it without a reason. I sat there and did not think about the beast at all. I thought, Zhou Jinhai has 1 month, 3 fights, and a sister who can flatten him, and instead of buying protectors, he has just emptied his entire hand into a mountain. What is in that mountain that is worth more to him than the city? Young master, Jiang Yi gently, the way you steer a child away from a well. The Fire Dragon mountain range is extremely dangerous, many powerful demonic beasts. If any accident were to occur, there might be danger. Yang was very polite about it, and the meaning was not hidden at all. You are weak. You will be luggage. Jiang Yi, I bowed. Please rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Yang looked helpless, which was correct, because Sun Qiang is my retainer and not his, and there was nothing whatsoever he could do about any of it. Sun Qiang waited until the door shut. If the objective is only to ruin Zhou Jinhai's plans, he said, then I can go alone. That would be sufficient. Why is the young master gambling with his own life? That is a fair question, and he asked it flatly, without reproach, which is worse. Because I want to know what kind of demonic beast makes Zhou Jinhai and the Black Fire sect go to that much trouble. Which was true, and was not the reason. The reason is that there are legends about that range, and the legends are about dragons. I had been carrying half a golden finger for 13 years, waiting for a bloodline worth writing across my sky, and a man had just walked into my city and announced he was bringing an army to kill one. Things like the protagonist's halo, I thought, are genuinely unpredictable. There was one more problem, and it was humiliating. Everybody going on that expedition was a Dao King or better. Every one of them could fly. I am a great Dao master. I fall. So we left at dawn with Sun Qiang holding my shoulder, carrying me through the sky like a man carrying a bucket 500 li in front of nobody at all, thankfully, because we went separately. I spent most of the flight thinking about the Li family library, which contains 3 profound rank flying techniques, all of them fully open to me since I was 6, none of which I have ever opened. It seems, I thought, watching the ground go by underneath my own dangling feet, that I really do need to cultivate a flying technique when I get home. The Fire Dragon mountain range is black. Everything is black. The ash comes down constantly, and it has been coming down for a very long time, and the peaks run away to the horizon in a long spine that the local people describe as a dragon lying across the land, and for once the local description is not exaggerated. The smoke over the vents has fire moving inside it. We got there on the second day, and I found a boulder field 1,000 meters out from the largest cone, and I lay down flat behind a rock, and I swallowed the only real trump card I was carrying, a chi-concealing pill, 5th rank advanced. For 5 hours after taking it, a Dao Emperor standing next to you would have to work to notice you exist. They are expensive enough that they are auctioned, and a good one goes for more than an ordinary 6th rank pill. Only an alchemy family would burn one to attend somebody else's fight as a spectator. That is the only reason I dared to be there, not courage, inventory. Then the mountain came apart, and something came out of it. It came up out of the smoking cone in a single column, 100 meters of it, and kept coming, and the first thought in my head was not fear, it was recognition. A unicorn fire spirit serpent, dragon clan bloodline, not a true dragon. A sub-dragon, which in practice means it has the blood and none of the politics, and at its peak it grows into a 7th-tier beast, which makes it one of the strongest things in its whole category. The bloodline was more than enough. The rank was more than enough. If I could get a piece of that thing, my sky would finish itself. Then the fighting started, and I stopped thinking about my sky entirely. Despicable humans. The serpent's voice came off the rock and went through my chest. Ganging up on me. What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one, to the death. The Black Fire Sect elder answered it by opening a blade of flame across 300 meters and cutting a line down its scales. A beast is a beast, he called up cheerfully, even when it becomes a Dao Emperor. Still this stupid. We are fighting with more people against fewer. One-on-one? Do you think this is an arena match? I lay under my rock and made a note. Then 2 9-star Dao Emperors joined, and I stopped making notes. What they did together was not an attack. It was weather. A storm of fire that stood up between the ground and the clouds and connected them, and inside it the ground did not burn. It moved. Rock got plowed. An entire slope went from being a slope to being a valley in about 9 seconds. Every beast in that range that could not get out from under it did not. I was 1,000 meters away, lying flat, behind a boulder, under a concealment pill. I was soaked through. Oh my, I thought, with my face pressed into black grit. What a terrifying display. My goodness, this is what a real Dao Emperor battle looks like, because I had watched Dao Emperors fight before, twice, in the Fengyun arena, at close range, with a good seat. Those had also been Dao Emperors. Arena rules simply make this class of technique impossible, and until that morning I did not understand that the arena is not a smaller version of a war. It is a completely different activity with the same participants. The storm crushed the serpent's fire pillar flat and closed over the top of it. And then, out of the black rock on 3 sides, dark figures came up at the 2 elders who had just spent everything they had. Zhou Jinhai had been waiting for exactly that. I knew you people would not be able to resist. Unfortunately, this young master came prepared, and the man he sent forward was Deng Shan. The same Deng Shan who had taken the Fist King apart in the arena at 7-star and who had then been pinned to the sand by Blood Dance and had a considerable amount of himself taken away before I put a bolt of lightning through her. Yang was under 4-star now. His aura was unstable. Yang had not healed, and he was not going to heal without help, and he was standing on a volcano because Zhou Jinhai had promised him a 7th-rank pill to rebuild his foundation. I lay under my rock and watched the serpent's body, flayed open along 400 meters of its length by a firestorm, and thought, damn, the Black Fire Sex people are genuinely ruthless. And then, immediately afterwards, the thing that saved my life. It is not dead. I did not move. Everything in me wanted to move. There was a dragon essence somewhere in that body, and every second I waited was a second somebody else could reach it, and I stayed exactly where I was, because 100 meters of dragon-blooded beast does not stop being dangerous when it stops moving. Deng Shan did not approach either. Yang threw 2 spiraling currents of dark energy at its head from 30 meters out. And the dead serpent's eyes came open, and it put a column of fire straight up through where he had been standing. Yang got out of the way. Barely. Holy crap, I thought, lying in the ash. Good thing I was not reckless, because if that had been me walking up to it, I would not have dodged that. I would not have seen it start. Then I went to work. I took out a red jade bottle, bit my middle finger, and let 3 drops fall into the mouth of it. What came out was a wolf made of blood-colored fire, and it was the size of a horse, and the ash around it went to glass. The blazing Wolf King. 5th tier peak, at about 70% of what it had been alive. 2nd bottle, an eagle in black flame. 3rd bottle, a lion in blue. Here is the loophole, and it is my favorite thing about being an alchemist. The strength of a summoned fire beast does not depend on the strength of the person holding the bottle. It depends on the quality of the beast fire inside it. I was a 13-year-old Great Dao Master. I was also carrying over 10 varieties of beast fire out of my family's stores because I had known before I ever left home that this exact situation was going to happen eventually. Deng Shan turned around and found 3 5th-tier beasts coming at him. And he was injured and cautious and slow, and he did not commit because a man at under 4-star with an unstable core does not go all out against 3 5th-tier beasts when he has no idea who sent them. That bought me about 6 seconds. I came out from behind the rock and crossed several hundred meters as a silver blur, drew a blue longsword I had never once used in a real fight, and put it into the serpent's eye. Ding. Killed a 6th-tier peak fire attribute demonic beast. Obtained a complete beast soul. Do you wish to integrate it into the star diagram? Yes, yes, yes. Something came up out of the ground behind me. A fire dragon made of light, 300 meters from nose to tail, and it went up over the whole mountain range, and every single person on that battlefield stopped fighting to look at it. Zhou Jinhai was mid-exchange with a 3-star Dou Emperor. Yang turned his head. Yang saw the phantom dragon fold itself down out of the sky and dive into a boy. And then he saw the boy, in the 2 seconds afterwards, with his arm buried up to the elbow inside the serpent's ruined eye socket. Bastard! It came out of him at a pitch I have never heard from a Dou Emperor before or since. How dare you steal young master's things? I got my hand out. I looked up at him. And I have thought about this many times since, and I stand by it. I grinned at him. Then I ran. I am not embarrassed about this. There were more than 15 Dou Kings and Dou Emperors on that mountain, all of whom were now aware of me. Facing that, when exactly would be a better time to run? Deng Shan understood about half a second later that he had been played by a great Dou master. Yang cut the firewolf in 2 and put everything he had left at my back. Lightning came down between us and scattered it, and a hand closed on my shoulder, and the fire dragon mountain range dropped away underneath my feet. Behind us, on the ground, everybody stopped. They had been fighting. Then one of them ran away. There was a general and audible confusion about what the correct response to that was, and by the time anybody had an answer, we were 40 li east. Zhang Yi had to call a full retreat immediately because Sun Qiang leaving had freed up a 9-star Dou Emperor on the other side. The corpse went to Zhou Jinhai. Yang got the whole thing, and an hour later Deng Shan came to him with his head down and said the sentence that I would have paid money to hear in person. Eldest young master, the demonic core of the unicorn fire spirit serpent is here. Pause. However, the dragon essence is gone. I never beat anybody. I want to be extremely clear about that, because it is the part I am proudest of. I let 2 sects and 3 factions spend a morning killing the strongest thing in that province, and then I took the one part of it they had come for, and I was in the air before the shouting started. We went to ground in a grotto 300 miles west, and I put the thing on a flat stone and looked at it. A sphere the size of my fist, crimson, with magma turning over slowly inside it. Dragon essence. It is not an organ. A dragon-blooded beast builds one deliberately, out of itself, over decades, when it intends to break into 7th tier. It is the whole breakthrough, condensed and stored, waiting. Sun Chang stood over it for a long time. 30 years at the old master's side, he said. I have never seen one. Then he told me the legends, and he told them the way a man tells you the price of something he cannot afford. Rebirth, perfect fire affinity, immunity to all poisons, eternal youth. It is not that exaggerated, I said. Yang looked at me. Immune to all poisons. Old son, there are Daozong-level poison masters on this continent. There are Daozun-level poison masters. Do you seriously think what a man like that makes could be shrugged off by one ball of dragon energy? Yang thought about that for a while, and then he grunted, which from him is a standing ovation. I sat down and went into my sky. The empty dark with 4 lonely points in it was gone. There was a dragon across the whole firmament. Star lines from horizon to horizon, a body coiling through the entire space. 4 claws, a spine, a tail, and a head with 1 single horn on it. 7 star domains, 61 star palaces, 10 in the head, 8 in each of the 4 claws, 7 in the tail, 12 down the spine. And every attribute I had was multiplied. Essence, 100, Chi, 100, both of them 10 times what they had been an hour earlier. Spirit, 50, which is only 5 times, and there is a reason for that. And the reason is that a unicorn fire spirit serpent is a physique beast. Its body outruns its soul, so mine did too, and 2 rows appeared that had never existed before. Speed, 50, strength, 100, star essence, 47, and 310, waiting to be spent. I read it 3 times. Then I found the ceiling, because there is always a ceiling, and I have learned to look for it before I celebrate. 12 palaces is the maximum any one domain will ever hold. 12 is the number on the spine, and 12 is the number that decides the top end of what my orbit skills can reach. Earth rank advanced. That is my hard cap. Forever. With this diagram, on this dragon, heaven rank is not difficult. It is impossible. I sat in my own sky under 100,000 lights and felt, honestly, a little bit disappointed. Which is an obscene thing to feel, and I felt it anyway. Then I got on with it, because the next decision was worth more than the sulking. 10 palaces in the head, 12 down the spine. The spine is physique, which means body, which means strength and toughness and everything that makes a man hard to kill in a close fight. The head is soul power, soul control, and fire control. I took the head. Well, never mind, I thought, watching the spine go dark and stay dark. I am an alchemist after all. As a traditional alchemist, when would I ever be rolling up my sleeves and fighting anybody? I lit 3 palaces along the horn and 1 more between the dragon's brows, which are on the same orbit, and they connected. Star orbit skill obtained. Dragon flame bow. 1 fire dragon for every lit star on that line. 4 now. 8 if I ever fill all 10. And with them, in the same instant, 10 more spirit, 10 comprehension, which is a stat I had not known existed, 20 soul control, 30 fire control, 30 I had been operating on too. Then I opened my eyes in a cave in a volcanic range, picked up a sphere with magma in it, and ate it. Boom. That is not a metaphor. There was a sound. Crimson light came off me in a sheet and small flames started coming out through my pores, all over, evenly, until I was a person-shaped bonfire sitting cross-legged on a stone floor. My dew crystal went from the size of a pigeon's egg to the size of a hen's egg to the size of my fist, and light poured off it and filled the entire cyclone. I went through Great Tao Master and out the other side into Tao Spirit without slowing down. Then 6 star, then 7 star. Outside the cave, Sun Chang started to panic. Yang told me afterwards exactly what went through his head, and it was this. I should have warned him. I have been at this for 100 years, and I did not warn a 13-year-old because I never once imagined he would have this much to spend at once. A man who crosses 2 major realms in a single sitting keeps the cultivation and cracks the foundation, and the crack does not heal. Not with medicine, not with time. It is simply there, underneath everything he ever builds afterwards, for the rest of his life. And by then, it had already started, and there was nothing he could do from outside a stone wall, and everything depended on whether the boy inside could stop. Inside, I was having the worst 4 hours of my life. It is not like being offered something, it is like falling. The energy is there, and it is already moving, and the entire structure of the moment says, keep going, this is free, this is happening anyway. I stopped it at 7-star Tao Spirit and pushed it back down. Then it climbed again, and I pushed it down again. I do not know how long that went on. My cultivation swung between 1 star and 7 star like a hanged door, over and over, and I sat in the middle of it with sweat running off my chin and my face changing color, holding a thing that wanted very badly to be let go. It settled at 4-star Dew Spirit. Then my heartbeat and the crystal in my belly found each other and locked into the same rhythm, thump, thump, and the whole cave went silver, and I got up and walked out through the fire. Sun Qiang was standing at the mouth of it, and the look on his face was not relief. It was the specific expression of a man who has just watched somebody else's grandson choose correctly. Good, he said, mostly to himself. Good, at least he was not carried away by the power. Then he put his fists together and bowed properly. Congratulations, young master. Crossing a major realm directly to 4-star Dew Spirit, the Patriarch and the Grand Elder will be very happy. Nearly 4/5 of the dragon energy was still sitting inside me, unspent, banked, Do-king later, whenever I wanted it, cheaply. And on the walk down out of the mountains, I did the one piece of arithmetic that mattered more than any of it. There were 2 pills in a box at home that I no longer needed. The Spirit Ascension pill, for the step into Tao Spirit, which I had just taken without it. The Venerable King pill, for the step into Tao King, which I now had 4/5 of a dragon to pay for. Both of them made by an old man in the 3 years he had left, out of Yang fire that no longer exists, from a formula the family can no longer execute. There will never be another one. Every one of those pills that gets used is one fewer in the world forever, and there is no way to make more. Forget it, I thought. I will save them for Xinlan. She was 4. She could not say my name properly yet. I got back to Lianhua City in the middle of an argument about whether I was dead. Zhang Yi was standing in the middle of Zhou Yuna's hall being extremely certain about it. Jiang Kang was taken, or he escaped. Either way he is gone and we must make other preparations. That is speculation. It is the only reading, young miss. Consider it properly. Sun Qiang never once fought at full strength, not in the arena and not on that mountain, and that boy insisted on going to a place where he had absolutely no business being and would not be talked out of it. Yang turned around. Yang knew something. Yang knew it long ago. Zhou Yuna did not move. Baseless speculation without evidence, she said, is always inappropriate. And Zhang Yi, who had been managing that girl's affairs since she was small and had spent every one of those years watching her be decent to people who did not deserve it, allowed himself about a quarter of a second of open contempt. Return? Young miss. It is far more likely that those 2 scheming creatures have already vanished without a trace. Will they still return? A servant put his head through the door and announced that young Master Bo requested an audience. Zhang Yi said, "What? I came in and apologized handsomely for having failed the mission through my own willfulness." Yang let me finish. Then he smiled at me with his whole face and none of his eyes. "I am curious about one thing. I wonder what young Master Bo experienced in a single day, that his cultivation should go from Great Tao Master directly to Tao Spirit." Yang let that sit. Hehe, such a terrifying rate of breakthrough. Is it not a little too shocking? I had prepared this on the road, which is the only reason it worked. I nearly died on that mountain, I said, so I ate a 7th rank pill. I would like to be faster the next time somebody wants to kill me. His eyebrows went up. A 7th rank pill. Young Master Bo, forgive me, but for a great Tao Master, that is grotesque. That is not extravagance. That is waste. I looked at him as though he had said something quaint. It is only a 7th rank pill. My master can refine those at will. What is wasteful about it? And I watched the inside of that old man's head rearrange itself. Because in the whole of Lianhua City, the best alchemist is a 6th rank advanced. A city this size cannot support a 7th rank alchemist. A 7th rank alchemist does not live in places like this. He is an elder somewhere, in something, with a title. And suddenly, a great Dao master traveling with a half-step Dozong servant made perfect sense to him, and he stopped asking questions and started being extremely polite. 2 days later, the city lord sent for me. The escort she sent was a dozong, which is not an escort, it is a sentence with a full stop at the end. If that woman wanted me dead, my options were Sun Qiang running very fast and me being carried. There was gauze and a couch and no pretense at all. I hear you took a dragon essence from Zhou Jinhai. I said nothing. This city was built by my own hands. I know everything that happens in it, very clearly. Still nothing from me. Regarding the dragon essence, I can overlook it. But from now on, Li Kong, you owe me a favor. Li Kong. My mouth did something I could not stop, and I swallowed whatever was going to come out of it. How? Sun Qiang. She sounded almost bored. Yang is the most loyal retainer of Li Ming of the Li family. More than 10 years ago, I had the good fortune to meet Great Master Li Ming. I happened to recognize him. Then, evenly. I was a 1-star Duzong then. I was one of a great many people asking that old man for help. Perhaps Great Master Li Ming did not even notice a small, insignificant person like me. I understood the whole shape of it in about 2 seconds. The dragon essence is worth nothing to a 4-star Daozong. Nothing at all. She could not have used it, and she knew it. A debt owed by an alchemy family is worth a great deal, which meant she had decided what she wanted before I walked in, and it was not the stone, so I gave her something better and made her thank me for it. Lianhua City is not far from Li City, I said. Our 2 families can be considered neighbors. Behind the gauze, something moved. She told me long afterwards what she had been thinking, and it was, where in this world has this child ever seen neighbors 1,000 miles apart? Neighbors, I said, should have terms. Here are the terms. When the Li family asks Lianhua City for something, Lianhua City does not refuse. If any power moves against the Li family, Lianhua City warns us in advance, or intervenes, or both. And for every service rendered, the Li family refines 1 pill for Zhou Lianhua. No rank limit. The gauze went still for about 4 seconds. From today, she said, as long as it concerns the Li family, my Lianhua City will be at the front. I bowed and went out, and my hands were not entirely steady, because here is the thing that I have never explained to anybody who was in that room. In the story I remember, the Li family does not get destroyed in a battle. Nobody storms Li City. The Wang family and the Zhou family and the Liu family simply lean for 30 years patiently on every deal, every material contract, every assessment, every marriage, until one day the Li family does not have a single Dozong level retainer left in the whole house. Not one. 4 elders and nobody else, and a city with no teeth in it. And when a family gets to that point, every powerhouse in the pill domain can see which way to jump, and they all jump the same way at once. I was 13 years old, standing in a courtyard in a city I did not live in, buying allies against a war that had not started and that nobody except me knew was coming. I found out who Zhou Yuna's father is on the last evening, and it explained everything about her. Great Elder Feng Jin of Ice River Valley, 1-star Du Zun. Ice River Valley is a name I knew. In the story I remembered they had 2 dozun, which for a mountain sect is an enormous amount of weight, and her mother's technique only permits joint cultivation with somebody stronger than herself, and every time she uses it, there is a very high chance she will bear that person's child. That is where 7 husbands and 7 children come from. It was never appetite. It was a woman climbing a ladder in the only way her own art allowed. 2 ranks in all those years. 7 marriages, 7 children, and 2 ranks. Should I say, I thought, that the later ones were simply not up to much. She offered me a marriage tie before I left. Not to Zhou Yuna specifically. Just the concept, floated over both our heads the way merchants float a price. I told her the pact we had already signed was worth more than a wedding, because a wedding can be regretted and a debt cannot. She dropped it immediately and did not bring it up again, and neither did anybody else, and I kept the only part that mattered, which is that Lianhua City's daughter is a door to Ice River Valley, and possibly to the Ice Venerable behind it. I did not attend the final trial. The moment Zhou Lianhua put that clause in the rules, the succession was decided inside her own house, and the 3 sons were there to make the numbers look respectable. So I watched from my courtyard. The sky over the arena went white, and 6 ice dragons came up out of it, and Zhou Yuna stood on their heads. So, I thought, the animation from my previous life was accurate after all. Ice Emperor Longbow's technique back in his day was nowhere near this. She came to see me off on a hill 3 miles out of the city, in wet grass, at sunrise. I thought you would just leave. There was a hint of something under it that I decided not to examine. Should I call you Zhang Kong, she said, or Li Kang? Either. Bo is my mother's surname, so Zhang Kang is not really false. When you travel, a certain amount of caution is required. She laughed at the sophistry, which I appreciated. All right, I will say you have a point. Holy Pill City, I said when she asked where. I am an alchemist, and I have never seen the Holy Land of Alchemists. That would be a regret. Holy Pill City. She looked at the road. Well, I hope we meet again. Li City was the wrong direction, so we did not go back through it. We went southwest to Xuantian City, which is Sound Valley territory, and from there through a wormhole to Chen City, and from Chen City to Holy Pill City, 2 or 3 times the distance, perfect for a boy who left home specifically to see things. Sound Valley is a mystery even to Sun Qiang, and Sun Qiang spent 40 years standing behind a Pill Tower elder. The only thing Li Ming ever said about it, once, in passing, was that the Bai Valley Master might be connected to the Chen family. That link is not in anything I remember. Not one line. Which is when I stopped assuming I knew this world and started assuming I knew a version of it. I am living in a complete place now. Anything at all can happen here, and several things already have. Outside the walls of Xuantian City, I asked Sun Qiang a question I had been building up to for a month. Old son, you have been half-step dozong for years. Do you have any confidence in breaking through soon? Yang did not soften it. I have touched the bottleneck. Breaking it is very difficult. I cannot give you a time, but it is certainly not soon. Dozong is the first rank where a person touches spatial power. No amount of accumulated energy gets you there. Men sit at half-step for 50 years and die there. What he did not say, and told me much later, is that without Li Ming, he would never have made Du Emperor at all. 9 stars stopped him dead. 10 years of grinding bought him half-step and nothing else. Yang had privately concluded that this was his limit, and had made his peace with it, and had gone on working. What if it were assisted, I said, by the Li family's Xuanyang breaking sect pill? Yang went still. The Xuanyang breaking sect pill is 7th rank, refined with Yang fire under our own technique, and it is one of the 3 or 4 things this family has that nobody else can copy. 20% added to the chance of breaking into Dozong. If you fail with it in you, you cannot try again for 3 years. There are 2 of them in the world. Li Ming made them both, for me, in the 3 years he had left. Young master, Yang did not even consider it. The old master refined that pill for you personally. There are 2. You must not waste them. This is not only about your own strength, it concerns the rise and fall of the entire Li family. Please be cautious. Anybody else would have taken it and been grateful. The first thing that came into his head was me, and then the family, and his own name did not appear anywhere on the list. I gave him 3 answers. I still have the other one. With my talent, Dozong is not in question, and once I am inside the pill tower they will supply more. And then the one that worked. And your strength is a little weak. If something happens when we reach Holy Pill City, you may not be able to protect me. You may not even be able to run away with me. Yang opened his mouth. Nothing came out of it. Yang stood there in the road with his jaw working, an old man who had built his entire life on being sufficient, unable to construct a single sentence. Xuantian City is bigger than Lianhua and smaller than Li City, with a dozen powers in it and 2 on top, the Bo family and the Han family. Both alchemy houses. Best men are 6th rank advanced, not one Daozong between them. The wormhole is not theirs. It belongs to Sound Valley, whose entire municipal policy is to own the wormhole and take no interest in anything else that happens. I said something admiring about the size of the crowds, and Sun Chang corrected me instantly. A city is not judged by its crowds, young master. However lively it is, it will not rank in Central State. The crowds were all going the same direction, so I assumed another arena. Oh no, not this again. It was the Triennial Alchemist Grand Assembly, under 30, 3rd rank or above, open to anybody. The winner gets fought over by every power within 1,000 Li. I stopped a passerby to ask. Yang was a slight, ordinary-looking young man named Lei Qi, and he explained the whole thing to me patiently and thoroughly, and then noticed I looked bored and got offended on behalf of his hometown. Not only are the old ancestors of the Bo and Han families presiding, both 6th-rank advanced alchemists, but many Daozong-level powers will come to observe. It is the biggest event within 1,000 miles. I liked him immensely. You are right, brother, I said. I will certainly go and watch and meet the young talents of Xuantian City. We exchanged names. I gave him Zhang Kong. Yang gave me his and shook my hand as though we had settled something. Then he told me the prizes, a 6th-rank formula, an Earth-rank low-do technique, a 5th-grade pill, resources. And there are 10 meteorite stones, though I do not know what those are for, some kind of rare metal perhaps. I had, I am told, an expression, 10 stones, 100 points of star essence. At my old rate that was 1,000 days. I had come to Xuantian City to look at one boy, and now I was going to win a tournament. The one boy was called Zhang Zhou. Yang had just come of age that year, and I stopped dead in the street when I heard his name, because in the story I remembered, Zhang Zhou becomes the personal disciple of the Pill Tower's Grand Elder, the youngest elder the Pill Tower has ever seated, and a 7th-rank peak alchemist. If that Zhang Zhou is this Zhang Zhou, I thought, then this assembly is about to get very interesting. Here is the honest state of my alchemy at that point. My sky had put my spirit at 60, which is a soul value around 600, which is 6th rank territory. My soul control and fire control were excellent and getting better. None of that is rank. Rank is proficiency, and proficiency is bought with burnt materials, and there is no other currency. To improve at alchemy is, in a very literal sense, to burn money. I had left home with a storage ring full of exactly that. 3 days, 5 furnaces of chi-nourishing pill, 5th grade elementary, 2 failures, then 3 successes, 3 out of 5, 60%, not good enough. If I could not clear 70 on a 5th grade elementary, then 5th grade advanced was fantasy, and champion level here would be advanced or peak, so I went up instead of sideways. The Yi Han pill, 5th grade peak. 1 dose takes a Dao spirit up a full star, once in a lifetime, and it is not a Li secret formula. Li Ming was paid with it for a job when he was young. I had 5 portions of material and no way to get more. If I cannot do it in 3, I switch. I failed the first one at fusion, which scraps the entire batch. The second one worked. A pillar of crimson light went up through the roof of the room I had rented and lit the whole eastern quarter of the city. And on a balcony across town, 2 old men stopped talking mid-sentence to watch it fade. At least 5th grade intermediate, Zhang Yang said. Perhaps higher. It seems this year's assembly has attracted a few promising people. My own opinion of my masterpiece was less generous. It formed, and it was poor. Genuinely poor. If I had a bottleneck and somebody handed me a Yi Han pill of that quality, I would have refused it politely and waited for a better one. I banked the last 3 portions and went to bed. Lei Chi came to collect me the next morning to take his friend to the show. Yang saw the alchemist's robe. Then he saw the badge on it, emerald green, a tower wrapped in flame, 3 purple gold stars. Each of the 5 great clans has its own color. The Pill Tower's own badges are dark gold. A family badge only goes up to 5th rank peak, and above that you must travel to Holy Pill City and be assessed by the tower itself. Yang had lived his entire life in a city run by alchemists. Yang knew all of that the way you know the price of bread. Yang bowed, all the way down, and he started to shake. I would not dare. Alchemist adult, please do not address this humble one that way. This humble one cannot bear it. I stood there for a second. Then I understood that the friendship had ended, and that it had ended without either of us doing anything, and that from the very beginning we had been standing in 2 completely different worlds. Not everybody can look at a high-ranking alchemist and see a person. I tossed him a green jade bottle, 3 Lianhua pills, 3rd rank, cultivation aids, a reward for Brother Lei's earlier help, and I walked off because I did not want to watch it. Yang told me later what happened next, which is that he stood in the street holding the bottle for a while and then bowed again, deeply, to an empty corner. To me, a 3rd rank pill is a coin. To a young man with no power, no family, and no money, 1 Lianhua pill is something he could risk his life for a year and never obtain. A bell went, and 2,000 people stopped talking at once. 2 streams of light came down onto the high stand with wings of flame behind them and landed as 2 old men wearing 6th rank advanced badges, not family badges. Pill Tower issue. I revised my opinion of Xuantian City on the spot. Zhang Yang and Han Kai have hated each other publicly for 60 years. Both of them were outer court disciples of the Pill Tower who stalled at 6th rank advanced and walked away to found houses of their own out here, where being stalled does not show. The famous feud is theater. 2 old men decided long ago that their grandchildren would work harder with an enemy, and they have been performing one ever since. Above both of them stood a woman in white with the kind of cold in her face that is not put on. Sun Qiang glanced at her once. She caught it instantly, followed it back down through 2,000 people, and looked at him. His eyes went to the floor. Young master, that woman is much stronger than this old man. Probably above 3-star Dozong. Immortal Maiden by 2025 contestants. Round 1, a 3-rank pill, 1 hour, the same formula for everybody. I lit the crimson cauldron, and all around me thousands of flames came up at once like fireworks going off in a grid. On the platform beside mine, a young man heard the 4th gong and came apart. Black key out of a purple cauldron. 1 set of materials left and no time to use it. His heart nature was not strong enough. Yang was ruined by other people's noise. I hope the afternoon taught him something, because the pill domain will not be that gentle twice. 854 passed. Half the field went on the easy round. Round 2 was a corridor 100 meters long with nothing in it except pressure. 160 points of soul power at the mouth. 200 by the middle, which is the ceiling of a 3rd rank alchemist, and still climbing. Men came out of the far end on their knees. I walked through it thinking about lunch, and on the other side somebody was looking at me, a young man 4 or 5 years older than I was. Yang looked for a while and then said exactly 1 sentence. You are very good, and turned around and walked away. What, I thought, was that? Round 3 took 854 down to under 100. Refine anything you like, your own formula, your own materials. Perhaps some of you will ask what happens if an alchemist has the skill and not the formula. To that, this old man can only say, deal with it. Perhaps that is unfair to some genuinely gifted loose cultivators. This world was never fair. If you want fairness, go and join a great power. 30 or 40 colors of flame came up in that square, and 3 of the 4 nearest me were holding beast flames. Zhang Zhou's was dark blue, and it did not burn, it flowed. The blue sea nether flame, which has already undergone its 1 transformation, and which is not inferior to the fire of some 7th tier beasts. Then Zhang Yang pointed at the other end of the square. Silver flames? Neither of those old men had seen one in their lives. Judging by the intensity, it is a point stronger than Zhang Zhou's. And by his face he is about Zhang Zhou's age. That one's background is not simple. I should mention what my face looked like by then, because it caused problems for years. The dragon energy had been quietly rebuilding me since the cave. I was half a month short of 14. I looked 17. A day and a half of extraction. Night came down and the square burned like noon. The dozong on the stand did not move for 2 days because their own juniors were on the stone, and the 2 old men above me kept picking at my flame like a scab. The badge is Li family issue, perhaps a Li disciple. And then Han Kai dismissed his own idea in the same breath. No, that would be lowering their status completely. Zhang Yang did not dismiss it. When Li Ming died, the Pill Tower sent Elder Gu Chang to the funeral, and Elder Gu told me afterwards that the Li family's current generation had produced a prodigy. Yang praised him highly. The Li family prodigy is 13 or 14. How could he turn up in our Xuantian city? Zhang Yong thought about it. You are right. If a 13-year-old could be a 5-rank alchemist, prodigy would not be the word. They stood 40 meters above me and talked themselves out of it. Fusion took the whole of the second day. A rough red pill formed, and the energy over the entire square lurched the way a pond lurches when you throw a rock into it. 5th grade. Every 4th grade contestant still working looked up and understood he was finished. Peak 5th grade, first attempt, against Zhang Zhou's advanced 5th grade. Yang lost, and he knew exactly why, and he ran the comparison himself and accepted the answer, which is rarer than talent. Yang also stopped me on the way out with his chin up. You won this time, but I will reach peak 5 rank soon, 3 months. Do you dare compete again? Certainly, though I am going to the pill domain soon and then to Holy Pill City, so we may not meet. I expected him to deflate. Yang lit up. What? You are going to Holy Pill City too? In 3 days my old ancestor is taking me there. Come with us. I want to be honest about what I did next, because it was calculated. I knew who that young man becomes. Befriending him buys a powerful friend and a rival who will drag me forward for 20 years, and it costs nothing at all. So I said yes. And then I gave him my real name, and he did not react in the slightest, because he had never left that city in his life. The prize ring held a 6-rank formula, which did not move me, and 10 black rocks, which very nearly made me laugh out loud. Zhang Yong watched a young champion light up over the least valuable item in his own prize and read it as modesty, which was excellent for the Bo family's future. I will say the honest thing about that conversation. Both of us could see exactly what the other was worth, and that is precisely why everybody was so pleasant. It is, in the end, still a world driven by self-interest. 3 days at the Bo estate, and then 10 days on a spatial ship. Zhang Zhou kept finding the floor lower than he had assumed. I never expected you to know this much about ingredients. I was forced into it. I have been reciting the family's medical scriptures since I was very small, and I never really had a chance to talk to anybody my own age. Yang stopped chewing. Then you really are quite miserable. Yang was not being unkind. Yang genuinely could not process it. Yang started cultivating at 5 and touched alchemy at 10, which is the normal experience of a talented child in a good house. I was reciting Pharmacopoeia at 2. For the record, the gap between us is smaller than it sounds. Alchemy from 10, advanced 5th rank at 18. Alchemy from 5, peak 5th rank at 14. Yang is not behind me. Yang started 9 years later, and he is running faster than I am. There was a third passenger, Immortal Maiden Bai, personal disciple of the Bai Valley Master, traveling to Chen City, which made Sun Chang's rumor about Sound Valley and the Chen family look considerably less like a rumor. I nodded to her. She nodded back. That was the entire exchange. Zhang Zhou hit me in the shoulder hard enough to move me. You fellow, since she arrived in Xuantian City, she has not glanced at another living person. And she not only looked at you, she greeted you. Do you not think you deserve a beating? Privately, I did wonder about it. Why would she look at me differently? Is it because I am too handsome? I touched my own face to check, and he nearly did hit me. Her servant is an ordinary-looking old woman, gray, small. The kind of person who carries somebody else's bags. Sun Chang looked at her once, and afterwards described the sensation as standing at the edge of a very deep hole in the dark. She asked to pilot, put one hand on the wheel, and doubled the ship's speed on her control of spatial power alone. Chen City is more than twice the size of Li City, and its wormhole square is 1,000 meters across and sits inside the walls because Chen City is large enough to put one there and still have city on all sides. We came out of the passage into a silent square with 2,000 people looking up. A pure white carriage was standing in the air above it, drawn by 2 silver beasts with the Chen crest on the door. Void Pegasus beasts, 6th tier, able to fly in the void, so rare that at auction they do not have a price, they have a state of not having one. Zhang Zhou finished stretching, noticed the entire square staring, and did not panic in the slightest. Huh? Why are they all looking at us? Then he saw the beasts. Wow, such a handsome demonic beast, and they are using it to pull a cart. That is too wasteful. A young man in blue stepped down out of it. Kang Guang. Gentle, graceful, easy to talk to, and extremely difficult to dislike, which I found annoying. Yang greeted Liu Lan properly, and then out of pure courtesy offered hospitality to her traveling companions. Zhang Yong and I were both drawing breath to decline politely when Liu Lan spoke, unprompted, for the second time in 10 days. Young Master Kang Guang. This young Master Li is of the Li family. I hear the Li family and the Chen family are both among the 5 great clans. Young Master Kang Guang should indeed fulfill his duties as a host. Kang Guang's face changed. Yang had heard that name inside his own house more than once. Every one of the 5 clans keeps files on the other 4's children, and the entry read out to him for years was a boy who became a formal alchemist at 7. Yang had been measured against me since before he could grow a beard by people who did not think he could hear them. I did not understand until years later that Liu Lan had not said that on her own. Granny Chen, why did you make me remind Kang Guang to invite Li Kang into the Chen family? Hey, Ashan, do not worry. From now on, simply follow the young Miss's instructions. I have my own plans for this. And Liu Lan stopped asking, because Granny Chen raised her, and because you do not ask twice. Riding into the inner city, the walls run dozens of feet high with silver-armored spearmen on top, and the weakest man up there was a spirit-rank cultivator. Here is the honest measurement I made on that ride, and it has kept me sane for years. In terms of heritage, 10 Li families do not come to one Chen family. I can outgrow them. Reputation and strength are things one person can move. Heritage is not. Heritage is 300 years of nobody making a serious mistake. There are exactly two things that flatten that difference: a Do Sheng or a 9th grade alchemist. And since Wen Lei disappeared, there has not been one publicly known 9th grade alchemist anywhere on this continent. At dinner, Zhang Zhou cheerfully volunteered that I had beaten him with a peak 5th grade pill. Kang Guang stopped with his cup halfway up, which neither of the songs could read at all. If I remember correctly, young Master Kang is not yet an adult, is he? I lied upward by 1 year because the small lies survive. Yes, I am. 15 years old. Zhang Zhou's mouth was open and his eyes were coming out of his head. Brother Li, are you really only 15? Yes. Oh my god. And then he sagged. How can you be 15? That would make you nearly 4 years younger than me. 4 years younger, and your alchemy is better, and your cultivation is higher. Yang stared into his bowl. Does that not make me look extremely stupid? I felt genuinely bad, because I had just taken away the only comfort he had. Yang had spent 10 days telling himself that the other boy came from one of the 5 great clans and had obviously been trained better. That was true, and it had been enough, and now it was not. Kang Guang recovered faster and went somewhere much colder with it because he was not thinking about me at all. Yang was thinking about a girl in the Wang family who was born with terrifying soul power and became a formal alchemist last year, at 7 years old. The Wang family and the Li family. Heaven favors those two houses far too much. And then he cheered himself up, and in doing so handed me the most important thing I collected that year, without knowing he was doing it. The Chen family had a card left. His father was about to formally adopt a little girl from within the family as his own daughter, 5 or 6 years old, so frightened of strangers that she did not interact with anybody at all, and his father had forbidden every person in that compound from contacting her, which, as Kang Guang said out loud over the wine, is not a thing the head of the Chen family does for nothing. Her name was Kang Rui. Zhang Zhou wanted one domain back the next morning, and I could not blame him. His flame came out of his palm and poured onto the ground like water and came at me as a rising sea. I answered with 2 silver lines that went up and down through the air like snakes, and the blue tide broke on them and could not find a gap anywhere along the front. Then I opened both hands and braided fire off all 10 fingers into a whip, and one crack of it tore that sea open along the ground. I won on equipment. His control is better than mine. When both people are being pushed, the better fire wins. Kang Guang said afterwards that he felt he had spent his life at the bottom of a well, looking up at a circle of sky. Deep in the compound, at the same hour, 2 people were having a different conversation, and I did not hear about it for years. The first time I saw that boy, I found a powerful energy inside him. Yang has consumed some heaven and earth treasure, and if I am not mistaken, his bone age is at most 14. Granny Chen read my bone age through my skin at a glance, in a crowded square, while carrying luggage. With that talent, family head Chen, do you think he is worthy of the young miss? Kang Rui is a child. After today, she will be my daughter. Senior, do you not think you are meddling too far? You know the young miss's situation. She is destined never to live like an ordinary girl. My young miss is her mother, and I do not think she wants her daughter to end as she did. Alone. So without my knowledge, in a courtyard in Chen City, 2 adults opened a file on me over a 5-year-old who was being hidden from the world by an adoptive father and whose real parent had gone away and left no message. At the exchange the next day, I bought a black iron shard off a stone platform for 2 advanced 6th rank pills after Zhang Zhou had attacked the price on principle and Kang Guang had closed it for me. Ancient secret art, seal flame curse seal, a method for sealing a heavenly flame into your own body and subduing it at leisure instead of dying in the attempt. It is worthless to every person in that building except one, because I happen to know where 2 ownerless heavenly flames are sitting. And over wine that night, Zhang Yang told me a thing that rearranged all my plans. Many years ago, in a secret place inside the pill domain, Han Kai found a very large meteorite stone and split it up. That stock is gone. The 10 in my prize were the last of it. But the place is still there. That place is a bewildering valley deep in the mountains. Go too far in, and you lose yourself. Old Ghost Han invited me to explore it with him once. We went deep, and we lost our way completely. For a full month, we did not know how we got out. 2 6th-rank advanced alchemists. 1 month. No idea how they left. I told the Songs the next morning that I was not going to Holy Pill City with them. What? You are not coming? Because Zhang Yong had told me something, over wine, that had rearranged all my plans. Many years ago, in a secret place inside the Pill Domain, Han Kai had found a very large meteorite stone and split it up. That stock was gone now. The 10 in my prize were the last of it, but the place is still there. That place, Zhang Yong said, and he was not enjoying the memory, is a bewildering valley deep in the mountains. Go too far in, and you lose yourself. Old Ghost Han invited me to explore it with him once, to see what was really inside. We went deep, and we lost our way completely. For a full month, we did not know how we got out. 2 6th-rank advanced alchemists. 1 month, no idea how they left. I had assumed it was a meteor fall site. It clearly was not. Old mister, do not worry, I said, and I meant it. I value my life a great deal. If there is danger, I will not force my way through. They warned me twice more and took the wormhole. One odd thing happened before I left. The head of the Chen family asked to see me and then talked to me about nothing at all for a quarter of an hour and let me go. I walked out of that compound completely baffled. Well, I thought, who cares what he wants? It was not without benefit. The benefit being that Chen Yi gave me a flying demonic beast on the way out, an iron-winged flying eagle, because a Dao spirit still cannot fly. I would have preferred a void Pegasus beast. I wanted on the record that the only reason I did not ask is that they would have said no, because otherwise I estimate I could absolutely have brought myself to ask. 10 days of empty mountains after that. Rare herbs are guarded by beasts, so I fought for everything I picked, and the fighting plus the dragon energy still working in me pushed me 2 whole stars to 6-star Dao Spirit. With a Dao Zong beside me, anything short of 7th tier is survivable. Then the range, with white mist lying over it like a veil thrown across the peaks. Map, soul power, confirmation. That is it. It is here. I was delighted. Sun Chang was openly unhappy and had run out of arguments 4 days earlier. One step into the mist and the world changed, a moment of dizziness, and then the thin veil was 10 times thicker, and it ate soul power. My perception, backed by a soul value over 600, got choked down to 100 meters. Visually, 5. Young master. Sun Chang's voice came out of a wall of white a meter away. We cannot see beyond 5 meters. Be careful from here. An hour of walking through unchanging silence with nothing to look at. Then something went past us. Careful. Sun Chang's palm blew a corridor through the fog 30 meters long, and lying in the grass at the end of it, having very nearly not dodged in time, was a small white fox, a spirit white fox, weak, rare, and carrying the eyes of disillusionment, which see through every mist there is. If I could get hold of that creature, this entire mountain stopped being a problem. Quick, catch it. 50 points of speed is a real number. I crossed tens of meters in a blink, which is not a Dao Spirit speed, that is a Dao King speed. The fox got its feet under it, looked at me, and its eyes went wide with an expression that was so exactly human that I nearly laughed. Me? Then it was gone at a speed I did not expect at all, because running away is the one thing that animal has been built by the world to do. I locked it with soul power and went after it flat out. The corridor Sun Chang had punched through the fog closed behind me while I was in it. I did not notice. Young master, a Dao Zong shouting with everything he had, and the fog ate it inside 50 meters. And in raw soul power, a 1-star Dao Zong is not necessarily above a boy carrying 600, so his search found nothing at all. We were both running blind in different directions at very high speed, and a slight deviation at those speeds means 1,000 miles. I found out when the fog thinned. The mist has cleared. Then, over my shoulder, old son, nobody. I talked myself down using the only fact I had, which was that 2 old men had been lost in here for a month and had walked out alive. So this is a fence, not a trap. Fences let you out eventually. Priority unchanged. Get the fox. The fox, it turned out, had run itself to a standstill, and it dealt with the situation in the most effective way available to it. It curled into a ball, pulled its enormous tail over its own head, and shook. I picked it up by the scruff. Me, no wonder they call foxes enchantresses. You certainly know how to play pitiful. All right, stop it. I am not going to do anything to you. The tail moved a fraction. One eye appeared. Be obedient from now on, and I will make sure you live in luxury, and no demonic beast ever bullies you again. The eye looked me over carefully, top to bottom, the way you inspect a horse. Me? I will not lie to you. I keep my word absolutely. And it nodded. Hard. Twice. I have been carrying that animal ever since, and I have never once been able to speak fox, and I have answered every single thing it has ever said to me correctly on the first try. Then something roared from about an arm's length away. Me, me, me. And a mountain came through the fog at us. I ran. I cannot fight that in this fog. I could not see it, and it did not need to see me. I stuffed the fox down the front of my robe with only its head sticking out. Right. Take me out of the fog, now. It looked left. It looked right. Meow, meow, meow. Straight ahead? Good. Go. Several thousand meters of flats sprinting with something enormous crashing along behind me, and then the fog simply stopped, the way a curtain stops, and I was standing at the lip of a wide green valley with a river down the middle of it that looked like somebody's idea of paradise. The thing came out of the fog after me, a silver giant bear, several meters at the shoulder. The ground moved when it landed. It came up onto its hind legs and roared, and my clothes flattened against my chest, and the fox pulled its head inside my robe and curled into a shaking ball. The one piece of good news was the aura, 5th tier, no higher, winnable. The bad news is that bears are armor and mass, and I am an alchemist, and an alchemist must not be touched. It came at me like a siege engine. I stepped off the line and put 2 silver fire snakes into its flank. They went in clean, and it screamed. Huh, I thought, mid-dodge. Something that size and its defense is that poor? Is it a paper tiger? Which was wrong, and I knew it was wrong while I was thinking it, because every 4th tier bear I had met on the road here shrugged off everything I owned. So I opened the new toy, Dragon Flame Bow. 2 crimson fire dragons came up out of nothing and hit it together, and flipped several tons of bear over and put it into the ground hard enough to crater the rock, and the cracks ran all the way to my boots. Then a ripple of silver light went over its hide, and both dragons went out like candles. Huh. This big clumsy thing has a trick, and worse. The dragons were obviously my stronger attack, and they had done almost nothing. So I ran the experiment again. 2 more starfire snakes, and this time I watched them. They went through the silver ripple without slowing down at all, into the body, and it screamed again. That gave me the answer, and I did not like it. The fire dragons of Dragon Flame Bow are not my starfire. They are made of star essence, wearing the shape of fire. My actual flame is the only thing on me that hurts this creature. And then, standing there watching an energy ripple fail to stop a flame it should have stopped, I got to the real conclusion. It is not a demonic beast. It is not flesh and blood at all. It is made of energy in the shape of an animal, exactly like the fire beasts I pull out of jade bottles, which raises 3 questions, and I hated all of them. If this thing is not alive, what is it? Why is it inside a wall of fog? What is it standing on, and who is holding the other end? If this is man-made, things have just become complicated. Under the starlight, it evaporated, and where it had been, there was a stone, black, fist-sized, visibly bigger than anything traded in the Central Plains, and it looked as though it could be split in 2. A meteorite stone. The giant beast had a meteorite stone for a heart. I found a stalactite cave at the edge of the valley, checked it for droppings and claw marks, sat down, and drank that rock dry over 3 days. 25 points of star essence, richer, per weight, than anything from outside, which made 200, and 200 lit the 5th star palace of the Dragonhead, and soul control went from 20 to 30. That number is not vanity. My refining technique had only just reached peak 5th rank, but my soul value had been sitting in 6th rank territory for months, waiting for control to catch up. With 10 more points of soul control, I could go for 6th rank alchemist. 6th rank is not one step up. It is a different animal entirely. At 6th rank, you can refine for Dao Emperor and Dao Zong customers, which means Dao Kings and Dao Emperors take your orders, and Dao Zong do you favors for free and thank you for the privilege. There is a man called Han Feng who lives in the worst region on the continent and who once assembled a group of Dao Emperors to besiege an academy, and he is a 6th rank alchemist, and that is the entire explanation. I sat in the cave mouth with a fox asleep across my leg and set the order of business. Find Sun Chang, then hunt. Meteorite stones are important. Being alive is more important. Sun Chang spent 4 days running through white fog, and by the end of the 4th he had started thinking a sentence he could not stop. If anything has truly happened to Li Kang, then even my death is not enough to make it right. Yang told me later that he had spent most of the 7th day simply saying please over and over to nobody. We found each other on that 7th day. Young master? Yang crossed 40 meters as lightning and then did not say another word until he had checked me from my scalp to my boots with both hands and his soul. Good, good. It is good that you are not hurt. I apologized, and I meant it, and then I admitted the awkward part, which is that losing him is the only reason I now knew what the stones actually were. His instinct was to leave and come back stronger. I refused, because rate of growth is the entire game and later is always too late. Yang did not argue with me. Yang set terms, which is smarter. Hunting is acceptable. The young master does not take risks again. If there is danger, I act. I agreed instantly, since it was the plan I already had. The creatures live near the valley, in the band where the fog is thin, which means the fog is a fence in both directions. It is not only keeping people out, it is very likely keeping them in. Then there is a great secret in that valley, Sun Chang said. There were a great many of them in there, all alike, all silver, and their eyes were red and full of slaughter and completely empty of anybody. They destroyed everything they saw, including each other. That is what I built the strategy out of. 2 of them were fighting when we came up on the ridge, dozens of feet tall, and every time they collided, the hillside moved. Combat power, around a 1-star Tao Emperor each. When these things meet, they fight, I said, and the winner eats the loser. So we wait until they have settled it, and then we kill the one that is still standing. It also explained Han Kai. A survivor absorbs the loser's energy and leaves the core lying there. Han Kai must have wandered close to the valley, found a stone on the ground, and wandered back out again without ever meeting a single one of them. Yang spent a month lost in that fog and never knew what he had walked past. The winner roared and started to feed. Old son, now, do not let it take that energy or the survivor gets stronger. Sun Chang went in as a bolt of lightning and put a purple fist straight through a 4-armed ape's chest. It did not die. It got angry, and 4 arms came down like mill wheels, and he was never once where they landed, and the hole in its chest was already closing. Old son, careful. They are pure energy. They do not bleed, and they do not stay injured. 1 blow. Go for the head. The head is the core. The second punch went to the head, and the whole thing shattered like ice, and a shower of crystalline dust went up into the air and dissolved. I watched several thousand pounds of pure energy evaporate in front of me and felt something close to physical pain, such perfectly refined energy, and I cannot absorb 1 grain of it. I can only stand here and watch it go. Sun Chang came back holding 2 black stones, each of them worth 10 of the ones traded outside, which gave me the last rule. The size of the core is set by the strength of the thing it was running. I should also record the trap under all of this because it is the reason nobody else has ever come out of that mountain with anything. Not everybody has a starfire that ignores their defense. An ordinary person meeting one of those for the first time, unless he is very strong indeed, is simply killed and never finds out that the thing he was fighting was not alive. Han Kai's month in the fog was not survival, it was luck. Half a day of hunting after that, and we found nothing more. There do not seem to be many of them out here, I thought. Should I go deeper? The 2 I had seen matched a Tao Emperor apiece, and if the valley is the nest, then whatever is in the middle of it is worse. I stood there dithering for a good 4 minutes, which is unlike me, and then gave up. Forget it. I have to go and look or I will not be content. 3 days in the cave first. My cultivation broke to 7-star Tao Spirit, and the reason it keeps doing that without wrecking my foundation is 100 essence and 100 chi. My body absorbs a leap almost as fast as I can make one. I had budgeted 2 or 3 years to digest the dragon essence. It has taken under 6 months of walking up a staircase. The giant cores, unfortunately, drink slowly. 3 days took less than a third out of 1. Both of them would take a fortnight. That will not do. We had a year of supplies in storage, and I refused to spend 2 weeks of it sitting on a rock. Collect now. Refine outside. Inside the valley proper, the energy of heaven and earth runs 5 or 6 times thicker than it does out in the world. What a place, I thought, walking into it. If the Li family's disciples could all cultivate here, the family's strength would go up enormously inside 10 years. And then, 3 seconds later, remembering what lives in it, I put that thought away for a decade. 10 miles in, and there was no end to it. Then a plain of half-meter grass and a dozen winged horse-shaped giants on it, playing. How could this be? Because every single one of these things kills every other one of these things on sight, and there were 12 of them chasing each other in a field. Sun Chang looked at the grass which came to his knee. The weeds here are too low. We cannot hide at all. Are we still going over? The arithmetic was fine. A dozen Daoking-class energy beasts against a Dozong and a Starfire is a winnable fight. The danger was not the fight. The danger was the noise. If we started a commotion and woke up the whole valley, the arithmetic changed completely. I went anyway, because 12 beasts is 12 stones. Go, be fast afterwards and keep it quiet. The moment we have them, we leave. The fallback was the fog, where I now had an animal that made getting lost impossible. Sun Chang crossed several hundred meters as lightning and a horse's head came apart with a sound like water hitting a griddle. I came in behind him with fire snakes, slower, no clean kills, but the starfire ate them all the same, and the noise happened. They screamed, and the sound went out across 1,000 meters of open ground and came back off the hills. Not good. Old son, finish it. Less than 1,000 meters away, 2 things woke up, dozens of meters tall, over 100 long, dragon-shaped. One of them flicked its tail while it was still getting up and split the ground for 40 meters. 7th tier class. And unlike every other thing in that valley, they had somebody home behind the eyes. They looked at each other first. They exchanged something. Then they got angry, together, and came. Two mountains running full speed will rearrange a landscape on the way past. We both went up. Good, I said, watching them fail to follow. It seems they do not fly. And something roared above me. Out of the white mist came dragon-shaped flyers, 70 or 80 meters long, wingspans of 50 or 60, appearing and vanishing in the cloud in numbers. I stopped counting at about 20. Holy cow, so many? No. Sun Chang, flat. There are too many, and each of them carries a Du Emperor's key. We have no advantage in the air. And the part he did not say because he did not need to. He can fly. I cannot. A Du Zong holding a boy in open sky is not a Du Zong. He is a man carrying furniture. Down, into the forest. They spat balls of gray energy at us on the way. Holy cow, what do you think you are, a tailed beast? Sun Chang put a pillar of lightning into the two on the ground to buy 4 seconds, and then he did not follow me. Young master, go. I will hold them and catch up. Old son, do not get entangled, do not. Yang had already decided. Yang told me a long time afterwards, without any drama in it, exactly what his plan had been. At the last moment he was going to stand in front of the two ground giants and stay there, for as long as it took, to buy his young master enough time to reach the fog. And then something came across the entire valley at once, and both of our bodies stopped taking instructions. I knew what it was immediately, because it is my own trade, soul power. How can there be soul power like this? And it made no sense at all, because these creatures have stone hearts and energy bodies and no souls whatsoever. They have every characteristic of living things, and they are not living things, because not one of them owns a soul, which means somebody made them, and whoever made them had just woken up. The voice was old and extremely bored. It seems this mystical sky formation is not that strong after all. Outsiders have broken in again. That old fellow used to brag about it in front of me. Sun Chang's lightning went out in midair, and every enraged giant in that valley, on the ground and in the sky, came down and lay flat, the way an army goes down for an emperor. There was no descent, no thunder, no pillar of light. There was simply, standing on the grass about 4 meters away, a gray rabbit, an ordinary gray rabbit, exactly like the ones in the fields of my other life. I had the very distinct sensation that if it decided to hop, this world would not survive it. It smacked its lips and shook its head. You are really giving me trouble. Just kill them. I want to record that my reaction to this was not fear. Damn it, I thought. This rabbit is far too ruthless. It wants people dead over a mild inconvenience. I was one breath from doing something extremely stupid with everything I had left when its eyes came around and stopped on me. Oh, this is star power. It was in front of my face without crossing the space in between. Human. Li Kang, what is the star power on you? I did not answer fast enough. Human, answer my question. So I told it the truth, which had the advantage of being available. When I was born, starlight fell. This starfire of mine is innate. It read me for a long moment, all the way through, and found no lie in it, and hesitated. Then, I see. Then come with me. I have an opportunity for you. There was no discussion. Soul power closed around me like a hand, and I went into the valley's depths at a speed that took my breath away. Sun Chang started forward, and I caught his eye and stopped him. Against what that thing had just displayed, we had no ability to resist whatsoever, and if it wanted us dead, it would not have gone to this much trouble. Deep in the valley, the great secret turned out to be a rock, one enormous silver stone, smooth as a polished bowl, sitting in a clearing with grass grown up around it, tens of thousands of years old at a guess, and not a scratch on it anywhere. The rabbit dropped me from about chest height, and I nearly went down on my face. I got up, radiating politeness. May I ask what the Lord wishes me to do? Dead rabbit, I thought. You wait. It scratched an ear with a hind foot and pointed with the same foot. Go in. What? I said go in, otherwise I will kill you. So I walked around a seamless boulder, patting it for a mechanism, found nothing, and then punched it with everything a 7-star Tao spirit has. I did not scratch it. Damn it. Am I supposed to ram it with my head? Then I remembered the one word that had stopped my execution. Star power. I went down into my own sky to the 5 lit palaces along the dragon's horn, gathered what was there, put both palms flat on the stone and pushed. Something hummed between my eyebrows. The unbreakable surface went soft and rippled like the top of a pond. I lost my balance forward, and I fell straight through it. I was told the rest of what happened out there much later, and I have thought about it more than I have thought about anything else that happened in that valley. As soon as I was gone, the rabbit's whole face changed. Finally. And then, up at the mist, old fellow, the person you spoke of has finally appeared. Then louder, with something under it that had been building for a very long time. How many years has it been? You tricked me back then. You said that as long as someone appeared who could inherit your legacy, you would give me my freedom. And this wait has been tens of thousands of years. You have practically ruined me. And then it went quiet and sat down on the stone. Kid, I hope you can gain that old fellow's approval. It looked up through the mist and through the sky and through whatever the sky is actually made of. I have not been home to see it in a very, very, very long time. Inside the stone there was a starry void, darkness, a scattering of lights, and cold. How, I thought, does this feel so similar to my own star diagram? I reached up on an impulse and my hand closed on starlight, and it was solid and cold enough that the cold went up my arm to the shoulder. My best guess is that the silver boulder is a fallen ancient star. There is a place in the story I remembered called the Starfall Pavilion, built by a man named Wen Yi inside a meteorite crater, and this is the same idea, executed by somebody with vastly more to work with, and immediately after that, the disappointment. There is abundant star power in here. There is almost no heaven and earth energy at all, perhaps a tenth of what the continent has outside, so nobody can cultivate Du Qi in here. There goes my secret training ground for 400 Li disciples. Half an hour of walking through identical nothing. No way, I thought. All this mystery, and a terrifying dead rabbit on the door, and there is nothing in it? Are you playing with me? One of the stars grew dozens of times larger, into something the size of a small moon, and dropped a beam of light straight down on top of me. The cold in it went past my skin and into my soul, and I threw up starfire on pure reflex. The malice in the light retracted instantly. Then it came back in, cool and clean and polite, and washed over me like water. If I had not been holding my own flame, I would have gone into that grass as a puddle. The condition on the door of the boulder and the condition on the light are the same condition: have star power or die here. I braced for the traditional next step, which is an ancient soul explaining that it requires a suitable body and thanking me for volunteering. Instead, a storage ring floated down out of the light with a silver star on the band and hovered in front of my chest and waited. You, I said, are not playing by the rules. It opened to star power and soul power braided together, which is a combination exactly one person on this continent can produce. And then my heart started hammering, and not because it was full, because it was nearly empty, and every single thing in it was impossible. 1. A cauldron. There is a list called the Heavenly Cauldron Ranking, 13 cauldrons, and it is to alchemists what the flame ranking is to everybody else. In the story I remembered, 4 of them appear. Wen Yi's Black Demon Cauldron sits at 8th. Most of them are not made, they are born, and they choose their own masters, which is why the Black Demon Cauldron picked Wen Lei and not the other way around. This one is 4th. Grown out of archaic star origin, which is one of the 3 great origins, sun, moon, and stars. There is no way to force one of those. So I stood in front of a 10-foot cauldron and hoped at it, which is the only available strategy. It spun down to the size of my fist and stamped itself into my soul before I could get a hand up. I stood there rubbing my forehead. That would be a soul binding, a fairly advanced one. It seems the Starry Sky Cauldron is still rather aloof. I also noted immediately the practical thing that nobody in my family would have thought of first. It is a cauldron, and it changes size, and it is made of the origin of stars. If I enlarge it and hit somebody with it, I doubt a Du Emperor would be willing to take that on the head. 2. A cultivation technique, the star divination art, heaven rank advanced, to put that in scale. At the very top end of a Central Plains treasure fair, you might see sky rank low. According to the Li family's own records, nothing above heaven rank intermediate has surfaced anywhere in centuries. The ancient races top out around there. I wanted to laugh at the sky. Then I read the requirement. Innate star physique. A body born of star origin, a thing that has never once been recorded on this continent. And no, my star essence does not count, because strictly speaking my body does not absorb it at all. My star diagram absorbs it. I am the bottle, not the drinker. A mountain of gold in front of me at arm's length and a sign on it saying not for you. I put it back very carefully because I was afraid of what I would do to it otherwise, and picked up the last item. 3. A white crystal the size of a pearl, the star spirit, upon consumption, grants the acquired primordial star body, allowing one to cultivate the star divination art. Damn it, are you deliberately messing with me? If you had mentioned this first, would I have had to stand here agonizing? I ate it out of spite. Star essence came out of the whole void at once and wrapped me in a white cocoon, and the world went away. It stayed away for more than 2 months. Outside, Sun Chang could not do anything at all. The giants had stopped attacking him, which was the rabbit's doing, but the moment he moved toward the inner valley, the sky and the ground filled up with them. Yong also had a clock running. My grandfather had given me 1 year. The year was nearly gone, and if the Li family's heir did not come home on time, there was going to be another storm in Li City, because nobody in that house was permitted to let anything happen to me. Yong spent 9 weeks walking a perimeter he could not cross. Deep in the valley, the gray rabbit sat on the silver stone and stared up into the mist with its eyes full of something I can only describe as grief. Then the stone rippled and spat a man out onto the grass. It was on me in one hop. How is it? How is it? Did you get what the old fellow left for you? I got up. Every cell in my body had been taken apart and put back differently, and I was still finding out what that meant. Do not rush. Do not rush. I have obtained it. Excellent. And then it went off like a festival. Ha ha ha. I have finally waited for it. How many years has it been? That old fellow tricked me into swearing an oath to guard this place and told me I would be free soon. And the reality? This old man has waited tens of thousands of years. So I asked the traditional questions. Who was he? How did he die? What does he want from me? And the rabbit stopped bouncing and looked at me like I was slow. Who told you he died? I said nothing. Of course he is not dead. That old fellow was a terrifying individual who had been a dude for tens of thousands of years. If it were not for the changes in heaven and earth, he would not have chosen to leave the Fighting Chi continent to go to one of the major 1,000 worlds. I want to lay out the arithmetic I did standing in that grass because it changed the shape of my whole life. The last dude this continent produced was the Tuoshe, ancient emperor. Yang is the only one of his era. Yang got there by devouring every flame on the heavenly flame ranking, and by his time, the world was already in decline, with nothing left in the air between heaven and earth. After him, nothing, for 10,000 years. This one is older than Tuoshe, and he did not die. Yang looked at a dying world and left it, alive, and went somewhere else. There is no mention anywhere in anything I remember of the major 1,000 worlds. There is no explanation anywhere in anything I remember of why this continent is dying. I have been carrying that question ever since, and I still do not have the answer. Kid, let me use that storage ring. I hesitated for about a second and got savaged for it. What are you dawdling for? Are you afraid your rabbit lord will steal your things? Do you think I do not know what that old fellow left in here? Worthless trinkets? Trash he did not want. How could your rabbit lord possibly fancy them? Trash? The 4th-ranked cauldron on the continent. A heaven-rank advanced technique. A crystal that rewrites a person's physique. If all of that is trash, then in your eyes, dead rabbit, what exactly counts as treasure? It used the ring to strip something off itself, and a wave went out across the valley, and it was free. I had a very late thought at that point. No. This dead rabbit is not the helper Senior Dao Di left behind for me, is it? Did I just release my own inheritance for nothing? It read my face, bared a set of teeth no rabbit should have, and threw the ring back at my chest. Do not worry, kid. Given this rabbit master's status, I do not fancy that trash either. Then quietly, to itself, it is time to go back, and it shrieked once. The forest fell inward from every direction at once. Thousands of them came into the inner valley. Everyone bigger than the pair that had nearly killed us, flyers and walkers, silver and enormous, filling the ground and the sky, and all of them lay flat. Then the rabbit inhaled, every single one of them wailed, came apart, and poured into a body the size of a loaf of bread. The weakest of them was 6th tier. The one at the front was 8th or better. I stood in a corner with my mouth open and finally understood what I had been walking through for a week. The valley was not a prison, and it was not a laboratory. It was a larder. It had been fattening for tens of thousands of years, and today was harvest. Energy like that in a human body would take a high-rank doucheng apart. I wondered briefly whether it was a du-di, and reasoned my way out of it, because a du-di does not get chained to a rock by another du-di. That put it around half-emperor. The class of Wang Guang. The class of the pure lotus demon saint. Then it burped, and said, only recovered 70%. I very nearly sat down in the grass. Never mind. This is enough to get me back to the starry universe. How many years has it been? I am finally going home. It tore a hole in the space in front of it, stepped through, and did not look back at me once. The bill came afterwards, and it was substantial. As the giants were eaten, every core in the valley went dead. Ordinary stone. Gray, inert, worthless. I am fairly certain that every meteorite stone that has ever circulated on this continent came out of that valley, one at a time, over a very long period. That supply is now closed, permanently. By me, indirectly, which is a thing I try not to dwell on. What is left is better anyway. Inside the silver stone, star power absorbs at twice the rate it does outside, and the fog keeps every other living person out, which gives me time to quietly bring an entire valley under Li family control. Sun Chang found me coming out of the inner valley looking like a man who had been robbed and paid at the same time. Young master, why did all the giant beasts go into the valley? I have checked the outer band. There are none left anywhere. Do you remember the rabbit that took me away? Yes. Those were its supplements. It was harvest time. Yang did not ask a second question. Yang has never asked a second question in his life. Old son, next I intend to completely refine the dragon energy still in me and take my strength directly to Do King. Then we go home. Yang did not argue about that either, which surprised me until I understood why. Yang could tell there had been another encounter, and he could tell he was not going to be told about it, and he had decided years ago that this was acceptable. The reason I could do it safely now is the star divination art, the thing that stopped me in the cave after the serpent was foundation damage. The star divination art purifies violent energy as it comes in. There is no longer a cliff to fall off. Yang stood outside a cave mouth and felt the chi climbing inside it, and he told me afterwards that what he felt was relief with something complicated underneath. A Dao King at under 15. Yang had never allowed himself to imagine a growth rate like that, even for me. Inside, my dew crystal, which by then looked like a sea urchin, shattered. It did not break, it dispersed, out into flesh and blood and bone, and then the dew chi came flooding back out through meridians that had gone crystalline, filling them the way water fills a well-built reservoir, and the whole system made a sound I can only describe as delight. Dao King. The wings are not the point. Everybody talks about the flight, and the flight is not the point. Dao King is the first rank where a cultivator can draw on the energy of the world outside his own body. Below that, every technique you use is paid for out of your own pocket, which is exactly why an earth-grade technique in the hands of a dew spirit never shows what it can really do. It is also, incidentally, the entire reason I had never bothered to learn a strong dew technique. And I did not stop there. There was dragon energy left. The star divination art was inhaling the outside world at a frankly alarming rate, and that valley's air is 5 or 6 times thicker than normal. I came out at 8-star Dao King, 14 years old, and none of my clothes fit. There is one detail about breaking 2 realms in a fortnight that nobody warns you about. I stood up in that cave, and my whole body went off like a string of firecrackers, and my extremely well-tailored robe turned into a straitjacket. Lifting an arm threatened the seams. This cultivation improvement, I thought, is actually making me taller. I tore the sleeves off at the shoulder and the legs off at the knee and walked out having converted myself from a graceful young master into an ascetic wanderer. Sun Chang was startled by the outfit, then realized I was half a head taller than I had been going in, and worked out the cause, and still could not work out why a cultivation breakthrough should make a boy grow. Holy Pill City is not a city, it is a condition. We came out of the passage onto a square of crimson rock so wide that all I could see in any direction was a blood-red line running to the horizon, packed with people, with the noise going up into the sky and thinning the clouds. Is this Holy Pill City? Behind me, the passage kept convulsing and spitting out spatial ships, shrinking as they came, with the people inside dropping out of them like beans out of a sack. This is one spatial point in the outer region, Sun Chang said quietly. There are 8 of these squares out here. Yang knows the city because he never once left Li Ming's side. The Li family itself barely comes here anymore. At the last Pill Tower test, we placed dead last of the 5 great clans. It was simply too embarrassing. Let us go. We will rest at the family's outpost and take the assessment tomorrow. I had the map. I asked my grandfather for one before I left, which he found so touching that I felt slightly guilty about it. Half an hour's flight to the southern outer district. A wide courtyard, still fully staffed, and a vermilion plaque with 2 gilt characters on it. Li Residence. The gate was opened by a thin, middle-aged man in 6-rank advanced colors, who was also a 2-star Duzong. 3rd Elder. The Li family has 4 elders, and I will describe them honestly, because they are the reason I stopped despising this house. My grandfather is the Grand Elder and the strongest at both disciplines. The 2nd elder is older than he is and mediocre at both, and his potential ran out years ago, so he gave up on himself entirely and now does nothing but teach children and refine stock for the family. The 3rd and the 4th are still young enough to grow, so each of them abandoned his weaker discipline outright and poured everything into the stronger one. The 3rd took fighting, the 4th took pills, all of it in order to be more useful to the family. When I read about the Li family in the other life, I had contempt for them. A great clan that gets bullied on its own doorstep and has to be rescued by one of its own daughters and a pack of strangers. Living inside it, I found something the book had no way to show me. The legacy really is nothing to boast about, but every single member of this family, from the clan head and the elders down to the servants, is trying to give everything they have to it. There is no poisoned inheritance. There are no factions. Nobody is quietly hoping the heir dies. I did not inherit any loyalty to the Li family. They argued me into it while I was watching. The 3rd elder recognized Sun Chang instantly and then stopped dead on the young man bowing beside him. You are Li Kang? Yang had last seen a quiet little brat. How is this possible? 1 year and 2 months, I said. Yang kept looking at my face like a man checking a receipt. You left to travel the continent, and it has been a little over a year. I cannot believe you have changed this much. You truly live up to being our family's killin'. And the first thing under my ribs when he said that was not pride. It was, I wonder how they are. I wonder if my mother is well. I wonder if my sister remembers me. Then I told him I was not going to take the 6th rank assessment. Yang cut me off in the middle of the sentence angrily, which I had never seen him do. Why? Do you understand what a 6th rank badge would mean for this family and for you? I did. A 15-year-old 6th rank alchemist out of one of the 5 great clans gets taken up by the Pill Tower's leadership on the day he registers, possibly straight to core disciple, and the family is bleeding. The true reason I could not say to him, or to my father, or to my grandfather, or to anybody alive. There are 2 ownerless heavenly flames sitting on the northwest continent right now, and the moment I am inside the Pill Tower, I cannot go and get them, so I lied sideways. I am going out again soon after I go home, it may be for some time. And when he pushed, I gave him the argument that was at least half true. Give me another year or 2 and my strength may jump again. At that point, I might attract the attention of the Pill Tower's real leadership, even the giants. If I could enter as the personal disciple of a Pill Tower giant, would that not be better than entering now as a core disciple? Yang laughed out loud at me. Li Kang. Do you really think a fortuitous encounter like this one comes along whenever it is needed? If it did, it would not be called a fortuitous encounter. Then he looked at a boy who had left home as a great do master and come back 14 months later as an 8-star do king and ran out of counter-arguments and landed somewhere resigned. Perhaps this is what it means to be born with heaven's favor. So he stopped fighting and gave me advice instead, and it was the good kind. Then prioritize stability in everything. Your talent and your name have already made your road smoother than other people's. There is absolutely no need for you to take risks. Remember that. I bowed deeply and said I would keep his words in mind. I want that sentence sitting here, in the middle of this story, because a minor character said the truest thing anybody says in it. I did not have to fight for any of this. The assessment tower was busy at dawn and I stood in the queue. Young master, Sun Chang quietly. Shall I go and smooth things over? Never mind. We will follow the order. The Li name would have opened a private aisle in about 11 seconds. It would also have told every alchemist in Holy Pill City exactly who had just walked in. I had already chosen not to make a show. Setting aside a privilege for one morning cost me nothing. It moved fast because anything below 6th rank does not require a Pill Tower deacon to preside. I was out by midday with a dark gold badge, flames coiling a tower, 5 purple gold stars, Pill Tower issue. Recognized on every square meter of the central state continent. Every alchemist I passed on the way out did a double take because I read as about 20, and a 5-rank alchemist at 20 is an extraordinary talent even here. Let us go. No need to return to the residence. We are going straight home. 3 days later, the ship came out of the node and there was Li City underneath us. A year, I thought, looking down at it. I wonder how they are. Young master. Sun Qiang had been watching me since I was 2 and did not need to guess. Let us go in quickly. You have been away over a year. The clan head, the madam, and the grand elder will all be waiting. My mother abandoned the dignity of a clan head's wife entirely, picked up her skirt, and ran out of the compound. And then stopped dead in the gateway because she could not tell which one of us was her son. Mother! Her whole face changed. Then she came across that courtyard, reached up, took my ear between 2 fingers, and turned my head back and forth like a steering wheel. You little rascal! You still remember you have a mother. Over a year, and not one message. Not one. I stood there in front of the entire household being steered by the ear, and I have rarely been happier. Every scheme and calculation I had been carrying for 14 months simply stopped. Mother, I said into her ear, I am back. Her hands went still. She had them flat on my chest by then, and I felt her notice how much of it there was, and when she stepped back, her eyes were red. Inside the hall, my father, my grandfather, the 4 elders, the deacons who actually run things. And every single pair of eyes in that room went to my badge first. My mother had never looked at it. Li Kang, you are already a 5-rank alchemist? Not 5 rank, I said. 6 rank. I simply have not taken the 6 rank assessment yet. The hall came apart. Half the younger leadership could not accept the decision at all, and said so, loudly and simultaneously. My grandfather backed me without asking a single question, and the room shut up. That night, in the head study, with the door checked twice for listeners, 3 generations of the Li family sat around one lamp. The trip to that valley yielded a great deal, I said, including a legacy I believe was left by a Dudi. What? They said it at the same time and their faces did the same thing. Is it really a Dudi legacy? My father asked, and then asked again. I understood why they could not hold it. I read this world as a story, so a Dudi is a fact in a book. They live here. The strongest person the Li family has ever produced was the grade 8 alchemist who founded us, and he was a 5-star Dozun. There has barely been a Dozun in the line since. The largest object my family has ever come close to touching is the 3 giants of the Pill Tower. I put the scroll on the table. The star divination art, heaven rank advanced. The veins came up on The back of my grandfather's hand. Heaven rank advanced. This is a heaven rank cultivation technique. They unrolled it together. It is blank. 3 characters at the top and nothing else on it anywhere. Both heads came up at the same instant, and I had to explain the innate star physique and the requirement and the fact that a body born of star origin has never once been recorded on this continent, and the 2 of them deflated like punctured bladders, visibly, right there at the table. You brat, my father, betrayed. You are playing tricks on your father and your grandfather. Those are the conditions the dude left. What am I supposed to do about it? I also had to swallow a very strange star spirit to get around them. Privately, I doubt the star spirit came from this world at all, neither did the rabbit, which means there will never be a second one. I let them sit in it for a beat, then I put down a second scroll. Star origin pill? My grandfather's face changed on the first line. Li Kung, can this be refined? Yes, though I would want to be at 7th rank before I had any real confidence. Then the catch, which I gave them straight. 3 of the main ingredients do not exist on this continent. What I brought back is enough for 3 refinements. Ever. Yang went very still and very solemn. 3. Then we wait until you are certain. And at that point my father, the clan head of the Li family, who had been sitting in his own study being ignored by 2 people for a quarter of an hour, finally lost his composure. You brat, what exactly does the star origin pill do? Tell me right now. I laughed out loud because I had genuinely forgotten he was in the room. In my defense, he has that effect on everyone. Yang is still my father. What it does is give an ordinary person the ability to sense star power, far weaker than the star spirit, just barely enough to practice the star divination art at all, and at that level the technique performs like heaven rank elementary, which is still the finest thing anybody in this family has ever held in their hands. There was a silence after that, and my grandfather broke it with the question I had been waiting for. Then who do you intend to give it to? Yang had already worked out why I had said nothing in daylight, in a full hall, in front of the deacons. I am not going to soften the reason. The Li family is united. I believe that completely. And a Dodi legacy and a heaven rank technique are the kind of objects that have taken apart better families than mine, and it is never scarcity that does it. It is inequality. 2 of them to Xinlan and Ning, I said. If the 3rd can be refined, it is yours, grandfather. My father's brows came down. They are both his daughters, and he said no. And I am not going to make him a villain for it because he was not being a bad father, he was being an accountant. Xinlan is 6 and has barely started. Ning is 13 and with every pay-1 pill the family could feed her, she is at the 8th stage of Du Qi, which is a pace that would not impress an ordinary house in the pill domain. So in my father's ledger, his 2 daughters do not have much cultivation value. You cannot call him cold-blooded for it. Yang is the clan head. When he looks at a problem, the first thing he sees is the family. That is the whole tragedy of him in one sentence, and he has no idea it is there. His counter-proposal was 1 dose to my grandfather, switch him to the star divination art, and bank the rest. And my grandfather actually sat with it, seriously, for a while, because a heaven rank technique might carry him to Dozun, and a Dozun in the Li family would change our standing regardless of what I ever became. I did not argue with either of them. I moved the board instead. When I have stayed a while, I am going to the northwest continent. I have received news of a strange flame. What? A strange flame? That landed harder than the Dao Di did, both of them at once. Because we are an alchemy family, and to an alchemist, the pull of a strange flame is not weaker than a heaven rank technique. My grandfather fired questions like a man loading a crossbow. What flame? Where? How dangerous? Do I need to come with you? I underplayed it deliberately. The green lotus core flame, 19th on the list. Location approximate. Poor region, no serious powers nearby. Sun Chang is sufficient. And you need to hold the family together, grandfather. It is better if you do not leave. And then he tried to give it back before it had even been found. I think it is more suitable for you to absorb it. My aptitude in this life is limited. Even with a strange flame, I could probably only reach the level of the old ancestor, but you are different. His eyes were blazing. If you can break through to rank 8, the Li family transforms again. Recreating the family's glory is the only thing that man has ever wanted. My private answer, which I have never said to him, is that my grandfather's ambition is too small. I do not cultivate the flame mantra, so additional flames are close to useless to me. My own starfire already rivals the low end of the ranking. Anything outside the top 10 is not a target, so I argued him into taking a gift by insulting it. It is only rank 19th. It is not much stronger than my starfire. It suits you better. Yang went quiet and looked up at me and started laughing. So you look down on it. That is why you thought of giving it to me. And my father once again could not get a word in and once again felt the pain of being invisible in his own study. For a month after that I did nothing at all. No cultivation, no star power. I slept until the sun came through the window cracks, and then I stretched and said, out loud, to an empty room, that it was comfortable, and a maid who had been waiting outside since dawn came in to help me wash. That is the ordinary life of a young master, and I had lived it for over 10 years without noticing it once. I had breakfast with my mother and my sister every morning, and then I did not go back to work. I spent the days with them, on purpose, to pay off some of what I had spent 11 years not paying. My mother was so pleased she was almost unbearable. She had barely had one unhurried hour with me since I turned 5. Li Fenghua, aged 6, got her brother for an entire day and turned out to be not shy in the slightest and slightly clingy, which was a data point I had not expected and enjoyed enormously. Pleasant times are always short. The family training ground has 2 halves, fighting and refining, and the rot in this house shows there more clearly than anywhere else. Fewer of this generation have alchemy aptitude than the last, and what they have is thin. So the young ones drift to the fighting side because if your refining talent is poor, you had better become strong, and if neither is any good, then you are simply useless, and everybody knows it by the time you are 12. There was a crowd around one of the sparring rings. Li Ning against Li Feng, the 4th elder's grandson, who has the best combined aptitude of the generation with me removed from the count. The girl's side of the crowd was delighted. Ning's strength has come up again. She is probably about to break into the 8th stage. The boys' side was indignant on principle, because when the face of the Li family's men is on the line, they do not want to be beaten by women. And then Li Tao, who is round and enthusiastic and cannot hold a thought in his mouth, destroyed the entire plan. Humph. You stinky girls, do not be smug too early. Brother Feng broke into the 8th stage half a month ago as well, and he has cultivated a profound rank do technique. We will definitely win. The smack he took to the back of the head was audible across the yard. Li Tao, you idiot, do not expose our trump card. Too late. The girls were already shouting warnings across the ring at the top of their lungs. Li Feng glared at Li Tao, who was by then attempting to become smaller and had no choice but to commit. Sister Ning, in Du Qi alone you are stronger than me, but if you can block my last move, I will admit defeat. All right, Brother Feng, make your move. I stood at the edge of the crowd where nobody had noticed me and read the fight before it happened. Raging Wind Palm. Profound rank low. It multiplies your speed for 1 burst and at Great Do Master, and below it is devastating, provided nobody knows it is coming. It had just been announced to a courtyard of 40 people. Ning turned in midair like a butterfly and simply was not where the palm went. Li Feng's face fell. That is, flying snow steps? Yang stopped. There was no point continuing. I lost, and the winner did not celebrate. She shook her head and gave him the truth as a consolation prize, which is a very Li family thing to do. Brother Li Feng does not need to be like this. Your refining talent is far beyond mine, and cultivating takes attention away from it. Your future achievements will certainly be greater than mine. And her face went flat and disappointed while she said it. I stood there and understood something I should have understood 2 years earlier. She is good at fighting because she pours every hour she has into fighting. And she pours every hour into fighting because she is mediocre at the other thing. And in this family, that is the thing that counts, and everybody knows it, and she knows they know. So I stepped out. Both of you did well. As long as you are willing to work and keep working, with the family behind you, you will each bloom in your own way. The courtyard detonated. I had not fully appreciated my own position among the Li family's young until that afternoon. The girls grabbed each other's arms and jumped. The boys straightened up and stuck their chests out to look impressive, including Li Tao, who had footprints on his robe and a black eye that his friends had already administered. And Li Ning, who was perfectly composed in front of a strict father and a grand elder, could not manage 2 words in front of her brother, big brother, under 3 years between us. After the year I had just had, she came up to my chest. I watched your fight, I said, and ruffled her hair. You did very well. The smile that produced made every boy in that yard stop moving, including Li Feng, who was standing there with an expression on his face that I did not care for at all. This brat, I thought. Yang is not getting ideas about my little cabbage, is he? I coughed. I patted his shoulder. I praised him for exactly 2 sentences. Then I cleared the entire courtyard and sent all of them back to training. Walking home, she trailed behind me with her head down, sneaking looks and dropping her eyes whenever I might turn around. Do not be nervous, I said, without turning around. Your big brother does not eat people. She pressed her lips together and smiled and caught up. Big brother, where are we going? I am staying with the family a while this time, and since I have nothing to do, I am going to teach you refining myself. I left a month later, and the reason is the hardest sentence in this whole account. I had already been home a month. If I stayed any longer, I was going to sink into it. My grandfather and my father did not try to stop me. My mother sent me off with instructions for about 11 minutes. Still only Sun Chiang. The family has no strength to spare, and the retainers are loyal, but not loyal enough to be told there is a heavenly flame at the end of the road. My grandfather held my arm at the gate. Be extremely careful. If it becomes impossible, preserving yourself comes first. The flame matters to this family. You are our final hope. Do not risk yourself for an external object. Do you understand? Yang is right, incidentally, and I have never once been able to act on it. If I sat in Lee City for my entire life, I would still achieve something considerable. It would only take longer. The route was not the one from the story. My grandfather had prepared a map with connected nodes, 3 transfers to Yunluo City, capital of the Falling Cloud Empire, on the northwest continent. Here is a scale correction that I found genuinely humbling. The northwest has countless empires. The Jiama Empire is one of the low-ranked ones, out on the desolate edge, barren and backward, and considerably poorer than the Falling Cloud Empire, the Gulan Empire, and the Chu Feng Empire that surround it. The whole story I remember starts in a slum on the outskirts of the world, a month in the wormholes. We came out onto a small bluestone platform, quiet, shabby, next to the plazas of Central State, and I stood there feeling as if I had been cut off from the world, and then a man in yellow robes stepped politely into our path. Mo Feng, Imperial Alchemist of the Falling Cloud Empire, 3-star Dao Emperor, which out here is a first-class piece of furniture. This spatial wormhole belongs to the Falling Cloud Empire's Imperial family. Since you have used it, there is a usage fee. A usage fee? I had paid at the other end. I have never in my life heard of being charged twice. The wormhole is jointly owned, he said, smiling, by the Falling Cloud Empire and Juri City in the northern region. So both ends collect. I stood there on a bluestone platform and thought, in my previous life, this would be an airline that sells you a ticket to board and a second ticket to get off. It is to better maintain the passage, he added, and facilitate everyone's travel. 50,000 gold each, 100,000 for 2. I paid. Falling Cloud's capital is as busy as a Central State city and visibly weaker. Walking the main street, I saw almost no great Dao masters, let alone the Dao spirits and Dao kings you fall over constantly at home. After several streets of this, I said, "Old son, it seems we are going to need to earn some money." Yang had no idea what to do with that. The eldest young master of the Li family, who has never lacked for anything, announcing he is short of cash, sounds exactly like showing off. The problem was real. Central State runs on barter and pills, and I had almost no coin, and paying in medicine out here means losing money on every transaction. I had just handed Mo Feng a 4th-grade pill worth well over 100,000 at auction to settle a 50,000 toll. Even a rich man should not permit himself to be taken for a fool. So half an hour later, we were standing outside the Wanbao auction house, and I went in alone. The appraiser was a graying old man with 3 silver crescents on his chest. I put 4 sealed bottles on his table, and the smell alone filled the room. Yang got the clear heart pill immediately. 4th grade, purges fire poison, so alchemists buy it forever. Then he came to the 5th grade pill and could not identify it at all, which is not incompetence. There are more pills in this world than any one man can hold. That is the Exploding King pill. It forces the user's Do Qi up to peak Do King for a short period. What? So I gave him the label, because I am not going to sell a bomb without one. Minimum realm Great Dao Master. Below that, the user explodes on the spot. A Great Dao Master who takes it ruptures his meridians and loses his cultivation permanently. His mouth twitched the whole way through. The 3 clear heart pills went for about 700,000 each. The Exploding King pill went for 3,900,000 in a war between 2 major powers, and I had not expected that at all. And then 7 or 8 men carried the last lot onto the stage under a cloth. Young master, Sun Qiang's voice arrived along a thread of qi. There is a smell of blood. Very faint, under a great deal of expensive preservation work. The cloth came off a tiger, 10 zhang of it, dead, black and white, with enormous scaled wings folded along its back. A space-rend flying tiger, space attribute, the same family as the beasts that pull the Chen family's carriage, and its essence blood and its core are the finest material in existence for pills that carry spatial power. Which is why I came 4 inches out of my seat before I got hold of myself. Daozong is the realm where a cultivator first touches spatial power, and a break sect pill works for exactly one reason. It contains a trace of pure spatial power to show the body what it is reaching for. To make the 2 Xuanyang breaking sect pills, Li Ming had the entire Li family scraping together the blood and the cores of 2 of these beasts, at enormous cost, and at the cost of favors my grandfather is still paying off. One of those 2 pills is inside Sun Qiang. Opening bid, 8 million gold. The room went cold because 8 million is what an intermediate earth rank cultivation technique costs. I had under 7 million to my name. Then the auctioneer read the seller's clause and saved my afternoon. Payment in kind acceptable, at 2 or more advanced 6th rank pills. I stood up. 1 6th grade advanced Do King pill. 2 6th-grade intermediate vitality pills. The haul came apart because the Do King pill alone is 70% of the value. It hands an elementary Do King a full star, and out there a single breakthrough can cost a man years of his life. Across the room, 3 men in black robes watched me do it. Only a Do King, and he produces that many advanced pills without blinking. Yang must be carrying a great many good things. We move first, before somebody else does. The moment he leaves the city, I won the tiger, and then I set the trap. I sent Sun Chang out of sight and walked out of that city alone, in daylight, slowly, carrying everything I owned. Against a group of greedy desperados, the only thing that works is killing a batch of them fast enough that the rest reconsider their careers. With the Dozong at my shoulder, nobody moves, and then I spend 6 months on that continent being followed. It is not thieves you fear, it is thieves who covet. 3 miles out, 3 black robes came down into the road, and 3 auras pressed on me at once. Not to make me kneel, to announce to everybody else in those trees that this meal was claimed. 3 7-star dew emperors, joined by a combination art. I had gone fishing for minnows and hooked 3 whales. Nobody said anything. 1 came for me and the other 2 sealed the exits, which I want to complain about on principle. At minimum, you announce your purpose. Hand over your storage ring. Something. I raised a palm and 5 enormous fire dragons came into existence. The man closing on me actually faltered. You do not need to cast when you use your ultimate move. The rule he was watching me break is a real rule. Even a Dao Emperor throwing something that size has to pull outside energy through his own Du Qi first, and the bigger the technique, the longer it takes. Rushing a Do King in close is supposed to deny him exactly that. Star orbit skills have no wind-up. Standing perfectly still, I am an artillery battery. Yang would not take 5 dragons on the body. A tiger of Do Qi wrapped around him and we met in the middle, and I went back over 10 meters with my heels dragging. Yang did not move a step, like a rock in a river. You have some skill. But that is all it is. Then a bolt of purple heavenly lightning came out of a clear sky and hit his finisher in the forehead, and the backlash went into the man holding it, and he coughed blood, and there was already a black shadow above his head with its fist coming down. Sun Chang punched without making a sound, and the air around his fist bent into a visible arc, and the impact hurt the ears of people hundreds of meters away. The black robe left the sky like a stone from a catapult. This one is tough. Old lion, old bear, help me. Green and blue pillars answered the red one, and all 3 ran together into a single bloody energy that poured into the Tiger Man. The 3 beasts' desolate skill, Mulan Valley's secret art, said to be handed down from antiquity. 3 men pooling their energy into one so that one of them can fight above his realm. So while my bodyguard fought 3 men for his life, I stood in that road and evaluated their technique like a customer. I wanted to know how good it actually was, because if it was as good as it looked, I could acquire it and build 3 more heavyweights for the Li family out of ordinary people. Sun Chang solved it out loud while it was being used on him, which I have always found unnerving. Their art only permits 1 man to hold Dozong power at a time. However good it is not their own strength. If my speed exceeds their transfer speed, I break them. And speed is the whole of that man. Silver light climbed him from the feet upward. When his eyes opened, they were silver too. Thunder god art, flying thunder, and he was not there anymore. Only the shape of him, standing in the air. Lightning flickered directly in front of the Tiger Man. Yang hauled the entire shared power into himself and punched hard enough to tear cracks in the space in front of him, into nothing at all. No, I fell for it. There was a thunderclap on the lion's side of the road, and a body came down out of the sky like a bird with broken wings. The shared energy was gone out of it. The hole through its chest was not. Run. No grief. No shouting. Both survivors turned and went, and I can see they were extremely decisive about it. When you meet something in the wild with a companion, you do not have to be fast. You only have to be faster than your companion. Then, a wall of fire came down across the Tiger Man's road. You? And then he laughed at me. There is a road to heaven, and you refuse to take it. A mere 9-star Do King, blocking this emperor's path. Perfect. I kill you, and the tiger and the pills are all mine. Yang punched through my flame mirror without effort, which was fair, since it is 3 palaces worth of a star orbit skill. And I did not dodge, I punched back. That is less suicidal than it sounds. I am an alchemist. I have never cultivated combat techniques, and I have never done a day of body refining in my life. I also have 105 essence and 105 strength off the star diagram, which puts my raw body above a good many people who have done nothing else since childhood. With the Dragon Claw domain lit, my body alone is not inferior to an ordinary Do Emperor's. We connected. My own sleeve was torn off my arm by the force coming back out of my shoulder, and I went backwards through the air, and I was smiling because the punch had told me what I wanted to know. Yang was down to 3 or 4 stars. two men had nearly killed him already. Yong reached the same conclusion from the other side, put a hand on his own chest, felt what was happening inside it, and thought, I cannot let this boy tangle me. I have to get out now. So I did not duel a cornered Dao Emperor, because that is how alchemists die. I glued him to the spot. 5 fire dragons first, then the star emblem ring, 3 jade bottles, my own middle finger opened with a thumbnail, and 1 drop into each. 3 fire beasts came up dozens of feet tall, and they were far better than the ones on Fire Dragon Mountain, because my realm and my soul power had both grown enormously since. Fire beasts do not fear death, do not feel pain, and have no fatal weak point. Yang could not break out of 3 of them quickly, no matter what he did, and that closed his last road. Sun Chang came back from the lion and finished it. Afterwards, the watchers in the trees were terrified of the old man, and for the first time, respectful of the boy, especially the ones who understood alchemists, who had just watched a 15-year-old turn fire into animals. That young man is definitely not simple. Yang is probably a powerful alchemist himself. I swept several hundred meters with my soul and found the crowd in the shadows was not thinning, it was growing as the capital's experts arrived to see what the noise had been. So I collected all 3 corpses and left, and nobody followed, because good things are good and one must be alive to enjoy them. Several hundred miles away, on a mountainside, I put the bodies down and started taking the rings off their fingers. Tsk, tsk. My first time looting a corpse. I am actually a little excited. Sun Chang stood next to me and had no idea what to do with his face. The haul was several million gold, which was the actual objective, plus profound rank techniques I will never use. And in each of the 3 rings, separately, a gray scroll. The 3 beasts' desolate skill. What it actually says is considerably larger than what those 3 men were doing with it. It converts human power into demonic beast power. You begin by fusing beast essence blood into yourself, and the stronger the blood, the stronger the man comes out the other end. With something like void ancient dragon blood or heavenly demon phoenix blood, a practitioner might awaken divine abilities. The 3 elders of Gulan had one of the great inheritances of this continent in their pockets for 40 years and used it as a way to pass energy back and forth quickly. I have 3 copies now. I need 3 people I trust with my life and some very good blood. I am working on it. Black Mountain Fortress sits on the northeastern border of the Jiama Empire. It has been standing 100 years and has seen several wars and is barely marked by any of them. And at that moment, it was busy because Jiama and Falling Cloud were at peace and the caravans were running both ways. We went around the Gulan Empire for reasons that should be obvious and came in under the cover of a merchant train because a Du King flying over a border fortress attracts the garrison's experts and a conversation I did not want to have. I had 2 objectives on that continent. The first was the Green Lotus Core Flame. The second is harder to explain, and I want to be precise about it because it is the thing I am least comfortable defending. There are physiques on this continent that turn up once in several hundred years. The Calamity Poison Body, the triple jade green snake flower pupils. In the story I remembered, both of them belonged to children, and both of those children were eventually found. By the Ice Venerable of Ice River Valley, in one case, by people considerably worse, in the other. I intended to get there first. I am aware that a man collecting rare physiques and a man rescuing children can be the same man walking down the same road, and that the difference lives entirely in what he does when he arrives. I did not have a good answer for that at 15. I have a better one now, and I paid for it. Wutan City is built entirely out of black stone, and it is where everything starts. I did not come for the ring around a certain boy's neck with a certain soul asleep inside it. There is a princess of an ancient clan living in that city, and I was not going to make trouble in her line of sight. I did not come for the flame mantra either. Looking at what that technique put its practitioner through, if he had not been the protagonist, he would have died 10,000 times over, and I saw no reason to gamble my life and my family's on a coin that only comes up heads in a story, and Wen Lei's collection was mostly inside Wen Lei's head, and the rest of it was taken the day Han Feng sold him to the Hall of Souls. I came to read the clock. I wanted to know what year it was and how long I had before everything started. The Wang family compound sits with a mountain behind it and water in front, and it is larger than the other 2 great families of Wutan put together. The reason is 1 generation. A man in the grandfather's generation reached Dao King, and in the Jiama Empire, a Dao King is inside the top 10 men in the country, and that is how a boy from that house got engaged to a daughter of the Nalan family. Then the grandfather vanished, and the Wang family fell straight out of the first rank. The current head is a great Du master. The 3 elders are Dao Shi. That is a level of strength that would not qualify as third-rate anywhere I have lived. Here is my reading of why, and it is the most sinister thing I have ever worked out about this world. Their bloodline was drained 1,000 years ago by an ancestor doing something enormous. Everybody knows that part, but a drained bloodline does not hold a family this low for 1,000 years. Families recover. The Wang family has not recovered because there have been eyes on it the whole time. Every time somebody in that house looks like passing Dough King, he is killed or he goes missing. Somebody has been pruning that family for 1,000 years, which is exactly why I was not going to touch it. There is a girl living inside those walls who is not what she appears to be, and the Hall of Souls is watching from the other direction, and neither of those is a thing the Lee family can afford to notice. I went up the back mountain and spread my soul over the compound, and found the boy in about 4 seconds. Because he was being chased through the forest like a monkey by an older girl in Wang family uniform who was extremely angry with him. Yang had wandered onto her training ground. Yang had been told about this before. Yang did not appear to consider it important. You are still being relentless. Yang was jogging backwards and shouting, "If you keep chasing me, do not blame me for fighting back." She kept chasing him, so he turned around and fought back, and I sat down on a rock, because this was worth watching. Yang had condensed a Dookie cyclone 2 months earlier, 11 years old and a Do practitioner in a family whose elders top out at Do Shi. Yang put her out of position in 4 exchanges and then could not stop himself. How about it? I told you that you could not beat me, you crazy woman, and you still dare to be this relentless. At which point she went genuinely berserk and started eating his strikes in order to land her own, which he had no answer for at all, and after about a minute he was retreating across the clearing yelling that she really was a madwoman. The future of the entire world, 11 years old, and completely unable to handle one furious cousin, because he was 11 and had never actually been in a fight. Young master. Sun Chang, beside me, deeply confused. You came to the Wang family to look at this boy? Yang is 11 or 12. Breaking through to Do practitioner at that age would be considered a genius in the Central Plains, would it not? Yang opened his mouth to disagree and then did not, because he had just run through the entire younger generation of the Lee family and found exactly one person who had managed a cyclone at 11, and that person was standing next to him. Indeed, although this Wang family is an insignificant house in a small empire on the far continent, they have produced a dragon and phoenix. Tigers and leopards hide in deep mountains, I said, and killin are buried in fields. Who says a small place cannot produce a dragon and a phoenix? I said it about him. I have thought about it since in connection with a great many other people. Young master, do you want to recruit him into the Lee family, which is completely standard? A great family buys talent with pills, or with techniques, or by marrying it into the house. No. Why? This Wang family is not simple. Have you not noticed the aura hiding in the shadows in there? Yang looked properly, and I watched an old man go cold in warm sunlight. That is, a Du Emperor of the Dark Attribute, an attribute so well concealed that a Du Zong walked past it twice. A Du Emperor is nothing, I said. The fact that a family like this has one lying in the dark is everything. It does not matter who it is or what he wants. We came here for a flame. There is no need to walk into somebody else's 1,000-year-old argument. Deep in the compound, in a quiet courtyard, a girl in purple opened her eyes, and something golden went across them, and an aura surged for less than a heartbeat and was gone. A servant was bowing in the shadows before her eyes had finished moving. Young miss, what is wrong? Nothing. I felt something for a moment, as though somebody was watching. Yang swept the entire courtyard, found nothing, and suggested very carefully that she might have been mistaken. She let it go because she knew her own strength would not have caught a real observer. It had not been her strength. The thing that noticed me was the flame living inside her, which sits fourth on the heavenly flame ranking and which had felt another flame looking at its host. On the mountain, something went across my face and I buried it immediately. She is about to break through to Do practitioner as well. And in the story I remembered, at the Wang family's testing, she showed herself as barely at the Do key stage. She has been hiding a very great deal for years in a house full of people who love her. My estimate is that by the time the story properly starts, she is around Great Do Master without having woken one drop of her real bloodline, and that with what she is carrying, her actual ceiling cannot be estimated by me or by anybody else on this continent. We left that afternoon. One parting observation about the boy, because it is the only unkind thing I will say about him, and it is also the reason I respect what he becomes. The Wangguang I watched in that forest had not yet spent 3 years being called a waste. Yang was still the arrogant young genius of the Wang family. Whatever he was underneath, 10 years of comfort and a decade of being told he was remarkable had worn off the composure that a person is supposed to arrive with. I did better in that particular respect, and I want to be honest about why, and it is not virtue. My apparent background was far higher than his. I simply knew what kind of world this was from the time I could form sentences, and I never once let myself relax in it. Yang learned it the hard way later, all at once. I do not know which of us got the better arrangement. Qingshan Town is half a day's flight from Wutan, out on the edge of the magical beast mountain range, and there are a great many small towns like it out there, and I had to check them one at a time. Sun Qiang had a problem he never once raised with me, and he told me about it years later, laughing. His young master, who had never left the Central Plains in his life, was navigating a backwater empire on the far side of the world like a man walking home. Yang kept it to himself. Everybody is entitled to a little secret. The Wanwen pharmacy is the largest in the town. The clerk read our clothes as not mercenary within a second and a half and descended on us. I scanned the shelves out of habit and found nothing worth stealing, which is normal in a place like that, and then asked the question directly. Excuse me, do you have a girl here named Wang Meiling? Yang blinked at me. Wang Meiling? Honored guest, I think you are mistaken. We have no girl by that name. And I stood in a country pharmacy and felt like an idiot because he was right. Wang Meiling is not a name. It is a title, and she earns it later for her medicine and for her face. I had come 3,000 miles looking for a woman who did not exist yet, so I asked the correct question. Then do you have a young girl here who studies medicine? She would be about 10 years old, and I flipped him a gold coin. Yang caught it out of the air and became my closest friend. Ah, honored guest, you have asked exactly the right man. I have been at this pharmacy for many years, and I know everyone in it. Here is what I knew about her before I ever saw her face, and it is the saddest thing in this whole account. When she was 3 years old, her mother took her to a village that lived by gathering herbs. And the thing inside her woke up, on its own, without warning, and killed her mother and every other person in that village. She survived it. She was 3. And what she did about it, for the next 7 years, was study medicine, ferociously, because she did not want anybody else to die because of her, and she had decided at 3 years old that this was her job. An orphan cannot teach herself medicine, so she would be apprenticed somewhere, and any master with eyes would have seen the talent, and that master would be quietly farming it. In the end, she was a source of income in a shop. The clerk came back leading a small girl in a green jacket, already delicate featured, already, obviously, going to be beautiful, which is a thing I noted the way you note weather, and which was going to make the next 10 years of her life considerably worse. She was extremely frightened. The clerk kept bending down to her as they came and saying something soothing. Honored guest, this is the only female apprentice in our Wanwen pharmacy. Her name is Liu Fu. Liu Fu. Number 2 girl. The name you give a village child when nobody has the time. The corner of my mouth moved and I put it away as fast as I could because I was standing in front of a frightened child and because I had just realized that if this was her, then the most celebrated woman on the continent was going to spend her entire adult life not mentioning her original name to anybody. The problem was identification. She had never cultivated a day in her life, so there was no key to read. In the story, I remembered she does not begin until much later. The silence went on too long, and she got more frightened and stopped looking up at all and started moving her whole body around behind the clerk. There is one marker, a faint 7-colored line, low on the abdomen, that grows as the poison inside grows. I beckoned her over. She shook her head hard and turned to run, which was entirely correct of her. 2 unfamiliar men in expensive clothes, one of them enormous and silent, and the young one staring at her with an expression she could not read, and I stopped myself with my hand halfway up. Because I had just been about to reach for a 10-year-old to check her body for a mark in a shop in front of strangers, and I would have been able to explain exactly why it was necessary, and it would not have mattered at all. So I crouched down instead, at her height, and I put my hands where she could see them, and I told her the truth in the smallest number of words I could manage, that I was an alchemist, that I was looking for one particular person, and I thought it might be her. That I was going to look at her with my soul power from where I was, and that it would not touch her and it would not hurt, and that if she said no, I would leave and she would never see me again. She did not say no. She did not say anything. I read her from 4 feet away without laying a finger on her. The line was there, and I looked up, delighted, with my whole face open, into a shop that had gone completely silent, and down at a small gray face whose eyes had been clear a minute earlier and were now not there at all. She had gone somewhere else. She had done it the way people do when it has worked before. I have thought about that look more than I have thought about anything else that happened to me on that continent. Outside, on the Bluestone Road, I discovered that I had no idea what to do. Next, I have negotiated with a dozong. I have sold a bomb at auction. I sat down on a step next to a 10-year-old girl who had just been purchased out of a shop in front of her own eyes and had absolutely nothing. How about I tell you a story? She nodded, because that is what you do. She did not understand what had happened. She only understood that somewhere in the last 10 minutes she had become this person's, in a daze, without anybody asking. and then I told her, straight through, with no softening at all. In this world there is a physique called the calamity poison body. It grows stronger by devouring poison. Anyone who has it carries a small 7-colored line low on the abdomen, and that line grows as the poison in the body grows. When it reaches the heart, the physique is at its strongest, and at the same moment the person suffers 10,000 poisons devouring them from the inside. She had gone very still. A person with it looks completely ordinary, and then one day it erupts, and every living thing within several miles dies of it, and the person it belongs to cannot control that and cannot stop it. Anyone with this physique loses the people they love and spends the rest of their life being cursed by everybody who finds out. There is no version of that speech that a child can hear. She had also right then remembered something. I watched it happen. Waking up in the dark at 3 years old and going out to find her mother and finding what was left of her mother and of the neighbors who had been kind to her, she fainted in the street. I caught her with a wave of Du Qi before she went down and sent Sun Chang to find an inn. Yang did not question the ethics of what I had just done. Yang never does. If his young master did it, there was a reason. Yang questioned the strategy immediately. Young master, is this girl the current holder of the calamity poison body? Yes. And he went hard at me, which he almost never does. Then since you know what it is, why did you seek her out? Do you mean to use her? Young master, if the identity of a thing like that is exposed, it will cause an uproar across the Central Plains, and the Li family will be dragged into it, and so will you. Yang was not being cruel. Yang was being accurate. Yang had heard about the previous one from Li Ming himself. It was a sensation across the whole Central Plains, and a considerable number of strong people died in the process of removing her. A calamity poison body is a fuse with a person attached to it. Wherever she goes, a crowd eventually forms to kill her, and the first people it kills are always the ones standing closest. Old son, do not worry. I was watching a 10-year-old breathe in an inn-bed. I did not come to find this generation's calamity poison body without a way to control it. Believe me, in a few years this girl will be one of the strongest things the Li family owns. This, as long as the young master is confident. She woke a day later, saw me sitting beside the bed, remembered all of it at once, and was completely calm. Young master, I am the calamity poison body, am I not? She had worked it out while she was unconscious. She did not know why somebody of obvious birth would cross a continent for a person cursed by heaven, and from my behavior, it was clear enough that I was after the thing inside her. She was 10 years old, and she had already understood that she was a resource. I did not lie to her. Not once, ever, in the whole time I have known her, and it started there. That is right. The calamity poison body is a terrifying thing, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a curse. It is also one of the most powerful physiques on this continent, and a great many strong people want it and cannot have it. You want this power too. She tilted her head when she said it. She was not accusing me. She was honestly baffled because in her experience, the thing could not be gotten rid of, and it had never once occurred to her that anybody could want it. What I want is not the power, I said. What I want is you. I meant it in the only way it can be meant to a child, and I have never had to explain it since because she understood it in the next sentence. I have a way to make you master this completely, to control it yourself, to stop it ever erupting again, to let you grow up like any ordinary girl, and eventually to become one of the strongest people on this continent. She looked at me. I can give you all of that. On one condition. You come with me. There were not many choices left in front of her. She knew exactly what happened when it erupted because she had walked through the aftermath at 3 years old and she never wanted to see it again as long as she lived, so she agreed, believing at that point that I only coveted the demon inside her. While we were in that region, I collected the local prize. There is a legacy cave in those mountains with a technique and a battle skill in it, neither of which interested me, and a partial map to a demon fire, which went into my pocket for another decade. What I actually wanted was a book. The 7-colored poison scripture. It matters for a reason that has nothing to do with power. The Li family is an alchemy house, and we have almost no poison records at all. Without that book, she would have had nothing to learn from, and I would have been a man who bought a child and then had no idea what to do with her. And there is a description of the calamity poison body at the back of it. It matches, word for word, what I had told her in the street. I handed her the one object in the world that could have proved me a liar, and watched the last of the doubt go out of her face while she read it. That is the cheapest, honest thing I have ever done, and I would do it again. I put my hand on her head. You are too young to cultivate. You do not need to start, and you do not have to be afraid of it erupting. When we get back to the Li family, I will find a way to seal the poison physique first. When you are older and stronger, I will solve it completely. Here is what solving it means, and here is the bill. And the bill is the reason for everything I did for the next several years. You gather every toxin in the body into one place and condense it into a single poison pill. After that, the calamity poison body has no backlash. It stops being a curse and becomes purely a weapon. Somebody worked out how to do it a long time ago because this continent has suffered several of these disasters and people study what nearly kills them. Nobody has ever finished one because it needs 3 things. 3 demonic flames. I have a route to all 3, which is the only reason I said any of this out loud. The green lotus core flame, which I was standing on that continent to fetch. Han Feng's Sea Heart Flame, and the 3,000 burning flames which lives inside the pill tower. I am not going to fuse them the way the boy from Wutan City eventually does. I am going to use them the way he once borrowed a flame while its owner was asleep, which requires a level of flame control I did not have at 15 and did not have for years afterwards. The demonic core of a 7th tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. I know exactly where one is. It is in Fallen God Ravine. I was not strong enough to go and take it, and would not be for a long time. And Bodhi transformation saliva, which is so rare that with the whole Li family's connections, we could not find reliable information about it. I considered camping in the worst region on the continent waiting for an auction I half remembered, and rejected it, and arrived at the only real answer. The Pill Tower's collection is probably beyond my ability to imagine, which means I made a promise to a 10-year-old that could only be paid from inside the Pill Tower. That is why I had to go. Not the family's seat, not the assessment. Not my grandfather's ambition. I had told a child I would fix her. She could not fly, so I went into the magical Beast Mountain range and came back with a 3rd-tier giant winged eagle, which is bigger and faster and has far more range than the thick-winged birds the Jiama Empire domesticates, and which is far too vicious to ever make a normal mount. The ferocity turned out not to apply to us. After a thorough beating, that bird became as docile as a chick. And in the air, with Sun Chang holding a Duchi shield over its back to kill the wind, I taught her the poison scripture. Materials, properties, interactions, in detail, for hours at a stretch. Poison and alchemy are the same discipline. The same properties combined one way heal a man and combined another way kill him quietly. Poison is simply the cruder half of the trade because it needs no cauldron and no flame. You grind and you mix. And then I did the thing that I did not plan, and that turned out to matter more than any of it. She had wanted since she was small to be a doctor, somebody who heals people. She had even wanted to be an alchemist once, and had worked out on her own that her physique made that impossible, and had slowly accepted it the way she accepted everything else. I noticed. So alongside the poison work, I started teaching her wound medicine. Salves, powders, bindings, recipes so basic they do not qualify as pills, that need no flame at all, that every disciple in the Li family learns as a child, because they are how you find out what herbs actually do. To me, it was nothing. It was the paper I had been given at 5 years old. To a girl who had been studying medicine alone since she was 3 because she thought it was the only way to make herself less dangerous. Those formulas were the most valuable things anybody had ever put in her hands. She learned them so hard that she forgot to be afraid of me. I gave a poisoned child the medicine half of herself back, and it cost me nothing at all, and it is still the best trade I have ever made. Next stop was Stone Desert City in the Tagore Desert, and somewhere on that flight I caught myself doing arithmetic and had to laugh out loud. I am a monk from a story in my previous life, I thought. Collecting people as I travel. First the monkey, then the pig, then the one who carries the luggage. Stone Desert City sits in the Tagore Desert, and it is the most violent point of contact between the Jiama Empire and the Snake People tribe. Low-ranking mercenaries go out into that sand every morning to make a living. Every year, a number of them do not come back because Snake People raiding parties take them. 11 years before I arrived, a young mercenary named Alara was caught by a patrol deep in the desert. She escaped. She came back pregnant. From that day, her entire life was a different life. The children of those unions almost never lived to 2 years old, between the 2 bloodlines fighting inside one body and everything else. Her daughter was over 8 and healthy, which the desert regarded as her misfortune rather than her luck, because both races treat that child as a curse, and all those extra years had bought her was more years of it. The one genuinely fortunate thing in that girl's life was that she still had a mother who loved her. Because of what she carries, that child's existence is, by the standards of everybody in Stone Desert City, a permanent public disgrace to her own mother. And her mother kept her anyway, and fed her, and raised her to that size, in that town, on a mercenary's wages. I do not have the imagination to reconstruct what those 8 years cost. We heard the shouting before we saw the shop. A big bald man had a woman and a bundle backed out through his own doorway into the street. Get out. Alara, take that damn thing and get out of my shop. I do not welcome dirty things with Snake People blood in here. The woman had a small body wrapped up and pressed in behind her, and she was standing the way a leopard stands over a cub. Garrod, we will leave. Give me my flame grass. I risked my life in the desert for that. Unless you pay 10 gold coins for it, I will never sell it to you. Alara looked about 20, tall, wheat-colored, a desert woman all the way through, 5-star doja. Garrett was not going to pay her, and he did not bother pretending otherwise. Yang kept the grass and told her so, and lifted his chin at her and stood there daring her to do something about it, and the crowd around them did not stop him. They enjoyed it. Several of them were smiling in a way I do not want to describe. Some of them called out encouragement. Her face went red and her hand went to a short dagger at her belt, and I watched a 5-star Daoju decide to spend her life on a man she could not beat, and a small hand closed on the back of her clothes. That is what stopped her. Not fear. Her daughter's fingers. She still had a daughter. She could not begin to imagine how that child would live if she died in the street over a plant. So she took the small hand in hers and turned to walk away and left the flame grass behind, and that grass was the two of them eating for a month. And Garrett stepped into her road anyway. Alara, you know that little bastard is the snake people's curse on the human race. You cannot keep her in this city. Yang said it reasonably, as though he were helping. Kill her and come with me, and I can guarantee you a place in my Blood Wolf mercenary group. Dream on. Her eyes had gone red all the way through. The Blood Wolf mercenary group is nothing. Their best man is a 1-star Do Shi. That is still far beyond one lone 5-star Doja, and she knew it, and she had already decided to take him with her when she went. She held her daughter's hand, and her eyes were full of something I have only seen a few times. Perhaps, she was thinking, death is a release for both of us. There were 3 of us standing at the back of that crowd, and the girl I had bought out of a pharmacy 8 days earlier looked at a mother and a wrapped-up child in the middle of a laughing street and hesitated for a long time and then asked me for something for the first time in her life. Young master, can we help them? I looked down at her and smiled and said, yes. Her whole face changed, and I have not forgotten that either. What she did not know is that I had identified the child from the shouting before we got within 30 meters and would have acted regardless. What I had not expected was the mother. In the story I remembered, there was no mother. I had come to that desert to find one child, and I had arrived to find a family, and I had to rewrite the entire plan standing in the road. I took Wang Meiling's hand and walked in, and an invisible pressure simply moved the crowd apart in front of us. One man started swearing about being pushed, turned around, saw us, and got out of the road with impressive speed. Mercenaries who have survived a few years in a place like that can tell at a glance who they may provoke. Garrett could read the robe too, and tried diplomacy. May I ask what business the young master has here? I am Garrett, vice leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. If the young master has any need at all, the Blood Wolf group would be very willing to make a friend. I did not look at him. I walked past him toward the woman and the child, and being ignored in front of his own street is what actually got him killed. Your identity may be unusual, but should you not consider where you are standing? This is Stone Desert City. This is the Tagore Desert. Young master or noble, once you are here, you follow the rules here. Yang was building to something. Otherwise, out in the desert, I would not mind burying one more noble corpse. Yang had considered my identity very carefully. Yang had not considered my strength at all. A line of silver fire came out of the air and went across his neck. There was no spray and no mess. There was a faint smell of burnt meat, and the wind took it away almost at once, along with Garrett's large head, which had been reflecting the sun. The street started screaming and emptying at the same time. Wang Meiling was standing directly in front of me, and my body was between her and all of it, so she saw nothing at all. She heard it. She started to turn. Joer, do not look back. She stopped and thought about it and nodded and did not look back. That was the first time I used the name. Liu Fu was never going to survive contact with me. I had been turning it over for 8 days, and I did not give her the name she eventually became famous under, because she had not earned that one yet, and it was not mine to hand over. I called her Joer because the child already had something in her face that did not belong in a country pharmacy, and because I am arrogant enough to name people after what I have decided they are going to be. She worked out the reason a few weeks later, and was quietly extremely pleased about it. She was 10. What girl does not want to be told she is going to be beautiful? Alara was not relieved by the murder. She was considerably more frightened, and she was right to be. A man who can take a head off at 8 meters without moving has no reason to negotiate with a 5-star doja. If I had wanted anything from her, she would not even have had the option of dying alongside her daughter. I should be honest about my own method here, because it does not reflect well on me. I did not kill that man to threaten her. I killed him because it was the fastest available route to a conversation. It saved a quarter of an hour of talking, and it made everyone in the street cooperative at once. I had no ill intentions. They would understand that later. I told myself that at the time, and I have not entirely stopped telling myself that. Can I see your daughter? With the gentle smile. The one that works on everybody. It did not do a single thing to that woman, so I dropped it and tried the truth. I do not want to hurt you. If I did, I would not be standing here saying this much to you. She could not argue with it, which is not the same as believing it. All right. She lifted the wrapped bundle and folded back the black cloth, and a small girl gripped her mother's arm hard enough to leave marks. It is all right, child. Do not be afraid. The sleeve fell back off a wrist. There were greenish scales on it. Sun Qiang did not react because he had been told what we were doing. Wang Meiling jumped and then went very still, and I watched her work out in about 3 seconds why a mother would wrap a child up like that in a hot climate, and I watched that land on top of her own life, and something came into her face that I would call recognition, and I was delighted, because a girl of that age with snake people blood in this particular city, matching that particular description, was as close to certain as I was going to get. And then I did the only thing in that entire encounter that cost me nothing at all. I crouched down. I stroked her hair, very lightly, and I took the frightened arm and turned it gently, and I looked at the scales in the late sun. Very beautiful scales, are they not? Under that light they were. Green going to gold at the edges, laid over each other in a pattern nothing human makes, catching the sun like small stones set into her skin. The girl's face stopped. The fear went off it, not because it was replaced by anything, but because it had nowhere to go. Because in her entire life, from the day she was born, nobody had ever said that the scales were beautiful. In her memory, what happens when a person sees the scales is that she gets hit, and when that happens, she is very frightened, and she does not resist, because resisting makes it longer, so she simply lets them do it. That was her whole file on the subject. Somebody sees the scales, then this happens. And a stranger in expensive clothes crouched down in the road and looked at them and said they were beautiful, and something moved in a chest that had been almost entirely scar tissue since before she could talk. Her mother's reaction was to decide I was a collector, not a pervert. Worse, from where she was standing, a rich outsider from somewhere civilized, admiring the markings on a specimen. And she decided, standing in that street with a dead man behind her, that if it came to it, she would fight to the death before she let anybody take her daughter away to be somebody's curiosity. I did not try to correct her. It seemed unlikely that anything I said was going to land, given her demeanor, and I only needed the two of them to come with me. The rest would explain itself with time, so I changed the subject instead. You are Ilara. Is there a map shop in Stone Desert City called Ancient Map? There is a man living in this city under a false name. Yang is holding 2 things I want. Information on the green lotus core flame and the second half of a torn map to something considerably worse. She knew the place immediately. The owner is a very mysterious old man. They say the disappearance of the Black Flag Regiment had a great deal to do with him. Nobody in Stone Desert City causes trouble at that shop anymore. The Black Flag Regiment was the strongest mercenary group in the city. They picked a fight with one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Jiama Empire, hiding out with his own strength sealed, and there is no version of that story that ends with a mercenary group. She offered to guide us briskly without being asked, which was the first voluntary thing she had done since her shop door. On the walk, Liu Lan rode on her mother's shoulder and looked at me every 30 seconds or so, quick looks and then away. She had formed an opinion about the big brother who was different from the others, and I saw every single one of those glances, and I very deliberately never once looked back so as not to frighten her off. Both of those things were true at the same time. I was being careful with a child who had been hit for existing. I was also cultivating an asset and counting the favor as it accrued. I have never worked out how to separate those two, and I have stopped pretending it is possible. The neighborhood ran out into yellow sand, poor, far from the center, and quiet, which is a very good place to hide. I stopped 10 meters short of the shop. Wait, I am going to change my clothes. And I put on my alchemist's robe. Here is the reasoning, and it is the smartest thing I did on that continent. With Sun Qiang standing behind me, I could simply take the fragment. I could take it off the body. But a man like the Ice Emperor cannot reliably be made to yield by the threat of death. Yang has already lost everything once. If he decided to die rather than talk, then the 2 halves of that map stay separated forever, and everything I came for is gone. So I did not walk in as a robber. I walked in as the one thing a sealed cultivator with a body full of somebody else's poison cannot afford to kill. You are an alchemist? Ilara's eyes had gone enormous. She escorted a rank 2 alchemist into the desert once on a herb run, and that single job caused a stir among every mercenary group in Stone Desert City for a month. That was when she learned what alchemists actually are. Rank 2. Close your mouth or your jaw will come off. Let us go in. The shop was small and empty, and lit by 2 moonlight stones which suited it. The old man behind the counter was drawing a map and did not look up at once. White hair, white beard, a man in the last part of his life, and a scar running from his left cheek up to the corner of his eye that did not belong on the same face as the rest of it. His eyes were peaceful. The scar was not. I raised an eyebrow because I had not expected a man sealed for that many years to still be carrying that much evil chi around with him. Both children flinched. Ilara's heart went because she had heard the stories, and Sun Chang's voice arrived in my ear. Young master, careful, there is a powerful cold force inside that man. Longbow was not looking at any of us. Yang was looking at my chest. An alchemist, and possibly rank 5. Pill tower badges are a different shape from the Jiama alchemist guilds, but the rank symbols count the same everywhere, and any alchemist in the world can read them at a glance. Guest. Flat and hoarse. Are you here to buy a map of the Tagore Desert? That is right. Give me the most detailed desert map you have. And my attention had already gone to a broken wooden shelf in the corner, full of holes and cobwebs, stacked with yellowed paper. The failed drafts. If I remembered correctly, that is where the boy from Wutan City eventually finds the fragment. I picked up a stack and shook it. Nothing. I picked up the second stack. The items are all on this counter. The voice had cooled about 10 degrees. Please come here to choose, guest. I shook the second stack. A torn picture about the size of my palm fell out of it and landed on the floorboards. Killing intent came off that old man for about a quarter of a second, and in that quarter of a second an aura came down on him and he could not move a finger. I understand it was extremely unpleasant. Yang told me afterwards that he had not felt anything like it since Serafina, and that even Serafina had not been quite like that. Yang also understood, instantly and completely, that we knew exactly who he was and had come specifically for the fragment, and then he smiled bitterly, which is a very Longbow thing to do. That map has been his ruin from the day he found it. First, that terrifying woman hunted him across the desert. Yang escaped with about half his life and a seal in his body that put him down to Dao spirit. And now, still because of that piece of paper, something considerably worse than Serafina had walked into his shop. I waved Sun Chang off. The space let go, and the old man nearly went down, caught the counter, and got out 2 words. Dozong? Because only a Duzong uses spatial power like that. Who exactly are you people? The Jiama Empire had not produced a Dozong in over 100 years of existence. I did not answer. I held up the fragment. I want to know where the other half is. Do not tell me it is not in your hands. If it is not, you are no use to me. His face went the color of the paper he was drawing on, and then he did something I genuinely admired. Yang gambled. Yang knew perfectly well that if he stayed silent, I would not show mercy. Yang also knew that the only chance he had ever had at getting free of that seal was standing in his shop, and he was not willing to let it walk out again. Rather than go on living in this muddled state, he thought, let us try. Yang straightened up. Yang looked a 15-year-old in the eye. You want the other half of the map? You can have it, but I need you to refine a pill for me. There it is. Facing a death threat, and he opened negotiations. Very good. I am not an unreasonable person. I will refine your pill and you will give me the map, which is fair. But you know the rules of an alchemist. If you want me to work, you provide the formula and the ingredients yourself. Yang was relieved, and then he winced. I understand the rules. I have gathered most of the ingredients. I am missing one. I frowned at him, deliberately. You have not even assembled the materials and you are out looking for an alchemist? The missing item is sand mandala. It grows only in the Tagore Desert, and the deeper and hotter the ground, the better the chance of finding it. And he cultivates ice. And there is a second problem, which he then told me, because a man in his position eventually tells you everything. I was originally a Dew Emperor. Because of that map, I provoked Serafina, the queen of the desert snake people. She placed a seal inside my body. My strength collapsed, and worse, the moment I step into the deep desert, she knows exactly where I am. Yang was sweating by then, into a face that was not giving him anything back, so he threw in the thing I had crossed a continent for, of his own free will, without being asked. As far as I know, there is a heavenly flame in the depths of the Tagore Desert. It has not surfaced yet. I have narrowed it down to several possible locations. I will give you that information as compensation for finding the ingredient. How about it? My expression did not change at all. Internally, I was making a noise. You old scoundrel. In the end, you still handed over yourself. Oh, I said. You know where a heavenly flame is in this desert? That is a coincidence. We came here specifically to look for it. If your information is any good, I do not mind helping you find your ingredient. And here is the part I enjoy most. Longbow walked away from that conversation feeling that he had got the better of me. Information about a heavenly flame is worth incomparably more than one desert herb, and he knew it. Yang gave it up anyway and felt cunning about it, because when somebody can end your life at any moment, you start marking your own value down without noticing you are doing it. There was also a plan behind the plan. With that map and my own memory, I could have found the Green Lotus core flame alone. But Serafina was on my list too, and Serafina cannot be threatened, bought, or impressed. So I would go to her and get her to help me find it and let her own appetite do the rest. A queen one step from Duzong, standing in front of a heavenly flame, is going to want to use it to evolve. And then the relationship arranges itself. My calculations, as somebody said about me later, were clanging loudly enough to be heard across the room. Behind all of it was a clock. The pill domain is an extremely long way from that desert, and after this trip, I was going into the pill tower. And only as the personal disciple of one of the 3 giants would I ever be able to move the pill tower's resources for my own purposes. Not a core disciple. A core disciple gets a stipend and a room. I needed the collection. The desert at noon has a sun in it like a dropped forge. The sand bakes into pellets that glow, and the heat comes off the ground hard enough that the air over it looks bent. Longbow's map has 8 red marks on it, in 8 directions. The 8 great tribes of the snake people. So powerful that apart from the queen herself, they do not even particularly respect each other, and they sit in a ring around the holy city in the middle, astride every road in. You cannot avoid them. Even by air you cross at least one. So I did not try to sneak. I picked the nearest one and flew directly at it. Han Han is the chief of the Han Shi tribe, 5-star Dao King, and she felt us coming before her own guards did. She came up off the ground on purple wings with a sound like a whip crack. Dao King? And then she looked past me at the old man in purple whose aura she could not perceive at all, which told her everything. Her manner changed completely and immediately. Respected human experts, may I ask what brings you to the Snake People tribe? I am Li Kang. I have something to discuss with Her Majesty the Queen. See the Queen? She stiffened and started stalling because there are several centuries of blood between her people and mine, and a human at her gate asking for the Queen has never once been good news. You may see Her Majesty. It is not something I can decide. I will personally convey your intentions. Please rest a while in my Han Shi tribe. She wanted a head start to send a warning. I am sorry, I said. I do not have time to wait here, so you do not really have a choice. The space around her closed, and even the qi inside her body went slow and thick. How? How could this be? She had been right about the old man. Even against her own queen, she would not have been this helpless. Only the legendary Dao Zong holds space like that. And with a mountain sitting on her back, she still got it out. I will not betray Her Majesty the Queen. I scratched my head. The hostility of that woman toward human experts was genuinely impressive. I have told you I am not here to cause trouble, and even if you do not lead the way, we will find your holy land eventually. It will only take longer. She did not move. Fine, bring her. We keep going. Behind us, the Han Shi tribe came apart. The Snake Spirit Guard abandoned their sweep and went looking for their missing chief and started signaling the Holy Land. Unfortunately, a tribe that has lost its leader is a disorganized mess, and by the time the message reached the Holy City, we were going to be sitting down to tea with the Queen. We came over the Holy City at sunset, with the heat breaking and the clouds gone the color of old blood and the whole desert underneath us stained red with it. It is an enormous city sitting in the middle of nothing, ringed with statues of the Queen that are taller than the walls. So this is your holy city. I did not expect it to be quite this magnificent. Han Han's face had gone gray. Because her own abduction meant the warning had never arrived, and the holy city below us was badly under-garrisoned, and she was doing arithmetic about a Dao Zong and a 9-star Dao King against whatever was actually home. Human, I hope what you say is true. Otherwise, the snake people will never let you go. Do not worry. I told you I have no ill intentions this time. Every weapon on that wall came up at once, and the alarm went. A red-haired woman in armor rose off the parapet. Human, why have you trespassed into our territory? If you do not wish to start a war between the Jiama Empire and the Snake People, I advise you to go back where you came from. Oh? And who is this? Her strength seems no less than Chief Han Han's. That is Feng Zhou. Han Han through her teeth. Captain of the Temple Guard, at Her Majesty's side. I skipped past her in the book. She made a considerably stronger impression in the animation. Esteemed expert of the Snake People, I apologize for an uninvited visit. I have something to discuss with Queen Seraphina. Might I trouble Her Majesty to come out and talk? You wish to see Her Majesty? I cannot convey that request. Whoever you are, leave as soon as possible. When our experts gather, you will not have the chance. So I sent Han Han down after all, politely. Please inform Her Majesty that I bear no ill will and that this may in fact benefit her. She landed, said 4 sentences to Feng Zhou, and went for the temple as a streak of purple. Young master, Sun Qiang quietly. I do not think that snake woman believes you. She will cause trouble when she gets there. I knew. I did not care. I meant what I had said, so I was not afraid of what she reported, and between the 2 of us, the 8 chiefs together could not have stopped us leaving. Yang was right anyway. 4 minutes later, a pillar of 7-colored light climbed out of the Queen's statue in the temple square. That is the emergency summons. It means the Snake People Temple is under threat, and every one of the 8 chiefs must come at once, from wherever they are and whatever they are doing. This woman, I thought, she really does not believe one word, and I was not angry about it in the slightest, because I had just been handed exactly what I wanted. Since you will not believe me, I will demonstrate. Bring every powerful thing you own into one room. When they are all here and nobody has died, you will relax considerably. On the wall, Feng Zhou had already decided to die where she stood if it came to it, because her duty is the temple, and nothing happened. For a long time, I got bored, so I stepped forward off the eagle's back and shouted at a city. Your Majesty Seraphina, Queen of the Snake People, I am Li Kang. I am an alchemist. I have not come to start a war with your tribe. I have come to discuss something with you. Please show yourself. The sound rolled out across the roofs and took a long time to stop. Silence. My eyebrows came down and I opened my mouth to do it again, and the space above the wall twisted. Sun Chang was at my shoulder before I could turn my head. Careful, young master. This one has probably reached peak Dao Emperor, and she has mastered spatial power to that degree. She is one step from truly entering Daozong, which is precisely what I expected, because that woman holds the entire Jiama Empire out of this desert by herself, and the Jiama Empire contains exactly 2 people at peak Dao Emperor. She came out of the twist in purple brocade with the last of the sunset behind her, and below the hem of the robe there was a purple snake's tail instead of feet, and the entire wall went silent at once. Every guard on it went down on one knee. Your Majesty. She looked down at me for a while, and what actually caught her attention, and I did not plan this and could not have, was that my face did nothing. I smiled at her, politely, the way you smile at a client. Human men do not do that when they see her. Human men do something else, immediately and visibly, every single time, and she has been watching it happen for a very long time. I was 15 and I was in the middle of a negotiation and I had a list in my head. She was faintly surprised, and that surprise is the only reason the next 20 minutes went the way they did. Are you looking for me? Yes, I am looking for you. Her eyes went to Sun Cheng, and the spatial power in him named him without either of them speaking. You said you are an alchemist. With a Duzong protecting you, your rank must not be low. If I were to calculate it, I said without one shred of modesty, I am a 6th-rank intermediate alchemist. 6th-rank intermediate. And her whole manner changed. There is one 6th-rank alchemist in the entire Jiama Empire, a man named Gao Yang, and he had reached it recently, and he is a celebrity in his own country. I was a fraction of his age and above him. A person like that does not come from the Jiama Empire. A person like that probably cannot be accommodated by the whole Northwest continent. I am not from the Northwest, I said. I am from Central State, the Pill Domain. She knew what that meant. Everybody knows what that means. 1 hall, 1 pagoda, 2 sects, 3 valleys, 4 pavilions, and the Pill Domain sitting in the middle of it. Her own people have records that go back to when humans and snake people fought each other for this continent. That war ended with the human race winning and her people retreating to a corner and eventually surviving in the hottest and most desolate part of a desert nobody else wants. She knows exactly how far away Central State is and exactly what it means that somebody from it flew to her wall. I did not tell her that there is another Snake People tribe in the Beast region sheltered by something enormous and that it is considerably stronger than hers. Some things you keep. The temple had the queen on the throne and all 8 tribe chiefs assembled underneath it, which had not happened in many years. The last time they mobilized on that scale was for the Great War with the Jiama Empire. Their actual strength, stated plainly, since I was standing in the middle of it doing the count. The tribe has 1 Dao Emperor, and she was sitting on the chair. Of the 8 chiefs, 3 of them, using the Snake People's secret techniques together, could fight a Dao Emperor. Nobody in the Jiama Empire is worth summoning. All 8 for 2 humans were. Mr. Li, setting aside your purpose, your forceful entry into my tribe was extremely rude. I believe a man of your background would not deny that. I nodded politely, and her eyes flashed with something that was pure, unadulterated commerce. Since that is so, as an alchemist of noble status, I presume you would not mind offering a small gift as an apology for your rashness? I laughed out loud in the middle of the Snake People Temple. I could not help it. I had come in expecting arrogance and cold, and I had walked into a shakedown, executed with perfect composure by a Pekdu emperor with a snake's tail, in front of her entire leadership. And there is a reason for that, and it is the whole thesis of my profession. In front of a high-grade alchemist, even somebody as proud as Seraphina has to bend a little. There is nothing else she can do. The Snake People do not refine. They can own the most precious collection on the continent, and if nobody can turn it into medicine, it sits in a cave and rots. I flicked a jade bottle across that hall, and an invisible hand caught it and steered it into her palm. Her Majesty is right. Li Kang was indeed rash. 3 5th-grade Zhou Yuan pills, as an apology. Even her eyes lit up. A Zhou Yuan pill does not hand a Dao Emperor a free star, but it accelerates one considerably, and 3 of them is a serious gift. Mr. Li is indeed an alchemist of the Central Plains, truly generous. She knew exactly when to stop. She plays that game extremely well, and I could refine as many of those as I had materials for. My opening ask was deliberately small. Help me find the strange fire in this desert. Win or lose, I pay you a 6th grade pill. Exotic fire. Her expression moved by about a hair. It made sense to her. Nobody crosses a continent for less. What I did not say, and what she did not say, is that she had been hunting the same flame for years, and that the ice spirit cold spring her people built proves how long she had been preparing. 2 things had stopped her. She had never found it, and the process can burn her to nothing. And now she had a problem. If she refused, could I find it without her? And if she ever did evolve, the commotion would be enormous. And what happens when that draws me back? Her eyes went to Sun Chang, and she came to the conclusion any honest person would. Against a true Daozong, she could protect herself and nothing else. And then her tribe is gone, and the Jiama Empire is right there on the other side of the sand, waiting. I watched all of that cross her face and turned the conversation over. Seeing Your Majesty this troubled, is it because Your Majesty is also interested in this exotic fire? She was startled that I had seen it, so I recited her own tribe's secret back to her. When a Seraphina reaches peak Dao Emperor, given sufficient opportunity, she can undergo a particular evolution. Afterwards, she can freely take human form, and her strength naturally advances to Dozong. The success rate is very low, and the essential requirement for the evolution is an exotic fire. Silence in that hall. I did not expect you to know that. It seems Mr. Li's background is not unknown even in the pill domain. Their records only survive from before the withdrawal from Central State. Knowing that marks a man as somebody. I could not tell her that I know it because I read it in a book, and I could not tell her the name of the book, so I lied well. A Queen Seraphina who successfully evolved appeared in the Central Plains once. She caused quite a stir at the time, and she believed it instantly because her own legacy records exactly that, and because she remembered how it ended. That queen died before she fully matured. If she had not, the snake people might not be living in a desert, which made her want it more, and made her resolve not to make that queen's mistake. If Your Majesty truly wishes to take this step, I said, it is not impossible. And then I stopped talking. She knew a price was coming. She has been a monarch for a long time. Then what is Mr. Li's brilliant idea? The evolution by exotic flame is extremely dangerous. With the smallest carelessness, Your Majesty could be incinerated to nothing. I have a way to reduce the damage and to save your life at the critical moment. I let it sit. But everything in the world fears the word but. But if Your Majesty successfully evolves, you become a retainer of the Li family, and you guard the Li family for 10 years. The 8 great tribe chiefs erupted before she could open her mouth. Loudest of all was a silent man in black scale armor, glaring at me with an expression appropriate to somebody who had killed his father. Damn it, I thought. The principal has not even spoken yet. What right do you monsters have to interrupt? I ignored all 8 of them and waited. She thought about it for a long time. The hall did not breathe. All right. I can agree to that. Your Majesty? The black-armored one was already pushing. Your Majesty, you must not agree. This may be a human conspiracy. They only want Your Majesty to. Her hand came up and cut him in half mid-sentence. My decision is made. You do not need to say more. Nobody argued after that. They all just looked at me, which I have grown used to. 2 of the 8 were not angry. Han Han, who had felt what Sun Chang was. And Bai Shi of the Bai Snake tribe, who is the only wise man that tribe has, and who had worked out why she said yes. She was not buying a flame, she was buying the only chance her people had been offered in 1,000 years, and she was paying for it with 10 years of her own life, and every single person in that hall except 2 of them thought she was being swindled. I handed over Longbow's map with 3 candidate sites on it and sent the chiefs out to search their own desert. And I handed her a list of herbs that grow nowhere but there, because besides Longbow's pill, I now had to make things that would keep her alive inside a heavenly flame. She had all of it assembled without hesitating. She had made her decision. She was not going to regret it, even though there was a very high probability that she was going to die. She took me out to the island in the poison lake herself. Bamboo groves, flowers, and a cleared circle of smooth pebbles around a sunken pool of perfectly clear liquid under a lid of white mist, cold enough to feel from the other side of the clearing. The ice spirit cold spring, her last line of defense. And with the cold spring, with my pills, with everything, her odds were under 1 in 10. I want to be exact about the stake, because it is the only reason I did any of this properly instead of quickly. In the story I remembered, she survives the evolution. And it still goes wrong. Her own soul and the soul of the new thing that comes out of it split, and both of them are in one body, and neither of them ever gets the whole of it back. She was not hiring me to make her stronger. She was hiring me to stop her being replaced by something wearing her body, and she did not know that was the risk, and I did. The desert night has a sky over it that you cannot see anywhere else. There is nothing in the air out there. The stars come all the way down. She stood at the edge of the bamboo watching me set up. Mind clear, chi level, essence, energy, and spirit tuned together. I waved a hand and a silver cauldron of full zhang long landed on the pebbles with a dull sound, and every star over that island bent its light down onto it. Oh, this medicine cauldron. She looked at me for a long moment after that, and she told me much later that it was the point at which she stopped being able to place me at all. The pill of breaking obstacles is written on ancient parchment in 3 faded characters, and the listed effect made me grin. A 6-rank pill that breaks most seals. And after consumption, the body forms a resistance to that class of seal, so that if the same thing is attempted again, there is a chance of simple immunity. I only knew the first half from the book. The immunity clause is not in anything I have ever read, and it alone justifies 6th rank. Formulas, not pills, are the actual currency of my trade. When you ask an alchemist to make something obscure, you supply the formula and the materials both, and the formula is his to keep afterwards. Everybody knows that going in, because a formula is written with soul power as the ink, and reading one means pushing your own soul into the page to pull out what is hidden in it. Exact quantities, the precise gentleness of a heat that has no name. Without that layer, even a superb alchemist has to find his way there by experiment, and the experiments bankrupt him, which is why my family, with 500 years behind it, can only afford to develop formulas below 5th rank, and why we have held 2 other houses of the 5 great clans down for generations on nothing but the secret set our founding ancestor left. It is also, and I understood it properly for the first time on that island, exactly what the Wang family wants from us. Not our city, not our seat. The recipes. I threw every ingredient in at once, which I could only do because my soul power and fire control had grown enough to hold a dozen separate temperatures simultaneously. It is much faster, and one slip loses everything in the pot. My fingers moved like a man picking flowers. The silver starlight in the cauldron split into a dozen small flames, and each one wrapped its own ingredient. On that island, there was no sound at all, except a light wind in the bamboo. I failed the first attempt. The proportions came out unbalanced. I did not blink because that is a completely normal thing to happen. And Serafina, who had never watched a 6th rank alchemist work in her life, was visibly more disappointed by that failure than I was. The second run went clean. A light purple pill the size of my thumb came out of it, and the fragrance filled the whole island and stayed there for an hour. Congratulations, Master Li, on your successful alchemy. Thank you, I thought, pocketing it. If you knew that this pill is going to break the seal you personally put into somebody, I wonder whether you would still be smiling. Next, I said, I will refine a rank 6 Joe Soul pill and a rank 6 Divine pill for your majesty. The first will keep you lucid during the evolution. The second will protect your soul from damage while the flame is burning you. The evolution is your bloodline being refined by a heavenly flame. Structurally, it is alchemy. She is the material. Which means the one thing that must survive the process undamaged is the soul, because if the soul goes out while the body is being rebuilt, then the body that comes out of the other end wakes up with a new one in it. I went through her tribe's secret methods with her line by line to confirm it, and I did not once tell her why I was so certain about which part would fail. The tribe's hoard was deep and incomplete, so I supplied several of the main ingredients myself, and then, being who I am, I priced several rare desert-only herbs into my own request list until the exchange came out exactly even. I am not a man who takes losses, more than 10 days of refining. When we came back to the temple, the search parties were already in. Your Majesty, we have found news of the strange fire, delivered by a burly man in dark armor who did not look at me once. Oh, you found it. Very good, Longjian. 5 words, and that chief's eyes lit up like a festival before he crushed it flat. For your Majesty, Longjian is willing to be pulverized. Well, I thought, this is a licking dog, a snake one. And then I conceded the point. Because of the 8 chiefs, exactly one is immune to that woman, and he is the wise man, and even Han Han is not. And Serafina caught my expression. Her eyes came around to my face and curved into 2 crescents. Every hair on the back of my neck stood up, the way it does when a pack has noticed you. Damn it. This woman is doing it on purpose, with Long Jan's completely undisguised murderous jealousy on the other side of it. Very well, since we have the location, let us leave immediately. And I walked out of that hall largely to get out from under the stair, and behind me she covered her mouth and laughed. The sight was a dune, an entirely unremarkable dune with a ring of guards around it. Serafina stood on it and sensed nothing at all. My soul power picked up waves of heat coming up through the sand. It should be directly below here. She flattened the entire dune with one palm. Under it was a tunnel a meter across, going down, and the walls of it had been bored out by a snake body, which meant a chief in his true form had spent 2 days drilling it. That saved me a considerable amount of trouble. I took out a moonstone and went in first. Take your people and guard the perimeter. Nobody approaches. Yes, your majesty. And Long Jian stood at the top of the hole he had personally spent 2 days boring open and watched the goddess of his heart follow that detestable man down into it. At the bottom was a cavern with a lake of slow red magma in it, bubbles surfacing and bursting like fireworks going off underwater. It seems we have found the right place. A flame born from the heart of the lava. She was staring at it. I wonder which one it is. There was longing in her face. She had been waiting a very long time for that hole in the ground. I pretended to think about it and then recited it. A flame that exists within the Earth's core lava. Born deep in the ground, tempered and fused and compressed and sculpted by the earth fire over an unimaginable time. It forms a spirit in 10 years. It takes shape in 100. In 1,000, it becomes a lotus. At its full growth, its color is distinctly green, and a cluster of green fire grows from the heart of the lotus. Its name is Green Lotus Fire, also called the Green Lotus Core Flame. Green Lotus Core Flame. She said it once, quietly, filing it away permanently, and then I gave her the part she did not know, which is the entire reason it was worth bringing me. It has power that has never been properly measured. Near volcanic regions, it can trigger eruptions on its own, and beneath it grows its symbiote, the green lotus seed, which calms the mind during cultivation, prevents deviation, and makes a cultivator acutely sensitive to fire energy in the world. It may only be cut with jade tools, and from the seat, once every 100 years, and only while the flame and the seat are still together, comes an earth fire lotus seed. Here is why that mattered enormously and why I did not explain it to her. In the story I remembered, she took the green lotus core flame by force and left the seat behind in the magma, and separated from its seat, the flame becomes violently unstable. Taking it goes from difficult to 1,000 times worse. A Peak Dao emperor got badly hurt doing it. She was going to make that exact mistake in about a quarter of an hour, and now she was not. What do we do? Do we go down and search? Where there are rare treasures, I said, there are usually demonic beasts guarding them. The lake erupted before I got to the end of the sentence. Something enormous came out of the magma at us, and Seraphina turned and stared at me with open disbelief because the boy had hit the mark inside 4 seconds. Neither of us was troubled by it. Rank 4 Peak, which is effectively an elementary Dao King, and I was a 9-star Peak Dao King, and she was what she was. She raised one hand and purple energy pinned it motionless in the air, hissing and thrashing and completely unable to move. Oh, she was actually pleased. A 2-headed fire spirit snake. That is a rare species even in the Central Plains. It eats magma. It is born at rank 1. With sufficient fortune, it can climb all the way to rank 6. She knew all of that as a matter of professional interest, and she was faintly annoyed that this one was too young to take home as a guardian for the tribe. How do you want to deal with it? How else? We have it lead us to the flame. It has lived in this magma since it was small. It knows where everything is. You can control it? That is simple. If it does not listen, we beat it up. I have form on this. That is precisely how I acquired a mount. She had clearly been expecting a technique, and she gave me a look of genuine irritation. I thought you might have some good ideas. It is all just nonsense. And then she did it properly. An invisible pressure came out of a pair of pale purple eyes. The bloodline authority of the Queen of the Snake People, which is a thing I had read about and never seen. The 2-headed fire spirit snake stopped struggling and submitted where it hung. As expected of your majesty, to make a demonic beast submit on aura alone. Truly an example of beauty and strength in equal measure. She could not quite stop her mouth curling. I swam in a shell of silver starfire. She went in a barrier of purple duchi. I called the snake, and it ignored me completely and turned both heads to look at Huayang, and only dived when she nodded. I followed a snake into a lake of fire with my mouth shut. Down there, the currents come up without warning, and one of them will cripple a great dew master. That creature read every single one and threaded between them without slowing. It gets hotter as you descend, and she is a full major realm above me. I lasted as long as I did on quantity. When the magma started turning cyan, she looked over at me. I was visibly struggling to hold my flame together. She hesitated a long time. Master Li, why do you not come with me? One step, and I was inside her barrier, and every bit of pressure vanished at once. The heat kept climbing after that, and to survive it, she had to contract the barrier, which meant less room and less margin for both of us, and neither of us said anything about it for a very long descent. An enemy of the human race, the woman who has kept an empire out of a desert for decades, spent her own strength keeping a human boy alive in a place she could have survived alone. Then cyan light flooded the magma around us, and inside the light there was a lotus standing in it. 8 cyan petals and 8 cyan leaves like carved jade all the way through, completely clear. And inside it a small platform 2 or 3 feet across with a tiny flame dancing on it exactly like a perfect little spirit. The thing about a heavenly flame at close range that nobody writes down properly is that it goes looking for something inside you. Standing in front of that lotus, I could feel the deepest greed I own being drawn up toward the surface, politely, like a physician drawing blood. Nothing went wrong, and the reason nothing went wrong is not that either of us is a good person. It is that neither of us is ordinary. Neither of us was going to turn on the other over one flame, and each of us still needed the other for what came next. Careful of the tendrils under it. Do not let them touch you. They will empty the doqi out of your body in a blink. Underneath the lotus, there were roots more than 10 meters long, furred all over with fine tendrils, visibly drinking the fire energy out of the magma around them. What do? Go at it directly and it swallows you. And even winning a fight with a heavenly flame means being hurt, which is exactly what happened in the story I remembered. But the seat gives you a move. Your Majesty holds off the heat. I will pick the green lotus seat. All right. She did not understand any of it. If it had been up to her, the only method available would have been overwhelming force, and it would have cost her a great deal. We went in past the tendrils, and she expanded her barrier until it swallowed the entire green lotus seat, and the flame reacted. It began pulsing faster, and something vast started winding up underneath it. She moved to grab me and run. I stopped her, and the seat flooded green light, and the flame went flat. What just happened? Exactly what I expected. The green lotus seat and the green lotus core flame come from the same origin, and the seat is what raises the flame. So it has a natural suppressive force over it, and it can keep the heavenly flame's temperature from overflowing. You even know that? There was something in her voice that had not been there before. A little admiration, which I noted, and behind it a calculation, which I also noted. A boy who knows that has a house with a very long legacy behind him. I read it in an ancient text. It seems Master Li truly enjoys reading. She gave me a look and did not push it, and I have been giving people that answer ever since. After that, it was simple. A jade shovel out of the ring, one careful stroke at the line where the lotus meets its roots, and the whole thing came away in one piece like a work of art. I drew it over and floated it in front of me and stared at it for a while, and Serafina looked past it at the roots still gorging on fire energy down in the magma and said the obvious thing. Master Li, those roots absorb energy that frantically. They must be a rare treasure too. Why do we not take them as well? Her Majesty, I have found, has never heard the saying about leaving a line for the people who come after. Let us not. What? Why? With spirit medicine that takes 1,000 years to form, it is best to leave a little behind. With those roots still there, in another 1,000 years, a new green lotus grows. If we take the roots too, then the green lotus core flame in this place is finished forever. She was still looking at me. In the medicine world, destroying the roots when you pick a spirit medicine is the most infuriating thing a person can do. The conditions for these things to form are simply too harsh. She was quiet for a moment. Then let us leave them. I did not expect Master Li to have such sentiments. It is admirable. It was not sentiment. That is the part I want to be clear about. I had spent that entire year calculating. I bought a child out of a shop. I killed a man in a street to save a quarter of an hour of conversation. I was standing in a lake of fire next to a queen I had already decided to put on my family's payroll. And I would not cut the roots, because you do not cut the roots. That is the trade. That rule was in my head before I could reach the top of a table, put there by an old man who is dead, and it was not up for discussion in a magma lake or anywhere else. It is the only thing about me from that year that I am unreservedly glad of. Coming up was easy with the snake leading. At the mouth of the passage, Long Jian had abandoned his post and come down inside because he could not stand still up there, and he was staring at the magma, muttering about why we were not out yet. There was a splash, and a large purple barrier surfaced, and it opened, and that hateful human walked out of it shoulder to shoulder with his goddess. I did not pay any attention to his expression, which was, in retrospect, the greatest cruelty available. Next, she said, I invite Master Li to stay in the tribe a while. Before the evolution, I need to prepare properly. She took me as far as a bamboo grove deep inside the temple grounds and then stopped, and her face went formal in a way I had not seen once in a month of negotiation, and she knocked on a door. I did not go in. I could feel 4 auras through the wall, obscured, each of them around 9-star Do Emperor, which is not what she had told me the snake people had. Whatever was said in that room, she came out of it with her jaw set, and for the rest of my time in that desert, there was a 9-star Dao Emperor walking around the snake people tribe invisibly, and I did not find out for another 2 years. 3 days later, the island, the two of us alone. In the middle of the ice spirit cold spring, the green lotus seat floated on the water like a carved jade dish, and the green flame stood up slowly out of the center of it. Are you ready? Everything is ready. Next, it depends on fate. Her eyes were fixed on the flame, and the pale purple in them was flickering in time with it. And I have no idea why I did what I did next, except that she was about to walk into a 1 in 10 chance, and there was nobody else on that island. Do not worry, they say beautiful women never have bad luck. Heaven is certainly not going to let a beauty like your majesty come to grief. She slid a look at me. She knew exactly what I was doing, and why. The corner of her mouth curved anyway. Begin. My seals changed, and the seat shuddered, and the green restraint on the flame thinned out and died. The green lotus core flame came off the leash and swelled into an inferno in one blink, and the ice spirit cold spring began boiling off in front of us. Even a woman who had prepared for that for years went tense. She bit her lip, swallowed the 2 pills I had made her, and went in. I am not going to describe what happens to a body inside a heavenly flame. I will describe what I could see from behind a rock. The flame burned her. And then, because heaven is not finished with anybody who tries this, lightning came down out of a clear night to refine what was left. One bolt shattered a boulder 11 meters from where I was standing, and I only just got clear of it. Burning by a strange flame, I remember thinking, and then body refining by heavenly lightning. This evolution is genuinely too agonizing. I thought that from a safe distance with my hands over my head. Then it stopped. The green lotus core flame went quiet and hung in the air, changing shape lazily, perhaps because the person who had provoked it had been reduced to charcoal. And in the middle of the clearing there was a giant purple snake, burned black from end to end, lying completely still, no different from a dead snake. I could sense a faint soul still inside it, changing, and then, like a heart starting, bang, 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 a sphere about the size of a football, wrapped in 7-colored light, pulsing on its own rhythm, a quarter of an hour of that, then crack, crack. And the shell came apart, and a 7-colored snake half a foot long shot out of it and became a woman standing in the wreckage of my rock garden. Good heavens! My eyes went wide, a chill went straight up my back, and I snapped my head around to look at the flame in the sky. Humph! A cold snort arrived from behind me, and I wiped the sweat off my forehead. Good thing I reacted quickly. I changed seals. The green lotus seat came out of the boiling pool and pulled the flame back down into itself, and both went into my ring. And I let out a very long breath. A perfect evolution, to be able to hold human form directly. And then I frowned, because something was wrong. She should have been a duzong standing there. What I could sense was faint and thin and strange, as though she were somehow weaker than she had been that morning. I did not mention it. I have thought about it a great many times since. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on a successful evolution and on reaching the Daozong realm. She was clearly in an excellent mood, and she said something gracious, because she knew perfectly well that she had come through it that smoothly because of the man standing in front of her, and then she said the thing that stopped my smile. Although the evolution is complete, to stabilize this realm, I must undergo the baptism of our tribe. So I am afraid Master Li will have to wait a while before I can fulfill our agreement. Baptism. There is no baptism anywhere in anything I have ever read. For about 4 seconds I stood on that island absolutely certain that this woman had found a way to renege on a contract. I was wrong, and the reason I was wrong is grim. In the story I remembered, her evolution was not perfect, and then somebody carried her off before she could finish, and so this step simply never happened to her. She spent years afterwards being incrementally repaired by a boy feeding treasures to a small snake and hoping. Master Li, rest assured, a month at most, once my strength is stable, I will leave with you immediately. I will not break my word. And she meant it, for a completely selfish reason, which is also the truest thing she said to me that year. The stronger a demonic beast's bloodline, the more it needs to eat. She had just become the top of her entire species, and the desert she rules cannot feed that. If she stayed on the northwest continent, her growth would stall for decades. She was not being loyal, she was being correct. I prefer it. Very well. It happens that I need to go to Stone Desert City. I will trouble your majesty again in a month. She was surprised that I was leaving and said nothing about it and was too unstable to manage courtesies. She sent word to Han Han to see us out and to receive us directly next time. Long Bo was visibly frightened when we landed in the map shop 3 days later. We had been gone considerably longer than 2 people that strong should have been. Master Li, you are finally back. If you had not returned, I would have risked going into the desert to look for you. That was not concern. That was a sealed man watching his only chance walk off into the sand and not come back. Finding a strange flame took a little time. Sorry to have worried, old Long. Oh, has Master Li already subdued a strange flame? And then he answered his own question by looking at me. No flame aura anywhere on my body, no breakthrough since I left. His conclusion was obvious, and he was too polite to say it out loud. They failed. I did not correct him. We closed the trade without wasting a word. The pill of breaking obstacles across the counter, the second half of the Demon Fire map back and out. There were 5 of us leaving Stone Desert City. Me, Sun Qiang, Zhou'er, Liu Lan, and Alara. A month to kill, so I found a red stone mountain with caves in it and made assignments. I am going into seclusion here to break through my realm. Old Sun handles security. Zhou'er and Liu Lan both got a Peiyuan pill. Neither of them had cultivated a day, and Zhou'er could not begin at all until she started taking poison. But that pill's real function is not cultivation, it is rebuilding a body, and I was standing in front of 2 half-starved children. I invented that formula at 13 out of spite for a woman who insulted my family at a funeral, and the first 2 people I ever gave one to were a girl bought out of a pharmacy and a girl who had been hit for having scales. Alara got the honest verdict, which was worse. At her age and her level, without a high-grade pill that rewrites a person from the inside, her ceiling is already set. That is simply true, and there is no kind way to arrange the words. So I did the only thing available and handed her a profound rank advanced earth attribute technique, the thick earth art, and a bottle of chi condensation powder, which triples absorption for 3 hours a dose. Switch your cultivation technique, work at it, break through to Dao Shi within the month. Dao Shi. Her hand closed on that scroll and the smile stayed on her face and stopped meaning anything. Well, I will try my best. With no confidence at all, and she was entitled to none. In the world Alara comes from, a Dao Shi is a master. A great Dao master is a top-tier expert that a city talks about. She had cultivated for 20 years and reached 5-star Doje, and a boy less than half her age had just told her to cross that line in 30 days. I looked at her, said nothing else, and went up the cliff. And it was the walking away that did it. Breakthrough to Dao Shi then. Breakthrough to Dao Shi. I refuse to believe I cannot do it. She crouched down, stroked her daughter's head, said something to her that I did not hear, and went into the other cave to train. Of everybody on that mountain, Alara was the only one with no talent whatsoever. She worked harder than any of us. The seclusion was the best-looking thing I have ever done. Energy came in out of the desert from every direction until there was a sandstorm 10 miles across standing around that mountain like a wall. And at noon, with the sun at its highest, the star divination art pulled ancient star power down out of a blazing sky and onto me. Stars eclipsing the sun. You could see it clearly from 100 miles away. There was not one human being inside 300. Alara and the children were terrified of it for about 4 days, and by the halfway point they had entirely stopped noticing. Then the vortex overhead stopped turning, and everything in it came down at once, straight into me, in a solid column, for 15 minutes. When the sky cleared and my eyes opened, there was lightning moving across my pupils, and the air in that cave was crackling. Something that had been asleep in me for nearly a year stood up like a lion. Thunder rolled out of a clear sky and terrified 3 women at the bottom of the mountain. Sun Qiang just smiled. As expected of the young master, a breakthrough to Dao Emperor causing this much commotion. On Doki density alone, the young master at 1 star can probably match a 3-star Dao Emperor. I stretched. The boulder I had been sitting on cracked, webbed, and burst. So this is what a Dao Emperor feels like. But that is not the part I cared about, and Sun Qiang would not have understood the part I cared about if I had explained it. My soul control had come back. 2 years earlier, the star diagram had dumped an enormous amount of raw soul power into me all at once and wrecked my control of it, and I went from a 6th rank alchemist with a 50% rate to a man who could not reliably finish 5th grade work. I have been paying that debt down ever since, 1 furnace at a time. It was gone. My whole soul was under my hand again, at full size. There was now nothing between me and 7th rank except time. That made me considerably happier than becoming a Dao Emperor did. 2 more days settling the aura, and then I came down to the fire. Under a desert sky with the whole of the stars out, a small girl crept around the edge of the light to look at me. "Young master, have you really become a Dao Emperor?" I put my hand on her head. "Yes." And she did not squirm out from under it the way children do. She leaned into it because she had spent 8 years in a town where nobody touched her except to hit her, and this was still new. "Does Liu Lan want to cultivate too?" Fast nodding. Then, much more carefully, and with hope in it, which is a thing I have found harder to be around than fear. "Can I?" Her mother had told her, without anybody asking, to behave like a servant in my camp, not because I had demanded it. Because in Alara's entire experience that is simply what safety costs, and she had taught it to her daughter as a survival skill. I found that depressing for reasons I did not examine at the time. If you want to cultivate, then cultivate. You are the right age. From now on, your mother will guide you in due key. I gave the teaching to her mother deliberately. It cost me nothing, and it gave that woman something she could not have bought. And then I refused Joer. She was standing 3 feet away with the most transparently envious face I have ever seen on a child, and I said no. And I did not relent, and she did not argue, because the training path for a calamity poison body is lethal, not only for the girl walking it, for everybody standing near her while she does. She would start at the Lee family inside walls with 4 elders and a duzong within reach, where if it went wrong, the family could contain it. I said no to the child I liked most, and I was right, and she went to bed thinking I did not believe in her. Young master, Sun Chang later, over the fire. What do you plan to do next? The plan had been to go home. Next, we make a trip to the Black Corner region. Sun Chang's frown was formidable. Why does the young master, with his status, need to take that risk in a place with no order in it? Whatever is bought there, the young master can buy at home. With old Sun here, with me at Do Emperor, and with a successfully evolved Queen Seraphina, as long as we do not walk into the forbidden places and provoke the things living in them, nothing in the Black Corner region can threaten us. Privately, I knew the book had undersold it. There are things in that region the story never mentioned at all, including at least one house I would not go within 100 miles of. There was exactly one target. A man named Han Feng, who is holding a heavenly flame, and who is also holding most of the legacy of the greatest alchemist this continent has produced in 1,000 years, because he took it off his own teacher and sold the teacher to the Hall of Souls. His compound sits near an academy with no serious power anywhere close to it. So as long as we were fast enough, we could simply leave afterwards. Sun Chang gave up arguing with me. Yang also privately decided that the moment we got home, he was going to make the family assign more guards, because his young master always likes to take risks. Han Han met us at the edge of the tribe's land, and Alara went rigid at the sight of her. She had known for a month that we were going to the snake people. It did not help. 20 years of mercenary work in the Tagore Desert had built that reaction into her below the level of thought. Liu Lan hid behind her mother and looked around her mother's leg and was curious rather than frightened because something about the beautiful woman standing in the road felt oddly familiar to her. Neither of them had worked it out yet. I was not going to be the one to explain it. Han Han raised an eyebrow at my party and dismissed all 3 of them inside a second. A newly minted 1-star Du Shi and 2 girls who were not even Du practitioners are not a tribal chief's business. What she did register was that the young human alchemist had left for a month and come back with 3 females. She looked at Joer, who at 11 was already unmistakably going to be something, and drew the obvious conclusion. These human men who consider themselves nobly born, she thought. All of them are exactly this filthy on the inside. And then she smiled beautifully. Master Li, you have arrived at last. Her Majesty has been waiting in the Divine Hall. Please follow me. Women, I have concluded, are born performers. The 8 chiefs had gone home. There were 4 other things in that hall. 4 auras, obscured, each of them around 9-star, Du Emperor. When did the snake people acquire strength like that? I went through my memory of the book from one end to the other while walking across a stone floor and found nothing at all. Which was the first time it properly occurred to me that I have read a story about this world, not a census of it. I remember the general plot and the important people. The 4 grand elders of the snake people tribe are not in it. They do not even have names in it. My cheat sheet has holes, and some of the holes are 9-star Du Emperors. Your Majesty, are you ready? Master Li may rest assured. This king has said she does not go back on her word. And then, without being asked, and this king must congratulate you. You broke through to Do Emperor in under a month. Your talent is astonishing. Underneath which was a thought she did not bother hiding, and which is the best thing anybody has said about my profession. Even a monarch envies advanced alchemists. The bottleneck that costs everybody else a decade of their life is, for us, a minor inconvenience that can be resolved with 1 pill. There is no justice in it whatsoever. Your Majesty overpraises me. It was luck. It is getting late. Rest in the Divine Hall tonight, and we will set off together tomorrow. The moment the door shut behind us, that room turned over. Your Majesty, why did you not refuse them? Are you truly going to leave with that Li Kang and guard the Li family for 10 years? The Grand Elder, straight at her, with no preamble. Seraphina's face changed, and she held it. When have I ever gone back on a thing I promised? And the tribe? Will you abandon the people you are supposed to protect? Killing intent started filling that hall, and the other 3 elders went cold because all 3 of them realized at the same moment that they had been in that room before. The Grand Elder had argued with her exactly like this once, decades ago, when the Queen had just taken the throne, and then, there was no then. The Snake People had 5 Grand Elders before that day, afterwards they had 4. The second Elder broke it at the last possible second, and then made the argument, and I did not hear a word of it until years afterwards. Every generation of Seraphina Queens, after breaking through to Dozong, has left that tribe for the Central Plains, because that is where growth happens, and because only a stronger queen can lead her people anywhere better. And every one of them who went has been hunted by men who wanted to own her. Some of them did not come back. If she can stand behind a powerful force, her years there go very differently. And this force is a powerful alchemist family. It is 10 years. We 4 old women can hold this tribe for 10 years. Then quietly, is that not the thing our tribe has wanted for 1,000 years? I negotiated 10 years of a queen's life as a fee for a service. On the other side of that table, it was the first real chance her people had been handed in a millennium, and every one of the 8 chiefs thought she was being cheated, and she let them think it. It took us more than 10 days simply to clear the Jiama Empire, which is enormous, and which we crossed on an average bird. Beyond it there is nothing. Deep mountains and old forest and no people at all for weeks. 10 more days, and the mountains thinned, and at the edge of vision there was a dark plain lying across the world like a drawn line. That must be the Black Plain. Your Majesty has never been to the Black Corner region? No, I rarely left the Tagore Desert before. The reason was simple, and she gave it without embarrassment. Before the evolution, she could not pass for human, and what happens in that region to a snake people woman who is caught is not something anyone survives. Then she turned to me. Young master, you should stop calling me Your Majesty. I am an offering of the Li family now. You may call me Hua Yong. Hua Yong? You are the queen of the snake people. Why are you called Hua Yong? You are a snake. A white snake is called white. You ought to be a colorful snake. I did not say any of that out loud. Is that Your Majesty's real name? And something crossed her face before she answered, and it was pain, and it was gone almost before I registered it. Previous Seraphina queens have no names. Flatly. The character Leon is the name of an old friend. I filed that, and I have never stopped turning it over. Because there is a version of this world's story that I did not read that only ever existed in the animation, and in that version somebody invented a grudge between Longbow and Seraphina and gave Seraphina a sister. Her name was Leon. I talked myself out of caring about it in about 4 minutes. It was years ago. What did it have to do with me? I have never found out. She has never told me. And there is a woman walking around this continent wearing a dead person's name as her own because the position she was born into did not come with one. The Black Plain, at first sight, is a busy place. Inside 40 miles we saw several fights. They were only Do Shi and Great Dao Master. They were considerably worse than anything Alara had seen in 20 years of mercenary work in a war zone, and she went pale. And Joer, who is genuinely kind and was genuinely baffled, said, "Why are these people so bloodthirsty? Because the robbers on that road, having taken what they came for, kill everybody anyway." I turned her around so she could not see it, which was the second time I had done that for that child, and I gave her the true answer, which is also the whole thesis of that region. In a world with no order in it, killing does not require a reason. Sun Chang went down for a map and came back with a warning about black storms that come across the plain and take your sense of direction away. I knew about them. They are not dangerous to a Du Emperor and a Du Zong. They are extremely dangerous to 2 children. Tsk. It really does come when you talk about it. I landed. Do not worry, it is a small storm, it will pass in a moment. And then I had the giant winged eagle crouch with its back to the wind and open both wings over all of us. The sky went black with no warning at all. The wind came down like something opening its mouth, and the noise was extraordinary, and trees went past horizontally about 60 meters away. That bird did not move. Its feathers were ruffled, and it stood there like a rock in a river. Under the wings, we heard all of it and felt none of it. A quarter of an hour, and it was gone, and everybody came out clean and dry, and the only one of us who had endured anything sat there afterwards diligently preening feathers that a mountain range had tried to remove. I beat that bird into submission in a forest so that a 10-year-old could travel. It is now the roof over my household. The storm had barely finished when there was fighting again. 10 or 12 pursuers chasing 3 men, and both sides were peak Do spirit this time. The scale has clearly increased, I thought, which from a party containing 2 Do Zong was an academic observation. We only hoped they would be sensible. They stopped when they saw the eagle. What is going on? Somebody has brought their entire family to the Black Corner region? Which was fair. We did look like a household. An old retainer, a woman, 2 little girls, and a young master on a large bird. Then the lieutenant looked at Hua Yong and started talking about what they might get for her, and then about the 2 little ones and what those might fetch. Yong was extremely thorough about it. Yong did not mention Alara at all, which she heard perfectly clearly and did not enjoy. Meanwhile, the three men being chased saw an opportunity and took it, which is to say, they decided to let a family of travelers absorb their pursuers while they got clear. Three brothers, 27 or so, all 9-star deuce spirit before 30, which is genuine talent. They would have had their own territory by then if they had not offended the wrong pair of old men. Big brother, wait, see what those blood shark scoundrels do. If they move on those people, we take the opportunity to escape. That is the normal way of thinking out there. Whether a family of 5 got torn apart in the process was not their concern. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Hua Yong had been quietly furious for about 90 seconds and was waiting because I was leading. I could feel the cold coming off her. A gang of clowns, daring to speak like that. Hua Yong, teach them a lesson. Do not hold back, said lightly, with everything in it. She did not move. She raised one hand and closed it. There was a series of short, uniform, dull sounds, and then the sky over that road changed color. Inside one breath, more than 10 Dao spirit experts stopped existing. The three brothers, who had been about to run, discovered that their legs would not do it, and then I looked at them. You, tell me, who were those people and why were they chasing you? Sir, we are 3 brothers. You may call me Wang Jin. These are my second and third brothers, Wang Fu and Wang Shen. The Wen brothers. In the story I remembered, 3 men by that name eventually swear themselves to a certain young man from Wutan City after he founds an organization in that region. 3 minor characters. They have names and almost nothing else. They had been running because they offended the Golden and Silver Elders, and the Blood Shark Gang had decided that 3 heads would make an acceptable gift with which to pledge allegiance. And standing in that road, I had an idea, and it was entirely mercenary. Those 3 cultivated all the way to Dao King in the story. Which means the aptitude is there, which means that with the 3 beasts' desolate skill and some training they could reach at least what the 3 elders of Gulan were. 1 Daozong combatant is not remarkable. 3 of them, permanently attached to a declining alchemy family, is a different proposition entirely, so I threw each of them a purple pill. Eat that, and from this day you 3 follow me as servants. Wang Jin went white immediately, because nobody has to explain a purple pill from a stranger to a man who has survived 10 years in the Black Corner region. And I confirmed it for him without one flicker of my face. That is the 7 absolute soul-devouring pill. I formulated it. After you take it, you must take the antidote I refine once a year, every year. Otherwise, the poison corrodes your soul directly, and there is no high-rank alchemist alive who can remove it. I let that sit for exactly 1 second. Take it, and you are mine. Refuse, and I hand you to the Blood Shark Gang. I did not give them a choice, and I did not pretend to. They did not want it. They also had no intention of refusing, because who would not rather live? The 3 of them exchanged one look. Wang Jin swallowed his first, then went down on one knee. Greetings, master. The other 2 followed. Very good. I had not expected him to be that decisive, and I liked him for it, which I am aware is grotesque. And then, because owning people you cannot use is pointless, I handed over the thing I had taken off 3 corpses on the other side of the world. This is the 3 beasts' desolate skill, an ancient secret method. Study it and cultivate it and raise your realms quickly. At your current strength, you are not qualified to serve me. Yes, and Wang Jin was surprised and thought about it and concluded that being a servant did not seem so bad after all. I poisoned 3 men into lifelong servitude on a road in the afternoon, and about 10 minutes later, I was being generous to them, and both of those things were completely sincere. Hua Yong was the only person present who would say anything about it, and she said it that night. I find you strange. You have been picking up people the entire way. Is the Li family's own strength so weak? That is not it. I believe I can judge people. The ones I take all have potential worth cultivating. Really? With open disbelief. And then she gestured at the 2 girls sitting by the fire. Then what about those 2? Do they also have something extraordinary about them? Both girls, I noticed, immediately stopped moving in order to listen. Hua Yong, do not underestimate them either. In the future, those 2 will not be inferior to you. You are not joking. Her skepticism was earned. She is a 7-colored, sky-swallowing python. Her potential is comparable to the heavenly demon phoenix. Dou Zun is a matter of time, and Dao Sheng is genuinely possible. And I had just told her she would be matched by 2 girls with no Du Qi at all. I smiled and did not explain, because the number of people who know what Zhou'er is has a direct relationship to how long she lives. I should be accurate about what Hua Yong and I are, incidentally, because it is not friendship and it is not ownership. It is cooperation. She guards my family feeds her growth. Both of us know the terms, and neither of us has ever pretended otherwise. And then Alara, who had been listening to all of it with her chin coming slowly up, cleared her throat. Young master, then do you think I also have great aptitude? You? You are an extra. I did not even look up. Even with my full effort, with your aptitude, at most you break through to Do Emperor. Her eyes went enormous. Really? She had both hands on her knees. You think I really have a chance to reach the Do Emperor realm? And I sat there with nothing at all to say, because I had just insulted a woman by informing her she would only reach the level of the strongest individual in the entire Jia Ma Empire. For a person who grew up where Elara grew up, a Do Emperor is not a rank. It is a rumor. It is the thing that decides whether an empire goes to war. The realm I had dismissed as her ceiling is the entire ambition of every fighter she has ever met. Forget it, I said. I do not want to talk to you, you unpromising creature. Maple City is small and quiet and low-key and sits at the edge of the mountain range that has the inner academy of Jianan Academy buried somewhere deep inside it, which is precisely why he settled there. From the very beginning, that man had been looking at the heavenly flame inside that academy. The city matters for exactly one reason, and it is him. Outside the Pill Domain, which holds something like 9/10 of the alchemists on this continent, a 6th-rank alchemist is rare enough that high-rank Dao emperors and even Dao Zong are careful with him. Everybody understands what a 6th-rank alchemist can call in if he is annoyed. At the center of the city, there is a bamboo forest, and the guards on it attack anybody who comes too close without asking questions first. Several people a year die of walking in the wrong direction. Inside it, in a bamboo building, a man in an alchemist's robe with the character for Maple worked into the back of it, sat cross-legged over a formula, the Pill Emperor. Not many people at the bottom of that region know the name. Every powerful thing in it does, and even the reclusive sects are polite. I put my aura over the whole city. Yang came out of his formula like a man kicked awake. Who has come to Maple City? Forgive Han Feng for not going out to greet your excellency. Please pardon the discourtesy. And a handsome middle-aged man appeared in the sky over the bamboo forest, and the entire city relaxed, because the Pill Emperor was standing over them, and therefore they were safe. They were completely wrong. What they could not see is that his heart had gone to ice. Yang had read the aura as a genuine Duzong, and what he was doing in the 4 seconds before he opened his mouth was going down a list. Has the Starfall Pavilion finally investigated the Black Corner region, or is this the Hall of Souls? His enemies were simply too numerous and too powerful. It is the whole reason he had spent decades unable to leave that region at all. I sent Sun Chang to meet him in a valley outside the city, sitting cross-legged in a gray robe like a retired official. Sun Chang was privately and deeply annoyed the entire time because a 6th-rank alchemist calling himself the Pill Emperor offended something in him that 40 years beside a peak 7th rank had put there permanently. Yang smiled anyway because I had told him to. This must be great, Master Han Feng, the Pill Emperor. I am Sun Chang. I have an important matter to discuss. Due to certain circumstances, I had no choice but to resort to this method. Please forgive the discourtesy. Han Feng checked him again and confirmed it. 1-star Dozong. And relaxed 3 more points because this is how an alchemist's connections are built. A Daozong who owes you a favor is worth a great deal, particularly in that region. Senior, what are you saying? Everybody has difficulties. I understand completely. What does Senior need? Speak frankly. If I can help, I will not refuse. Hehe, my request is not difficult for the Pill Emperor at all. Pause. I would like to borrow your exotic flame. Yang was already lightening before the sentence finished. Decades of habit are the only reason that man survived the first exchange. Blue flame ran down both his arms like water and became 2 long swords of fire, and the block rang hard enough that demonic beasts in the valley below burst. Yang blocked it and coughed blood anyway. Who are you? How do you know I possess an exotic flame? And Sun Chang delivered the line I had given him, which he did not understand at all. That question you can ask your benefactor, your master, the one you harmed to death, down below. Yang told me afterwards that he had said it purely because I had assured him it would work, and that what surprised him was that I was right. Han Feng's face went white as though a hand had closed on it. Master? 2 more flame swords pointed, shaking visibly. Quickly, tell me how you know about this. And Sun Chang, who by that point was enjoying himself enormously. If you want to know, wait until you go down and ask him yourself. The fight restarted, and his aura kept climbing, and his technique fell completely apart because there is no version of that man who can hear that sentence and continue thinking clearly. And then a 7-colored tail came out of the sky and put him into the ground. The 7-colored sky-swallowing python, described properly, sounds like an advertisement. 7-colored body, slightly purple pupils. Its body emits a fragrance. Its power reaches the heavens. A full strike from a 7th tier 1 does not merely break a 6th rank alchemist, it breaks a 3 or 4-star Duzong. I walked to the edge of the crater and looked in. Tsk. Hua Yong, you are too violent. I think this fellow has been beaten into a paste. She had no sense of humor about it whatsoever. She looked at me once and looked away, and I worked out about a minute later that she was displeased with herself because she had just ambushed a human considerably weaker than she was. I could see nothing wrong with it at all. The goal was achieved. Finding the simplest method is what a person is supposed to do. In her opinion, I have absolutely no self-respect as a strong individual. She is a queen. I am a chemist. We have never resolved this. Yang is not dead. What do you plan to do? Kill him? Absolutely not. That man has the sea heart flame inside him, 15th on the heavenly flame list. If he dies, it becomes very difficult to take. His body was pulp and the flame was the only thing holding his soul together, which is precisely the state his own teacher was in when he sold him. Except his teacher had reached heaven realm great perfection, and Han Feng never reached even mortal realm peak, so I used the last unspent energy in that ruined body to cast the fire sealing incantation and sealed the soul and the flame together inside it. Carry him home, find the sea heart flame a new master, and afterwards Han Feng is nothing at all. Then I dropped a living man into my storage ring, which is when I discovered that a Do Di's ring is not a ring. Besides a space that can only be described as a small world, it holds living things, which no storage ring on this continent does. The one difference from a real small world is that anything alive inside it drops into unconscious suspension with its consumption reduced to almost nothing, so it does not suffocate. It is a prison. I had been carrying a prison around for 2 years and using it for herbs. Off his hand came a dark sea storage ring, which is one of the highest grades in existence. The Li family owns no more than 3. My soul power bounced straight off it, because high-grade rings carry a soul imprint, and erasing one requires more soul power than the owner has and alerts the owner if you fail. The owner was in my pocket, so I simply crushed it by force. And then I did not set my own imprint because I have the star emblem ring and the family can have this one. And then I went through the hall, and the hall is the real reason that entire journey was worth making. Rare materials in quantity, techniques and battle skills stacked carelessly in corners because they were payment from people who came to him for medicine and had nothing else to give. None of that moved me. I have been looking at those since I was 5. What moved me were the formulas. Because that man was the disciple of the greatest alchemist this continent has produced in 1,000 years, and he held most of that man's collection, and his formula library is comparable to a family with 500 years of legacy behind it. The 6th grade Earth Spirit Pill, the Bai and Yang Profound Dragon Pill that Wen Lei invented on the fallen god Ice Plane, the Du Spirit Pill, the Huangji Pill, the Break Sect Pill. The reason Han Feng was ever able to escape the Central Plains and then subdue a heavenly flame alone was almost entirely those pills, and one thing I did not expect at all, the flame mantra. A remnant of it only, but the remnant records the secret of fusing heavenly flames together. I had assumed he never got it, and I was wrong, and in hindsight, it is obvious. The man already owned one heavenly flame and was still scheming after the academies. Nobody does that without the fusion method in his pocket. I organized all of it that night and concluded that the trip to the Northwest continent had been worth every day. No heaven rank techniques, 2 heavenly flames, several exceptional people, and a library. I looked back at those mountains before we left, and I want to record what I did not do. Somewhere inside that range, there is the fallen heart flame, which is one of the great prizes of this world. And somewhere in there, at that moment, is a small girl who is going to become the Dragon Emperor. It was not the time to approach either of them, so I turned around and left both where they were, and I have thought about that decision more often than about anything I actually took. The route home was Tianya City, in the Tianqing mountain range, which has the only wormhole to Central State within 1,000 miles. I knew from the book that the Tianya Passage is less safe than falling clouds. The alternative was 10,000 miles overland across several empires, and it is roughly 10 years earlier than when the story's own travelers use it, so the passage should still be stable. I was betting on a date, half a month in the air, and I used it to teach, because everybody with me was about to live in a place none of them could read. 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, 4 pavilions. The Pill Tower first, because it is the holy land of every alchemist alive and one of the 2 strongest powers on the continent, and because the Pill Domain sits in its shadow, and because the Li family is one of 5 families the Pill Tower itself recognizes. The 2 girls understood only that it was very powerful. Hua Yang went quiet. She had believed she was signing on with a strong alchemy house. She had not understood until that afternoon that she had signed with one of the 5 great clans, and she was privately, considerably relieved that she had chosen correctly. That mattered more to her than she. Let me see. More than one Seraphina has learned what the Central Plains is like for a woman who is worth owning. Han's opinion of human men is not simple prejudice. It is a family history. 2 sects, Qianming and Flower. 3 valleys, Ice River, Sound and Burning Flame. 4 pavilions, Starfall, Myriad Sword, Yellow Spring, and Wind and Thunder. Even the 4 pavilions each hold at least 1 Dao Zun at 2 stars. Do not underestimate any of them. She took that seriously. And the last one, the one hall, that is the Hall of Souls. So obscure that ordinary people never meet one in a lifetime, and it stands level with the pill tower, which tells you exactly how much of it is under the water. I said nothing else about them. I would like to call that caution. It was superstition. I did not want to say the name too many times out loud. Young master, we have reached the Tianqing mountain range. The Wen brothers were up at the front with the map, cheering, and everybody leaned over to look, roads running out in every direction, crowds visible from that height, and an enormous city sitting among green peaks. A city that size is unremarkable in the Central Plains. On the northwest continent, it would rival the capital of a powerful empire. We landed 200 meters short of the gate, and Hua Yong was immediately annoyed. Why not enter directly? First, I paid off the eagle. That bird had carried my household from the magical beast mountain range to the far side of the world, had stood in a black storm with its wings over 2 children, and had never once been thanked by anybody. I let it go and gave it a 5th-grade pill on the way out. Every major city prohibits flying demonic beasts inside the walls. Our strength means we do not have to respect the rules of Tianya City. There is simply no reason to stir up trouble when there is a better option. And then seeing her face, do not worry, I am not going to make you queue. I let out a Du Emperor's aura, and a yellow-robed old man came off the gate at speed, concluded from the spread of cultivations behind me that we were moving an entire family to the Central Plains, and then spent the whole walk trying to sell me a spatial ship. Yang even offered 5% off. His was rank 4. In the end, he regretfully could not close. 30,000 gold ahead. Ilara did the arithmetic for 9 people, and very nearly had to sit down. Even Hua Yong thought it was robbery, on the grounds that we were walking through a hole, and it cost Tianya City nothing. No wonder that city is prosperous. I did not react, because Han Feng's ring contained gold piled into several small mountains that I had not bothered to count. The wormhole is a black void 10 jang across, turning slowly, with spatial power spilling off the edges. Even Hua Yong was moved. To open a passage like that, how much power does that require? That was made by a dozong. Once you are past 8-star, with a few people assisting, you can open one yourself. 8-star dozong. She said it quietly, and I assumed she was fixating on a number. Then I looked round at my party and found that both girls were frightened of the void. I considered having Ilara comfort them. One look at Ilara, who was no braver than her own daughter and was visibly working on not showing it, ended that idea. So I took the 2 of them by the hand, one on each side, and said, "Do not be afraid, just walk where I walk," and carried a child in each hand into a hole in the world. Inside there are silver walls and a passage 10 jang across running off into darkness, and above and below the darkness leaks spatial fluctuation, and there is no sound at all. Hua Yong was dazed, the Wen brothers were overwhelmed, Ilara was gripping a strap with both hands, and Zhou'er and Liu Lan, who had been holding my hands the whole way, were simply curious. Because from the first day I have been standing between those two and everything. I dropped a small silver boat, and it grew against the wind into a ship dozens of feet across with spatial power running over the hull. Is that the spatial ship the old man was trying to sell? Yes, although the level 4 ships he sells cannot compare to mine. On board later she came back to it. I heard that man ask millions of gold for a spatial ship, and I assumed he was swindling you. Now it appears an item like this is worth a fortune. Would you not say so? And I answered in the flattest voice I own. It is all right. This one, I am told, was exchanged by my family for a level 7 advanced pill. She looked at me for a long moment. That damned show-off. I really want to punch his dog head off, and turned and walked away down the corridor, and my extremely helpful voice followed her. By the way, there is dense spatial power in this tunnel. You have only just broken through to Daozong. You should sense it carefully. After all, we still have a long way to go. She did not turn round and went round the corner. That advice was completely sincere and extremely good, and she took it about 4 days later when she thought nobody was watching. Bookkeeping in the tunnel, where there is no star power at all to absorb. 1-star Dao Emperor, star essence 325. Nearly 10 more months had gone past without my noticing. With the primordial star body, I now pull 2 points a day instead of 1, and I had only been running at that rate for half the time. The 8th Dragonhead Palace cost 350. The same 350 would light 2 palaces on a claw, which is speed and strength. I took the dragon head without hesitating, because everything I want from the pill tower runs through soul power and soul control, and it always will. We came out into the northern region of Central State, onto a gravel square inscribed with silver talismans, in the middle of a green plain with no settlement for tens of miles. The ship shrank and 9 people stepped off it. Hua Yong noticed inside 4 seconds. The energy of heaven and earth here is far thicker than anything on the northwest continent. This place must be very far from the pill domain. The northern region, the pill domain, is at the center of the central region. The distance between them is greater than from the northwest continent to here. She was silent for a while, having considerable trouble with the idea of a place where tens of thousands of miles is a routine measurement. And then I hit a logistical problem I had been ignoring for a fortnight. The eagle was gone, and half my party could not fly, and I could not carry all of them. I could manage the 2 children myself and throw Alara at Sun Chang. But the Wen brothers, I did not want to fly around the Central Plains carrying 3 grown men, so I sent Sun Chang to catch another flying beast and turned on the 3 of them, who were already looking at their boots. You 3 idiots. It has been almost a month, you have not mastered the 3 beast desolate skill, and none of you has broken through to Dao King. What exactly is the point of keeping you? Wang Jin very nearly wept. I say boss, we have to be reasonable here. Who breaks through from 9-star Dao Spirit to Dao King and masters an ancient secret art in 1 month? You might as well simply kill us brothers. I have never once conceded that point. Huashui City is small and remote and sits on a river, and it is run by a sect that shares its name. You 3, half a month to break through to Dao King before we set off again. 3 sets of ox-like eyes. Ah? You are following an advanced alchemist. Do you genuinely still need to worry about your cultivation being slow? Pills and materials without limit. Essence blood of a lion, a tiger, and a bear to power the 3 beasts. Desolate skill properly, which is what that art actually wants and what nobody has ever been able to afford to give it. If they could not break through on that, they truly were useless. I watched 3 men who had spent a month believing they had been enslaved discover that the terms of their servitude were considerably better than the terms of their freedom had ever been. More than half the resentment went out of them in 4 seconds. That does not make the purple pill acceptable. I poisoned them. They are mine because I poisoned them. They also eat better than they ever have, and in 10 years 2 of them will be Dozong, and none of that is an apology, and I have never offered one. Alara walked over and started. Young master, you can see how weak I am. Should you perhaps also give me some pills, so that I could help you more? What can a mere dough master do to help me? You cannot even cook. Direct hit. She staggered and put a hand on her chest and performed being mortally wounded until little Liu Lan came over and began patting her arm. All right, stop it. You have fooled Liu Lan. And then I bought her the materials anyway. The pharmacy in that city was a good one. I handed the man a list and watched his face light up and then go carefully blank. Lion, tiger, and bear, essence blood at rank 6. Green flame grass, black gastrodia, 7 absolute ginseng, blood dragon ganoderma, and a rank 6 water attribute core, which I wanted because sooner or later somebody in my family is going to swallow a heavenly flame, and taking a heavenly flame kills people, and the safety net has to exist before the attempt and not after it. Just under 10 million gold. About half of what I had. I paid it without discussion. Yang came back at the end looking gloomy and forced a smile onto it. The blood python branch has sold out. I ask for your understanding. Yang was lying, and I did not care, because that one is only the main material for the dough spirit pill, and it could wait a week. Then somebody roared across the entire city. Beast, you dare to steal from the Hua Shui sect's treasury. Figures came off the sect grounds and went out over the wilderness, chasing something small. A rank 5 snake had robbed a sect treasury and was currently outrunning several Dao emperors. That is not a rank 5 snake's afternoon. Was that spatial power? It seems to be a bloodline talent, Hua Yang said. Which means it is not an ordinary species, in the same way that the woman standing next to me is not an ordinary species. Can you still find it? She can. Being a snake herself, and hers being the higher bloodline by an enormous margin, she has absolute suppression over every snake-type demonic beast alive. We went up that night under concealment pills and crossed 200 li. 10 li out. It felt her, and bolted. And she widened her eyes, and it went limp in the air and dropped out of a tree. We found a black snake less than a foot long lying dazed on a slab of bluestone. It turned its head. It opened a pair of perfectly round little eyes, and met Seraphina's stare. Hiss. It flipped onto its back, played dead harder than anything has ever played dead, and then genuinely fainted. And when it flipped, its belly showed, and the belly was silver. A soaring serpent, almost as rare on this continent as her own species, with a low bloodline rank and no future worth discussing. And a space attribute beast of the same class as the Void Pegasus, whose adult form crosses long distances through the Void Realm, and does it considerably better than the tiger I bought at auction on the other side of the world. Somebody has brought me a pillow while I was sleepy. It woke up, found an enormous human face directly above it, and attempted to leave. I caught its tail. It hung upside down. I flicked it on the skull. Little fellow, run again, and I will let the Devil King eat you. I pointed at Hua Yang. That snake wrapped itself around my wrist and shook. What do you want it for? At most it becomes a rank 6 beast. So I told her the plan. An adult soaring serpent runs over 10 Zhang. You could mount a seat on that, although a seat is plain and a carriage is wrong because a snake pulling a carriage looks incorrect from every angle. And then I remembered a woman from a previous life who was an empress of pirates and a ship drawn across the sea by two enormous snakes. A ship. That is not a bad choice at all. And when the ship is built, I intend to fly it to Chen City specifically so that Kang Guang can look at it, because in Chen City that man spent 3 days subtly showing me his family's carriage, and I remember all of it. Childish. Childish? What is wrong with childish? I am not even 16 yet. Is it wrong to be childish? What did you say? Her eyes were wide and her mouth had come open. You said you are not yet an adult? And I watched a Peak Dozong do the arithmetic she had been carefully not doing for 4 months. A Dao emperor under 16. Who is also a 6th-rank alchemist, who negotiated 10 years of her life out of her and refined the medicine that kept her soul intact inside a heavenly flame and told her not to cut the roots. She looked at me for a long time after that and did not settle. I did that on purpose. I needed that woman to carry, permanently, the impression that I would end up stronger than she is. It is the only thing that suppresses her arrogance. I will also record the thing I did not do once plainly and then move on. After what I did during her evolution, doing to her what the boy from Wutan City eventually does in the other story would have been effortless. I did not. I have a floor. It is lower than most people's. It exists. Then I paid the snake with a drop of Space Rend Flying Tiger Essence blood, which cost me the Xuanyang Breaking Sect pill I had bought the tiger for in the first place. And on the walk home, the snake paid me back. I was grumbling that without the blood python branch, we were stuck in that city for a fortnight. And the serpent slid down into my palm, opened its mouth onto a small black void, and spat out a blood python branch several times its own length. The shopkeeper had not been lying to me. The Huashui Sect's treasury had been emptied that morning by the creature now living on my arm. You little thing, you have saved your master a great deal of money. I refined the Dew Spirit pill on a bare mountain 100 miles out because rank 6 makes far too much commotion for a city. The blood python branch goes in blood red and coiled like a small snake, and the quiet starfire falls on it like a starving wolf, and you hold the flame down deliberately so that it withers instead of burning. The extracted essence is a swirling red bead, and it does not sit still. Threads come off it, and every thread that touches the cauldron wall rings like a struck bell. With a poor cauldron, they go straight through the wall. The starry sky cauldron did not notice them. And then the last technique, which is a memory. You pour the finished liquid into a jade bottle together with a portion of the flame itself, which holds the temperature and the purity and keeps the air out. Jade is brittle. A fraction too much heat scorches the bottle, and the bottle bursts, and everything inside is gone. An old man taught me that when I was 6 years old, sitting in a chair he could no longer get out of, and I could not do it reliably for another 2 years. I did it perfectly on a bare mountain 1,000 miles from his grave with the whole sky out above me, and then I sat there for a while. One Dao Spirit pill was enough for all 3 of them because the 3 Beast Desolate skill lets 3 men share 1 dose through its fusion art, which also stops the medicinal power from simply bursting any one of them. Half a month and all 3 stabilized at 1-star Dao King and fused they could hold off a 5-star. That assessment is Huayang's, delivered after taking their combined attack at close range, and she added that it was remarkably similar to the secret art her own 8 tribal chiefs use. And I crossed 350 and lit the 8th palace of the Dragon Head. 1-star Dao Emperor, 11-star Souls, Essence 110, Qi 110, Spirit 100, Speed 70, Strength 110, Soul Control 50, Fire Control 40. The 8th was the best one I have ever lit. It raised Essence, Qi, and Spirit together and added 2/3 again to Soul Control, and 50 points of Soul Control is enough that I will not lose my grip on my own soul at the peak of the mortal realm, and Spirit reached 100, which, by the scale every alchemist on this continent uses, means my soul value has reached 1,000. I sat on a mountain with a fire out in front of me and worked out what that number means. Kang Guang measured 903. The record held by the Wang family's girl was 976. Those are the numbers from the story, taken years from now, when all of us are adults. I am 15. There are exactly 2 people left in the 5 great clans who can stand next to me. Wang Ying and the strange girl the Chen family adopted and hid. I wonder what level those 2 have reached by now. And I made a note about the politics, because it was going to matter within the year. The Chen family will stay quiet. They always stay quiet. It is not modesty. It is doctrine. The Wang family will not. If I make a noise inside the pill tower this time, or become the personal disciple of an elder, then given how that house is built, they will not keep their prodigy in a box for very much longer. While I was sitting on a mountain thinking about Wang Ying and Kong Rui, somebody in the pill domain was thinking about me. In Chen City, in the Chen family manor, the ordinarily refined Kang Guang was drinking with an old friend he had not seen in 2 years, and the old friend was Zhang Zhou. Brother Bo, are you going to Holy Pill City to test for 6th rank? That is right. 2 years of hard work, and I have finally reached intermediate 6th rank. Barely enough to keep up with you. 2 ranks in 2 years, from peak 5th to intermediate 6th, with only the Bo family's resources behind him, is not slow. Not everybody in this world has what I have. Yang goes to advanced 7th before 30, and the reason he does is that he becomes a personal disciple of a Pill Tower elder, and it is only with the Pill Tower behind him that his actual potential comes out. Brother Chen, have you heard anything about Brother Li recently? Kang Guang's report was short. They reconnected half a year after Chen City when I had come back from Holy Pill City. And then nothing at all, because barely anybody inside my own family knew about the Northwest continent, and so the Chen family, who had been watching me carefully for 2 years, had simply lost me. It seems Brother Li is somebody who cannot stay put. 2 years ago, his refining was already stronger than mine. After all this time, his growth must be terrifying. Yang might even have caught up to you. And that startled Kong Guang, because he thought about it and found that he believed it. When you are dealing with an unreasonable prodigy, normal human reasoning stops working. Hey. If that is really the case, then we, as his older brothers, are going to be shamed. Zhang Zhou's cup stopped halfway to his mouth. Indeed. Yang drank it and put it down. I have decided. I am going to become a personal disciple of the Pill Tower. From now on, I work harder so that when I see Brother Li again, I am not too far behind. I made that friend on purpose, calculating exactly what he would be worth to me in 20 years. Yang was in a room I was not in, driving himself half to death for my sake. I have never told him that I picked him off a list. 2 more months of travel brought us into the central region through Tianhuang City. The arrival platform there is a set piece. A snow-white stone platform, 100 meters in the air, on more than 10 titanic pillars, and above it the space is chaotic, badly distorted over a wide area, with faint black cracks spreading out from the middle of the distortion. Silver light keeps firing out of it and spitting people onto the stone. It is not one wormhole exit, it is a hub, so this is the central region. Even the transfer point is built like that, and there were alchemist robes everywhere, which visibly staggered every single person I had brought from a place where an alchemist is a rumor. Then a crier came down the line pasting bills onto the pillars. The first one was routine. Latest news from the Pill domain. The Pill Tower announces recruitment of core disciples. All alchemists under 30 who have reached 6th rank may participate. Every 5 years, open to the entire continent, and for every talented alchemist outside the 5 great clans, it is the one door that exists. It meant nothing to me. I can walk in whenever I qualify. The second one stopped me in the middle of a crowded platform. Latest news from the Pill domain. The Li family, one of the 5 great clans, and the Black Fire sect, a first-rate sect of the Pill domain, have clashed. The Li family has killed a Daozong elder of the Black Fire sect. Young master? Sun Chang's face had gone serious. The Black Fire sect. How does my family come to be fighting the Black Fire sect? I was not frightened, and I want to be honest about why. The headline said we won, and the Black Fire sect's master is a peak Daozong, and the Li family stands under the Pill Tower, so he does not personally come to Li City, no matter how angry he is. But I had last heard that name in a city called Lianhua, 5 years and a lifetime earlier, standing in a courtyard deciding which heir to back. Let us go. Back to Li City. A day's flight, and there it was, and the city was busy and ordinary, which relaxed both of us considerably, and my party came apart. Young master, is this whole city really yours? Alara had both hands over her mouth. A city that size can hold millions of people. Li City was chosen and built by the Li family's ancestors. It was not this large. It has taken hundreds of years to reach this. I watched 4 adults and 2 children get a proper understanding of what the words 5 great clans mean. What none of them knew is that I am not satisfied with it. I have wanted to rebuild Li City since the afternoon I first saw Chen City. I have never had the time or the resources. That will have to wait until I am established inside the Pill Tower. A 15-year-old with a redevelopment plan for a city of 1 million people. I apologized to Hua Yang, sent everybody to my own courtyard with Sun Chang, and went straight to my father's study. There was a stranger in it, an old man in black with white hair and a white beard, sitting with my father and my grandfather, as though he had been there for a year. Oh, Li Kang. When did you get back? I bowed to all 3 of them. Just now. I heard about the Black Fire sect on the way into the central region and came straight home. May I ask who this senior is? My good friend, Zhou Yuan. Call him Grandpa Chen. And then my grandfather could not help himself. Old brother Chen, this is the Qilin of my Li family, Li Kang. Take a look at him. Does he still meet your Dharma eye? There was no attempt whatsoever to conceal the pride in that, and Zhou Yuan did not mind, because it is that kind of friendship. Yang looked me over, then again, then a third time. Old brother Li, is your grandson really not yet 16? Of course, his 15th birthday is in a few days. If you want to say 16, that works too. Zhou Yuan. I stood in my father's study and felt the world go slightly fantastical, because Zhou Yuan is the Grand Elder of the Inner Academy of Jianan Academy. Yang is one of the most significant people on the Northwest continent, and he was in the Pill Domain in Li City in my father's study, being friends with my grandfather, and nobody had thought to mention this to me before I spent a year on that continent. You have just come back from the Northwest, Li Kang. You have heard of Jianan Academy. Brother Chen is the Grand Elder of its Inner Academy. I performed surprise flawlessly. So Grandpa Chen is the Grand Elder of Jianan Academy, and I passed through the Black Corner region on my way back and never got to see the prestige of the continent's first academy. His stiff old face came apart into something quite warm. Hey, come and visit if you have the chance, Li Kang. With your talent, you can show those arrogant little brats what a real genius looks like. Yang left tactfully a few minutes later, knowing the family needed the room. And there is one fact about that old man that I sat on all evening and have never mentioned to anybody. Zhou Yuan is the man who finds a small girl in the wilderness and adopts her into his academy. In the story I remembered, she becomes one of the great benefactors of a boy from Wutan City. She is the daughter of the Dragon Emperor, and in this life, she is going to be the adopted daughter of my grandfather's traveling companion, and the two old men will introduce her to me over tea, and none of them will ever know that anything was different. So how did the family come into conflict with the Black Fire sect? That is also connected to my trip. Zhou Yuan and I broke into an ancient ruin by accident and set off a restriction inside it and brought the whole thing down. We escaped without difficulty. The commotion was too large. It alarmed the Black Fire sect nearby, and then they pursued us. I went cold. The Black Fire sect dared to hunt you? Are they not afraid of the Pill Tower? Because the 5 great clans walk sideways in the Pill Domain, and hunting the Grand Elder of one of them is not a policy, it is a suicide. If my identity had been known, they would not have dared. However, after being chased that long, how could I let them go without paying a price? I looked at my grandfather. After I killed the elder who was pursuing us, I sent word to the Black Fire sect in the name of the Li family. I told them Li Lei killed him, and that if they had the guts, they should come for revenge. And then he was visibly disappointed, which is the part that told me who my grandfather actually is, because the Black Fire sect's master swallowed it whole. Yang announced that the dead man had gone after the Li family over a personal grudge, and that his death was his own fault, and that the Black Fire sect was not prepared to fall out with the Li family over one person. I had already prepared to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. I invited several friends from the Pill Tower specially. If the Black Fire sect had really jumped out, we would have issued a joint statement condemning them. Yang smiled. That would have given their sect master a very good taste of trouble. I sat there looking at an old man with murder all over his face and could not think of a single thing to say, so that was the plan the whole time, and then I did the arithmetic and found that he was right. A joint condemnation by several 7th-rank alchemists affiliated with the Pill Tower would have ruined a first-rate sect commercially inside a month. Their master would have come to Li City personally to apologize and settle it with money. My family is not weak. My family is underarmed and extremely well-connected, and my grandfather knows exactly which of those two things to use. And then he said the thing that made me put my cup down. Ma Guang's strength was not small. We were able to kill him thanks to the intervention of Zhou Lianhua, the city lord of Lianhua City. Zhou Lianhua, a woman on a gauze-draped couch went through my head, and behind her a boy of 13 giving a false name in a courtyard. So it was her. I kept my voice completely level. That woman is 1 star stronger than you, grandfather. And we had an agreement some years ago. If anybody of the Li family is in trouble, she must lend a hand. My grandfather looked at me. However, I said, our family needs to remember this favor. I signed that pact when I was 13 years old over a stolen ball of dragon energy in a city I have not been back to since, with a woman who called me by my real name to prove she could. I did it because I had read that the Li family would eventually be ground down until there was not one Daozong-level retainer left in the house. It had just kept my grandfather alive. Li Kang, did you find the heavenly flame you mentioned? My father could not wait any longer. Of course I found it. In a desert inside a small country called the Jiama Empire on the northwest continent. The Green Lotus Core Flame, 19th on the Heavenly Flame ranking. You actually found it? Yang genuinely had not expected it. None of the 5 great clans has owned a Heavenly Flame in several hundred years. My grandfather took it better and went straight to business. The Green Lotus Core Flame. How do you plan to deal with it? In my opinion, it would be better if you assimilated it yourself. Because to a traditional alchemist, a heavenly flame is the king of all fires, whatever companion flame his grandson happens to have been born holding. Grandfather, do not be in a hurry. I said that was the one I found in the Jiama Empire. On the way back to Central State, I acquired a second one. Neither of them said anything at all. What did you say? There is another one? The Sea Heart Flame, 15th on the ranking. My grandfather started a sentence 3 times and did not finish any of them. My father had stopped functioning entirely and was simply looking at the table. I know exactly what was going through the old man's head, because he told me later, and it was that his grandson appeared to be able to walk into any region of the world at all and come back carrying the thing other men spend their whole lives yearning for, and that they seem to arrive in pairs. Good, this is truly good. And then he explained why, and it is not what a stranger would guess. 2 heavenly flames can be inherited. Forever. They pass down. With those 2 in the house, the Li family is guaranteed 1,000 years and has a genuine chance of eventually reaching the core of the pill tower itself. The little pill tower. Li Kang, how do you plan to deal with them? And I want to note who was being asked that question. I was 15 and not yet an adult. My father, the sitting head of the Li family, was in the room. My grandfather asked me, "The Sea Heart Flame is yours, grandfather. With it, you can at least reach the level of the old ancestor." Yang shook his head immediately. I am extremely clear about my own aptitude. With a heavenly flame, I might barely reach 7th grade peak. To reach Li Ming's level is simply impossible. And there it is. The wall this family lives underneath, named out loud in a study by the strongest man in it. Li Ming peaked at 7th grade peak. Yang would have gone further. What stopped him was his soul realm, and for a modern alchemist crossing out of the mortal realm into the spirit realm relies entirely on luck, and his luck never came. The best man this house has produced in 300 years died against that wall, in a chair, holding a pill a child had made him. So keep the Sea Heart Flame for yourself, my grandfather said. I will take the Green Lotus Core Flame. Yang allocated it correctly. Yang is the present and I am the future, and he did that arithmetic in about 2 seconds without any visible pain, which is the sort of thing he does constantly and nobody ever thanks him for. Grandfather, I have already decided. I will not assimilate either of them. Why? If I have to give a reason, their rankings are too low. If I take one, it should at least be in the top 10. His eyes came out of his head. You really dare to say that? Yang was genuinely angry, and he was completely right. There has been no news of a top 10 heavenly flame for nearly 1,000 years. Li Ming said the top 10 almost certainly all have masters, and those existences are not something my small Li family can provoke. The pill tower would not lightly provoke them. Yang is right about every word of that, and I could not tell him so, because I have the list. The top 3 are not to be spoken about. 4th is the Golden Emperor Sky Burning Flame, which belongs to the ancient clan, one of 2 houses left on this continent with a 9-star late-stage Dao Sheng in it, and I do not covet things that live in that house. 5th is the Life Spirit Flame, held by Old Man Changshan, one of the 3 greatest 9th-grade alchemists alive, 1,000-year shut-in nobody can find even if they try. The rest belong to the Xuan clan or the Medicine clan. And 9th is the 3,000 Burning Flames, which belongs to the Pill Tower, which cannot be subdued by anybody, and which is the only one on that entire list that I have a chance of obtaining, and which is also the one that fits me exactly, because it is a star flame and so am I. That is the real reason I am going to the Pill Tower, not the family's seat, not the assessment, not my grandfather's ambition, and not my father's worry. I have wanted that specific flame since I was 5 years old sitting on a windowsill doing arithmetic, and I have never said it out loud to one living person, including the 2 men sitting 3 feet away who would give me anything I asked for, so I compromised where he could hear it. Grandfather, you take the Sea Heart Flame. As for the Green Lotus Core Flame, I intend to give it to a member of the younger generation. Yang looked up. That way, besides me, the young of the Li family will also have somebody capable of standing on their own, because once I am inside the Pill Tower, and later inside the Little Pill Tower, I cannot babysit this house. And the Li family cannot be the one family out of 5 that sends an old man to stand where the others send their children. I already knew who was getting it. In the story I remembered, Li Fenghua is described as having poor talent. That girl reaches Do King and 5th grade alchemy by the age of 20, alone, with a ruined family behind her and nobody helping. Nobody else in the younger generation of the Li family comes close to that, before or since. The 4-year-old who came out from behind our mother's leg and said brother is getting a heavenly flame, and she will be told it was a family decision. Grandfather, actually the biggest gain from the Northwest was not the flames. What do you mean? Does grandfather know about the calamity poison body? Yang went straight up out of his chair. Li Kang, do not frighten me. It is currently in my Li family. What? Calm down. It is only a calamity poison body. Your reactions are excessive. I will calm your head. My father swearing at me, which happens roughly once a decade. Do you know what it will bring down on this family? Of course I know. I also know a great deal more than you do about what one can become. As for your worries, they are not a problem. My grandfather raised a hand and cut his son off. Li Kang, what are your plans? I have a method that will let her control her own power perfectly. As for whether anybody comes after her, we only have to be careful not to expose her. I did not say the other half of it, then or ever. Once I am fully grown, will I still be afraid of other people's appetites? Ice River Valley, the Ice Venerable. Yong is a 4-star doe venerate. If he comes after that girl the way he does in the story, I would not mind at all if Ice River Valley acquired a new valley master. I was 15 when I thought that, and I did not find it startling, which is the part that should have startled me. Yong rubbed his forehead, because every record this family holds of a calamity poison body in the Central Plains ends the same way. Do you truly have a way to keep it from erupting? If I did not have absolute certainty, I would not have brought her here. And I do not intend for her to cultivate inside the family. Does grandfather remember the valley I told you about? Yong sat down. Then it is a good arrangement. A wall of fog that 2 6th-rank alchemists could not walk out of for a month, with a silver stone at the middle of it and nothing living left inside, is precisely the correct place to raise a bomb. Besides her, I brought back 2 others no less impressive. What else? Say all of it at once and save my old heart from hearing it one piece at a time. Liu Lan landed as pure good news. My father had never heard of eyes that command every snake-type beast alive and spent some time not believing in them. Triple jade green snake flower pupils. Does such a thing genuinely exist? I thought it was legend, my grandfather said. I did not expect to see it. If the physique is truly that miraculous, then it is worth the whole strength of the Li family to cultivate her. And then he found the actual problem before I could raise it. However, that physique is not easy to bring to full achievement, and with what we know about it, I am afraid we cannot help her grow quickly. Yong was completely right. In the story I remembered, that girl only grows fast once she is inside the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, and they can do it because they have been hunting those eyes for centuries and therefore have the method. I will search thoroughly once I reach the pill tower, and if it does not work, I will have to take the last step. How that step goes will depend on the Heavenly Serpent Mansion's choice at the time. That is the second promise I have made to a child that can only be paid out of the pill tower. Hua Yong got the cold treatment, and I saw it coming and could not stop it. Since you have invited her to be an honored guest, the Li family cannot neglect her. I will meet her personally tomorrow. As long as her strength is sufficient and she can be loyal to the Li family, what does it matter if we supply everything she needs? I winced, because in my grandfather's head, one of those 3 is a contractor and the other 2 are family. Never mind, I will handle it myself. I found her, so it does not matter whether you meet her. I genuinely feared he would insult her, and I am still trying to bind that woman to this house permanently. And my grandfather narrowed his eyes at me, and something quite unbearable came into them. I recall that every generation of Seraphina is naturally enchanting, and after evolution more so. Yong let that sit. Li Kang, you are still young. Focus your attention on your cultivation and your refining. Other messy matters are a bit early for you. While I was in that study, my mother went to my courtyard looking for me, did not find me, and found instead the queen of the snake people standing by a plum tree. She was transfixed. Tsk, tsk, tsk. What a charming, cold, noble beauty. She then waved Sun Chang into a corner and interrogated him. Old son, did Li Kang bring all of these back? And that poor man, who was being asked to place a peak Daozong monarch inside a family's domestic hierarchy without warning, hesitated for a long moment and landed on the worst possible word. They are. Ah, friends. Wrong answer, as expected of my son. Yong knows how to bring women home at his age. She actually made a small fist of triumph, apparently relieved that her boy had finally developed properly. Sun Chang opened his mouth to correct the record and discovered he could not. Should he explain that his young master was not interested in these women? Yong was not, in fact, certain of that. She then appraised Hua Yong out loud, from across a courtyard, at conversational volume. My son's taste is genuinely good. Not only extremely beautiful, the temperament is excellent as well, graceful, noble. The young ladies of the great families of the pill domain cannot compare. Perfect for my son. Hua Yong heard every word of it. She had already worked out who this woman was and had decided to let it go. And then a human female roughly 2/3 her age announced to a garden that only a woman like that was worthy of her son. You, she thought, are quite narcissistic. As expected of mother and son, she muttered. And Sun Chang stood there dying, because what he desperately wanted to point out, and could not, is that the candidate is older than the prospective mother-in-law. Meanwhile, I was walking home in a state because of my grandfather's parting remark. What does he mean I am too young and should not think about messy things? I was not thinking about messy things at all. I was thinking about the structural development of this family. And my father had backed him up with a knowing smile that only men understand. I understand nothing of what you are talking about. Is that a smile a father should show his son? It seems I shall have to tell my mother to keep a tighter leash on her husband. And I walked into my own courtyard to find my mother making conversation at the queen of the snake people, who was standing entirely still with the face of a woman in a burning building. Mother, what is going on? And Hua Yang broke. Her cold expression, on close inspection, contained a depth of helplessness I had not previously believed her capable of. She exhaled. Your mother, you handle her yourself. I am leaving. And used spatial power to escape to her own room in the middle of her own sentence. What has happened? Why does Her Majesty look so disarranged? I had never seen that woman in any state at all. I turned to my visibly disappointed mother and wanted very much to ask who exactly she was, and caught her muttering to herself, "This Hua Yang is good in every way, but she is a bit cold. If she marries in later, the mother-in-law's situation may be difficult to manage." When I worked out what had happened in that courtyard, I very nearly had to sit down. The single most terrifying being I have ever negotiated with, routed at a plum tree by somebody's mother. She took to the two girls completely, and that is the part that mattered. Two children whose backgrounds are what they are, standing in a courtyard being fussed over by a woman with nothing else to do, brought out something in my mother that the rest of us had run out of years earlier. For the next several weeks, she kept taking them into the city to play. Two girls who had never once been anywhere safe, being dragged around a city of 1,000,000 people by a woman determined to spoil them. I did not go with them. I watched from a window twice. The family council took one question: should Li Kong enter the Pill Tower's public core disciple assessment in 3 months? My father objected first, on dignity. The Li family already holds a reserved place as one of the 5 great clans. There is no need to compete with ordinary alchemists for an opportunity we already own. And the third elder, who handles our external affairs, and who has therefore personally eaten every insult aimed at this family for the last 7 years, demolished him. I think the young clan leader should not only participate, Yang should pass it with an overwhelming posture in front of every assessor present. Only then will the outside world learn how strong the best of my Li family's young generation actually is. And then, because it had clearly been sitting in him for a long time, it is best if we make them despair. Yang was not finished. The Liu family and the Zhou family have been making small moves ever since the old ancestor fell. In recent years, they have become considerably worse. If we do not show them what the Li family is, they will genuinely believe we are easy to bully. Every elder in that room backed him instantly because they are the ones who do the negotiating. Chen and Wang were always stronger, so when the Li family swallows something from them, that is simply weather. The Liu family is different. When Li Ming was alive, the Liu family stayed at the bottom of the 5 great clans on the strength of the Li family's help. We guaranteed them. And now they are rising while we sink, and they have started getting ideas. My grandfather coughed the room quiet. I have always been aware of these matters. The Liu family and the Zhou family are indeed acting out of line. It is time to give them a warning. Yang had originally intended to take me privately before the Chen Tower Elder Council. Yang changed the plan on the spot. Let Li Kong enter the public assessment. It will also let the other 4 great clans see that although my Li family no longer has the old ancestors' protection, it has a future that they can only look up to. With my cultivation, my rank, and my age, I would alarm the Pill Tower's leadership the moment I walked into the hall. Possibly the Elder Council. Possibly, my grandfather said. Even the 3 giants. I did not care either way. I only wanted in. There were 3 months, and the first job was putting a heavenly flame inside my grandfather. Refining a heavenly flame is extremely dangerous. Pills have to be prepared in advance. Fortunately, I obtained some formulas that assist with exactly that. Yang looked at me for a while. You brat. I genuinely do not know what to say about you. It feels as though you always have some strange thing in your hands. There are 3 items you need to survive swallowing a heavenly flame, and they are exactly the 3 that a certain old man once assembled for a boy in a small empire: a blood lotus pill, an ice spirit cold spring, and a soul nurturing stone. That boy took the green lotus core flame at Dao Shi level, which should not be survivable, and it was those 3 items that made it survivable. The Sea Heart Flame outranks the Green Lotus Core Flame, so I prepared both the 5th grade Blood Lotus Pill and the 6th grade Earth Spirit Pill. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring is easy enough in the pill domain. The Soul Nurturing Stone is not. It forms only at the center of the highest grade of soul-nurturing stone, which is itself the essential material for advanced storage rings, and the chances of any given one containing the smaller stone are poor. Only the pill tower could have one. The Earth Spirit pill was also short one main ingredient, an azure wood immortal vine. I remember Kang Lee, an elder of the pill tower, once had one. I will go to Holy Pill City and check. And my grandfather took the wormhole that same day, at his age, without being asked twice, and I understood perfectly well that the vine was never the reason for the trip. 13 days. Yang came back filthy and delighted with the vine, and with 2 gray stones the size of my thumb, smooth as jade and completely without flaw, and inside the core of each one a faint blue glow, moving slowly, like something alive. Only soul power shows it. There is a small space inside. Very good. Everything is prepared. I looked at him. Grandfather, adjust your state while I do the alchemy, then we begin refining the sea heart flame directly. We will try to get you through a transformation before the assessment. I did not need anybody's help with rank 6 by then. The Earth Spirit pill took a long time and finished with a pillar of blue light standing over the whole of Lee City. Not one person in that city looked up. If it had been a 7th grade peak pill drawing down pill lightning, they might have taken an interest. For a mere Earth Spirit pill, nobody in Lee City could be bothered to walk to a window. We did it in the family's secret chamber, and both of us were solemn. Yang was solemn because it was his first time. I was solemn because everything I knew about the procedure I had read. Grandfather, I am about to release the heavenly flame. Be ready. And then I took Han Feng out of my ring. Yang had been in there for the better part of a year, unconscious, suspended, his body ruined, and his soul held together by nothing except the flame inside it. I put him on the stone floor of my family's secret chamber and burned him to ash with a pulse of qi. I would like to record that I felt something. I have gone back over that minute many times, looking. Yang sold his own teacher to the Hall of Souls. Yang had the greatest alchemist of the age in his hands, and he took the collection and sold the man. I burned him in a basement to get a fire out of him for my grandfather, and I did not say anything over him, and neither did the old man standing next to me. At the moment the original owner died, the small sea blue flame swelled several times over into a deep blue mass hanging in the air like water that had forgotten which way down was, and the temperature in that chamber went up fast enough that the green rock of the walls began to melt. I wiped my forehead and took 2 steps back. Swallow the pill, extract the fire seed, take the flame into the body. It looks lethal from outside, and mostly it is not, provided the man doing it is genuinely strong, and my grandfather is a 4-star dozong and a 7th rank alchemist, and a 7th rank alchemist's soul restrains a flame far better than his cultivation suggests. I watched him come up off the floor inside a shell of sea blue fire with his eyes shut and his hands making a seal I had drawn for him on paper 11 days earlier, and I let my face relax because from that point it was at least 70%. When it is sealed into the soul-nurturing stone, it stops being a flame he is carrying. It becomes his origin fire seed, the 15th flame on the heavenly flame ranking, belonging to Li Lei of the Li family, permanently for the rest of his life. Every alchemist alive wants that. Almost none of them get it. Yang knelt in the middle of a melting room with a heavenly flame going into his chest, and I stood against the wall and watched him, and I thought about a bamboo grove. There was an old man in it who told me not to rush, and who never once got angry, and who spent the last 3 years of his life building a staircase for a child and labeling every step. Yang was a peak 7th rank alchemist, one of the 8 elders of the Pill Tower, the best thing this family produced in 300 years. And he stopped where he stopped because of a wall in his own soul that no medicine, no flame, and no amount of will has ever moved. And he knew it, and he sat in a chair in a bamboo grove and said out loud that he would not live to see the Li family come back. My grandfather is going to reach 7th grade peak now. Yang said so himself in a study, without any bitterness at all, as though he were reading out a delivery date. Yang will reach exactly as far as the man who died holding my first pill, and then he will stop in the same place, against the same wall. That is what a heavenly flame buys in this family. It buys us the right to fail at the same height as our best ancestor. I stood in that chamber until the blue light went out of the seams of my grandfather's skin, and I made a list. The 3,000 burning flames, 9th on the ranking, sitting inside the pill tower, in human form, unclaimed, and made of exactly what I am made of. A collection deep enough to hold Bodhi transformation saliva, which is the only thing standing between a girl I bought out of a country pharmacy and a normal life. a method for the triple jade green snake flower pupils, which one mansion on this continent has and will not sell. And somewhere in there, in the library nobody outside has ever cataloged, the thing that gets a mortal soul across into the spirit realm. Every single item on that list is behind the same door. In 3 months, I walk into a hall in Holy Pill City with a badge on my chest and take a public assessment in front of the entire pill domain, and they will all think they are watching a family put its heir forward. My grandfather thinks I am going for the seat. My father thinks I am going for the family's honor. The third elder thinks I am going to humiliate the Liu family, and I am looking forward to it. Nobody in that house knows what I am actually going in there to take, and I have never worked out how to tell them that the boy they have been building for 15 years has been running his own errand the entire time.